again.
What?
Me and you and Zabuma we're doing the thing that animals do. Oh. Baby? The bacon's still super frozen. You want a little bowl of stew anyway?
Okay. Some bread?
Yeah.
Butter.
This is. That's for gross.
Yeah, those dogs are sitting down.
Where? Healthy weather. butt. You're freaking out. Ricky. Hey. Relax. Ricky. Hey, let me come help you. Relax. The dog's freaking out. He got a piece of poop stuck to his butt. No, full on freaking out. Doesn't know what the fuck to do. Here, let me come help you. I got my phone. Come on. Did you hear that?
What?
That was your dog. Hey, no, come down. I'm pushing the bathtub for a second. That was your dog that screamed.
Why?
Because I pulled something out of his butt. Come here.
And what is it?
Can you take this? Because I had to put him in the bathtub.
Take what?
The joint.
Oh, you have a joint?
I pooped on my hands.
What happened to him? What was it?
He had something stuck in his butt. And it's just because it was uncomfortable coming out. Come on, come. You got poop on the side of your butt, though.
Go. Go see mommy.
Baby.
Go see mommy. Go. Call him.
Come on, Whiskey. Come on,
Go,
baby.
baby.
Come.
Go see mommy. Come. Go see mommy. There you go.
Come on, baby.
Up. He's funny. He goes by himself. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate.
Okay? Here. Hold on. Which towel did I use last night? Go. Clean butt. Clean butt. Come on. Clean butt. go. Oh, roll it. Ugh. What's the matter, baby? It's okay. It's okay. What's the matter? What's the matter? It's okay, baby. You're so bored. You're so bored. I touched your butt. You know what? I think it's because he ate either something that had string or it looked like a piece of stick, whatever, kind of, that got stuck to his poop, and it's just like the end of it. Me pulling it out of his butt made him scream like that. So if your dog could potentially be gay, you know definitely for sure your dog is not gay because he does not like anything touching his butthole. I don't think it hurt him. Like I don't think it was hurt, but I think that's the sound he makes when something touches his butthole. In any way.
My dog is exactly like
Exactly like you. You have the same reaction when anything gets close to your butthole.
Oh yeah.
Scream and cry. You okay? I'm sorry. I know, I would not like that either. Itchy nose. No, I have to poop. What? Come on. Oh.
It's a vertical flash. Some overhang. Probably a 513, 515. It's gone now.
It's on the power store, circling a car structure, cutting to a natural edge. There's a predator, so it's an ideal spot. We have to get a sample from an egg. It's a little bit trending. They're flying carnival on the size of an F-16. Great. What's it? Walk the ball back. Yeah. I mean, I have a 20-foot climbing wall in my gym.
Hey, that's exactly the kind of
Yeah, but 25 times in the world, it's 500 feet up, so it's all. You die. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Don't worry, I got it.
fun, right?
Yeah. Check this out.
You're doing great. There's another 40 feet to go. Turn your
Three people this week that have told me that I'm
You what?
3 people this week that have separately told me that I am cool.
Oh, well, you are cool, baby.
You know what? Want to know the big fucking secret of being cool?
Not being cool?
Try to be cool.
Yeah, not being cool.
That is apparently the big secret. And then fucking same with don't try to be not cool. Because that means you're a fucking poser. And that's even more not cool. Because for some reason there was like a point in time where people were like, I'm cool for not being cool. I like stuff, okay? But I feel like you always say that you like it because everybody else likes the opposite. And you're like, I'm different. Which is being a poser.
You missed it.
What?
He's like,
Pterodactyl porn.
he's like, why?
That's not even very good CG. What is that? The guy from fucking Walking Dead? That's not even very good.
Oh, that's good. It's canon. It's filmed in the cinema.
It's like fucking Harry Potter 2 CG. The basilisk.
The rest of this.
It looks like the exact same scene.
He did it again. Ah. I need a toothpick in there. Like a syrup spot. $15? Oh. Let's go in here. Okay.
Big stretch.
Bless you, child.
Bless a child. Oh.
Nice.
Oof. That hurt. Bless you.
Championship Wrestling. Welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling. Welcome to Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another exciting hour of the Universal Wrestling Federation. Hurts as much as it's supposed to, nothing gets done about it. And something has got to be done here, and not just about guns. The El Paso shooting is currently being investigated as a hate crime. And the shooter's manifesto featured anti-immigrant language that may well be familiar to you from certain cable networks and certain presidents. And clearly, white nationalism and anti-immigrant hysteria did not start with this president. But he certainly seems to have created an environment where those kind of views can fester and indeed thrive. In fact, just 3 months ago, as he was deliberately winding up a crowd with the image of 15,000 immigrants marching toward the border, this happened.
How do you stop these people? You can't. That's only in the Panhandle you can get away with that stuff. Only in the Panhandle.
Yeah, but here is the thing about that. It is not only in the Panhandle where you can get away with that statement. You can now get away with it all over the country. And, as he just made painfully clear, in any room the actual president is in, which is absolutely appalling. And that is something we cannot afford to get numb to. Because if that ever, for even a moment, feels like it's become normal, we are completely fucked. And look, I'm sure we're going to learn more about this story in the weeks and the months ahead, and there may be time to talk about it more in depth then. But until then, I do believe that tonight we have prepared for you a dumb show about, I don't know, turnip subsidies or something. I'm as in the dark about it as you. But please, after a tough day, please enjoy this nonsense. Thank you so much for joining us. Just time for a quick recap of the week. And we begin with the United Kingdom, a country that, and this is true, had a good run. Specifically, we're going to begin with the UK's new Prime Minister, Boris Johnson.
But you know what? Fucking cold stew.
Should accompany the headline, Owen Wilson
That would
drowns.
just be goddamn rabbit.
Johnson's tenure as Prime Minister began this week with a tour around the UK, where he was received with the exact level of warmth he deserves.
Prime Minister Boris Johnson has kicked off his first full week as Prime Minister with a trip to Scotland, where he's calling for a strengthening of the ties that bind the United Kingdom. Well, that's some booing there.
Yeah, there was. That was indeed some booing there. It seems like the current ties that bind the United Kingdom consist of shared abject hatred of one particular man. And the booing wasn't even the low point of Boris's week. There was also a special election for a parliamentary seat, and it did not go well for him.
Boris Johnson's chances of securing any agreement on Brexit just got harder.
The pro-EU Liberal Democrat
parliamentary seat. This leaves Mr. Johnson with a majority in the House of Commons of just one seat.
Boris has been in the job for just over a week, and his majority is down to one.
What?
Meaning that the already impossible task of getting parliamentary approval on a workable Brexit deal somehow just got even harder. It's like if Apollo 11 was about to land on the moon, and Buzz Aldrin turned to Neil Armstrong and said, "Neil, don't be mad, but I just realised I forgot our spacesuits. How long can you hold your breath?" And in the midst of all this, Boris met with Britain's farmers, who could be hit particularly hard by a no-deal Brexit, which led to this magnificent image of him tightly grasping a chicken. And I think that chicken's face may actually sum up the feelings of many in Britain right now. Just look at it.
Well, it seems firmly in the clutches of an idiot who appears to have no idea what to do with me, so I may as well just go limp, wait for my dark fate to come to pass, and pray this is all over quickly. But for now, let's move on to John Ratcliffe, Trump's short-lived pick for Director of National Intelligence and third season winner of the reality show So You Think You Can Romney. The president announced Ratcliffe as his pick for DNI on Twitter last Sunday, and he immediately seemed like an odd choice. After all, it's a job overseeing 17 agencies with a combined budget of $60 billion, and anyone nominated to the position is required by law to have extensive national security expertise, which is something Ratcliffe emphatically did not have. He was the former mayor of Heath, Texas, an unpaid position in a town of around 9,000 people. And if you want to get an idea of the kind of big issues he may have had to deal with there, let me point you to Heath's Facebook page, where there is currently a heated discussion about a new Mexican restaurant in town because, and I quote, "We have one already." There are, and I cannot stress this enough, 189 comments, and we don't have time to get into the whole thing, but it is worth pointing out that one particular thread starts with, "So we're going to have 2 sit-down restaurants, misspelled, in town, and they're both Mexican food, and we're supposed to be excited by this? Seems like poor planning to me." And escalates to the point where this delightful man says, "I don't much like the overall tone of your poster. By the way, I just Googled what a cuck was, and I'm extremely offended." Which is pretty much the entire internet encapsulated in 2 comments. He seems lovely. Now, to be fair to Ratcliffe, he did also serve as a US attorney, although he was for less than a year on an interim basis, and his resume seems to have vastly inflated what happened in that time.
In his congressional bio, Ratcliffe claims that during that time, he put terrorists in prison. But a CNN search of terror-related cases doesn't show any that Ratcliffe himself prosecuted, and his office couldn't offer examples or evidence. In that same congressional bio, Ratcliffe also says he arrested 300 illegal aliens in a single day, even though it was actually a multi-state, multi-agency operation to sweep up suspected illegal workers. Just 45 workers were charged by Ratcliffe's office, 6 of whom were dismissed.
Yeah, Ratcliffe said he arrested 300 illegal aliens in a single day when his office only charged 45, which is a pretty audacious lie. And although it seems weird to be upset about somebody not arresting as many humans as they said they did, but it also seems weird not to be upset. It's like if your friend told you he once took 300 poopies in a single day, when he really only took 45. Okay, why are you bragging about that? Why are you lying about that? Why do you insist on using such a reprehensible phrase for that? And why is the real number still so upsettingly high? Now, on Friday, just 5 days after Trump's announcement tweet, Ratcliffe was out, which would be a remarkable find out were it not for the fact that Trump is constantly putting forward people who fall apart under the least bit of scrutiny. He's lost his picks to allegations of conflicts of interest, plagiarism, a workplace affair, offensive blog posts, being an idiot, being the actual Herman Cain, or just being flamboyantly unqualified.
My plate is super fucking hot.
Trump once nominated Sam Clovis as the Department of Agriculture's chief scientist, despite the fact he was not a scientist. He was a talk radio host, although he was pretty confident in his scientific instinct, as you can hear in this assessment of climate change.
I love the amount of the people that he's outing for saying that they are professional this or that, and they are just not. And people are just like, this is like who runs the world right now. It's people who are like, I'm a professional this or that, and then they go on the radio, they're like being asked questions, and they're like, we don't know. Like, yeah, but you're the professional of that. You fucking just spent 5 minutes saying your credentials, that you're a degree in all of this, and you're like, I don't know.
So if they don't know, nobody can.
Yeah, I'm like, but is there somebody who can fucking does know? Like, why are you on the radio talking about it?
Randomly selected idiots and miscreants being publicly torn apart
Yeah.
by the media.
You didn't get any food.
No, you vet for me. I like when you vet. No, you vet. Oh, I think the White House is a great vetting process.
Upstairs. I got nothing for you down here.
When I
Go
get
Daddy.
a name, I give it out to the press. And
No,
they vet for me. I give out a name to the press, and they vet for me. We save a lot of money that way.
Yeah. Called being the boss. Delegating work.
Make a decision without thinking and trust that someone else will do your job for you. Hearing you
Is he supposed to do all of it, or
slightly less alarming than hearing it
because
from
of
an actual
the
vet.
dictatorship?
You vet for me.
One guy who makes decisions for everybody.
That's how it works. I'll give you the cat, you vet for me. We save a lot of money that way. The fact is, Donald Trump is cabinet and other political appointees with all the thought and care that he does everything else, which is to say absolutely not. And while there is not a lot that we can do about this in the short term, at the very least, next time he announces a new tremendous appointee on Twitter, we can all say, no way, I know when I'm being boofed. And now, this.
And now, Fox News'
You
Chef
put
Smith
up someone's
has a
ass?
weird favorite expression.
I would think he wouldn't be especially happy about this. Speaking
He's
of
been dreaming about hitting the Iranians since Fluff was a kitten. She's a full-grown cat. It was time for that walk across the lawn that presidents have been doing since Fluff was a kitten, and she's a full-grown cat. We know the Clinton campaign's been raising money since, Fluff was a kitten. She's a full-grown cat. They've been working on it now since Fluff was a kitten. Steve Ducey's been on it since Fluff was a kitten. Since Fluff was a kitten. When Fluff was a kitten. Since Fluff was a kitten. Fluff was a kitten, and she's a full-grown cat. Full-grown cat. Where's Fluff? Full-grown cat. Teens have been stealing signs since Fluff was a kitten. She's in a nursing home now. That robot's been around since Fluff was a kitten, and Fluff is on her last leg. She's been with us since Fluff was a kitten, and she is close to death, and Fluff is long since buried.
Okay, but I'm not going to let you go until you tell me this.
Thank you.
Fluff's a kitten. We've talked about Fluff for decades. Nana used to talk about Fluff. Anytime things were old, Nana would say, that's been around since Fluff was a kitten, and she's a full-grown cat. So I've been saying it since Nana said it. It's good enough for Nana. It's good enough for everybody, all right?
Wow.
All right, I
No.
like it. I might start using it.
No, that's terrible.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns prison. And if for some reason you are unfamiliar with the concept, I'll let a beloved children's entertainer explain it to you in a clip that has in no way dated.
Elmo!
All of those people
Oh.
are in prison right now were kids once, just
Oh.
like you. And then somewhere along the way, they did something wrong, something dumb. Whatever it was, it probably started small, became bigger. Maybe they even got away with it at first.
Oh!
Never get caught. They were wrong. Now they're in prison.
Oh, that's so bad.
I should have really seen this coming. And look, on this show,
That's
we
so
talk more
bad.
about controversy, incarceration, but this video isn't so much about who is in prison or whether they should be there. It's about what they are doing while they are inside, which is to say that broadly, it's a story about prison labor. Because over 60% of people in prison actually have jobs. In fact, prisons are basically operated by the inmates, as you would know if you've ever seen an episode of Lock Up Raw on MSNBC.
What?
The most common jobs are working in the kitchen or some form of janitorial duty.
Clean carpet, vacuum, empty trash.
I work in laundry here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday.
He has recently landed one of the most coveted internet jobs, staff canteen clerk.
I didn't come into prison.
Hey, baby. Did you have a job in jail?
What?
Did you have a job in jail?
No, they asked us if we want to do the clean up and everything. And you laugh at their face. Why would I work in jail?
I thought you were like most people have to do some kind of work in jail.
You have other folks who do it.
Oh. So like people who are in jail for a long time.
No. When you go in jail with long sentence or short sentence, and it's mostly penitentiary. But then you can be going to do the garbage disposal, shit like that. Yeah, you got jobs in jail. I think it gives you a little bit of money for the canteen. Something like that.
Oh.
But you need to be in a range. You need to be somewhere where you got sentence and you stay there for a little bit.
Yeah, so it's not like it's the difference between prison and jail. Jail, they have people they hire to come clean and shit. Prison, they get the inmates to do it.
The laundry, shit like that.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Prison was a staff canteen job. I started in food service in the dish room.
What?
In penitentiary, they have workshops. So let's say they do, like in the United States, Canada sends them the wood, and then the prisoner makes flooring out of it, and it's sent back here at cheaper price. But it's the prisoners that make the flooring.
Why can't Canadian prisoners do that?
I don't know.
That doesn't even make sense. That's kind of fucking retarded. Like, you didn't have a wood shop that you could volunteer to go into or anything?
No.
Huh. Huh.
I worked my way right on through the ranks. Yeah, Oprah didn't start on Oprah Winfrey Show. So,
I mean, he is right, of course. Oprah didn't start on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Oprah started when a glowing magical orb consolidated all of the Earth's energy into one mesmerizing, perfect beacon of light. Then the light fucked the orb, and the result was Oprah. That's Oprah's origin story right there. But there are some major differences between the jobs people do in prison and the ones they do on the outside, particularly when it comes to money. The average wage in prisons is around 63 cents per hour. Remember, that's the average. So that means there are states where prisoners make considerably less.
In Texas, Georgia, Arkansas, and Alabama, prisoners are not paid for their work at all. And in some places, they're required to work under threat of disciplinary action. If they say, no, I'm not going to work, they can write you up for that. They can send you to solitary for that.
That's slavery.
That's slavery. Yes, that is literally the definition of slavery.
And they can go to solitary if you don't work or write you up for not working. Why is that not slavery?
That's not
The
good,
black
because
eye.
why is that not slavery? It's one of those questions that even if you have to ask it, something has already gone very wrong. Like, how many swastika tattoos or Sugar Mommy's nightstand drawers did you open? Things are already bad. We just need to figure out how bad. And the answer to why is this not slavery is, well, it's not exactly not slavery. Because it turns out treating prisoners as slaves is literally written into the Constitution.
Oh.
The 13th Amendment states that slavery is abolished, except as a punishment for a crime. And the amendment abolishing slavery is really not the one that you want to suddenly include the word except. And look, I know that to many, inmates are not a naturally sympathetic group of people. In fact, when there was a push to get a higher wage for those working behind bars a few years ago, these people on Fox found it hilarious.
Inmates behind bars are now suing for the minimum wage for the work they're doing behind bars. Should that be a crime? He says he deserves minimum wage, as if crime pays. Why let crime pay? Exactly. Crime should not pay. It's very simple. Common sense is very simple.
Common sense. Very simple. Look, first of all, if you watch that on mute, you would definitely assume it was a panel on erectile dysfunction. And even with the sound on, you can't definitely say it's not. But in a way, I actually get it. Crime doesn't pay does sound like common sense. But it's much, much more complicated than that. The truth is, when you combine the low to non-existent wages the prisoners get paid with the surprisingly high costs that they and their families can incur while they're inside, the current system can wind up costing all of us. And tonight, we're going to look into how prisoners make and spend money and the companies that have managed to get rich off it. And let's start with the fact that prison labour can take many forms. It is often the janitorial or kitchen work that you saw earlier, but in some states, prisoners actually work as firefighters. In fact, in the California wildfires last year, around 12% of the firefighters were current inmates. And I should say, many of them find fighting fires very rewarding.
Just the other day, we were able to save houses from burning down. To have a woman come out to her backyard and thank us for saving her house makes us feel like we're doing something. Now being able to give back and potentially save lives is it's huge.
Yeah, that makes sense. Being able to save lives must be very satisfying. It's why Batman always seems to be in such a good mood. And what his catchphrase is, "We are Batman! How great is fighting crime? It's great! I love it!" And that honestly feels like the best case scenario for prison labour. People who are happy to work, contributing to society and learning new skills. Although it is worth noting, those firefighters' base pay is only between $3 and $5 per day for that dangerous work. And if you're thinking, well, at least they're learning skills that will help them get a job on the outside, that is often not the case. California law bars most people with a criminal record from becoming licensed emergency responders, which means that being a firefighter in prison is not unlike being an arts history major in college. It may be fun while you're in there, but you're not going to be doing it once you get out. So you hear that, Thessaly? You're going to work in human resources, you're going to have a favourite coffee mug and a throw pillow that says it's 1 o'clock somewhere, and you're going to stare out the window, yearning for the sweet release of death, just like everybody else.
Wow. That was so terrible to say.
Fighting fires is far from the only dangerous job that prisoners do. At Louisiana State Penitentiary, some take part in a prison rodeo where the entertainment can be insane.
Take convict poker. 4 inmates sit nervously at a card table, while a very restless bull picks out his partner. The last one standing or sitting wins.
So why do you do this?
Money.
Yeah.
I'm broke. I'm trying to get a private investigator on my case.
He earns 2 cents an hour working in the prison field, but he can earn hundreds out in that mud.
Holy shit! That is truly shocking. Also, and look, this really isn't the biggest issue there, but if you are going to have a game where a bull attacks a group of people, you don't name it convict poker, you name it dodgeball. Again, not the biggest issue, but I did want to bring it up. And look, being attacked by a bull for entertainment is clearly an outlier. Most prisoners are doing routine labor for little to no money. The problem is that can lead to them being seen less as humans paying their debt to society and more as a pool of virtually free labor. And don't take that from me. Listen to Louisiana Sheriff Steve Prater. When the state, as part of a prison reform program, started releasing some inmates, he went home with an unusual complaint.
In addition to the bad ones, and I call these bad, in addition to them, they're releasing some good ones that we use every day to wash cars, to change the oil in our cars, to cook in the kitchen, to do all that when we save money. Well, they're going to let them out. The ones that we use in our work release program, they're going to let them out.
Just think about what he's saying there. He's saying some people need to stay behind bars because they're too valuable as a source of free labor, which is exactly the same plan as the villain in the Shawshank Redemption. Normally, to qualify as a Stephen King villain, you have to be something way less stupid, like an evil car or a guy who forgot to wear a coat. And look, many prisoners do prefer having jobs to just sitting in their cells all day, which again makes sense. So getting rid of prison labor entirely is not the answer here. Paying prisoners more might help, although that will be very difficult. Prisons are now so reliant on their labor, moving to a competitive wage could cost hundreds of millions of dollars each year. And I know that there are those out there who might say, well, what do prisoners even need money for? But the answer to that question is actually really important here. Because while it may seem like you're living for free in prison, you may actually have a lot of expenses like legal fees or basic necessities like soap or shampoo. And as lawmakers in Arizona recently discovered, prisons there were actually requiring women to buy personal hygiene products.
There's a new bill in the legislature that would have the state pay for all feminine hygiene products.
And first to hear the proposal, a committee of 9 men, some of them a bit squeamish about taking on the task.
I guess hearing the bill was something I didn't expect. I didn't expect to hear pads and tampons and the problems of periods.
Okay, so 2 things there. First, the problem of periods sounds like the title of a medical textbook written back in the time we used to treat female emotions with either electrocution or drowning. And second, I am frankly shocked that the man who willingly chose that haircut isn't more of an expert on women. But the fact is, until last year, Arizona's female prisons were allotted just 12 pads per month, which, as I'm going to say, at least half of you know, often isn't nearly enough. And extra hygiene products were not a minor expense. Base pay for prisoners starts at 15 cents an hour, which meant that to buy 1 additional pack of pads took about 21 hours of work. And in theory, women who needed more could simply ask prison guards or get a medical dispensation. But the problem is, in Arizona, as in many places, prisoners also have to pay a co-pay to see a doctor. And I'll let a former prisoner addressing that panel tell you how that worked out in reality.
The most important thing, if I want to request the medical right to get more pads because, say, I have a heavier flow this month than last month, I would have to pay $4 just to be seen by medical. Now, when I'm making 9 cents after tax, you got to really think if I want to put my whole month's income into hopefully being allowed approved for extra pads if they believe I deserve it.
Not only is it utterly ridiculous, which means to pay to make a case, that she deserves access to pads. Just spare a thought, perhaps, to discuss the details of a heavy flow into this bewildered face. So it's pretty clear that for many prisoners, there is an enormous gap between what they make at their prison job and having enough for basic necessities. Now, if they are lucky, they might have family or others on the outside willing to help them out by sending them money. But even that is more complicated than it appears. And this brings us to the final absurd element here, the for-profit companies who stand between prisoners and the outside world. Because let's say that you want to send money to your incarcerated son or daughter. One of the biggest companies that lets families do that is JPay. And there is a catch.
In lots of states, families have to go through JPay to send money into a prison at all. For almost 450,000 families, JPay is the only way to send an inmate money, and the company charges them fees as high as 45%.
To give him $50, I have to send 70 off of my card.
It's hardest on people like Pat Taylor, who are barely scraping by.
I just let a bill go. I let a bill go and pick it up later.
It's true. It costs her $20 just to send 50. So you know what that means? Look out, Ticketmaster. When it comes to dickish transaction fees, there's a new arsehole in town. And charging families to transfer money isn't the only way companies can profit. JPay's parent company, Securus, is also a leader in the field of charging prisoners for phone calls and video visits, which is a $1.2 billion a year industry. Securus has ads which play like a shitty Apple commercial, but make it look like it's a warm, fuzzy company focused on human connections. And it's obviously nice that they are fully acknowledging how important it is for people to connect to others on the phone. It's frankly a lesson that AT&T would do well to take. Boom! You suck it, Mr. Daddy! Business baby, I never get deadline. This baby likes dirty. Wah, wah. I'm fussy. Wah. Don't rub my tummy, I won't be settled. Wah.
still good?
No.
It's still cold a little bit.
Okay, maybe.
Cold.
Like for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not for Monday. Why did I leave this? That's a really bad movie.
Probably.
Fucking bad.
I don't know how. Like,
Okay, you remember the scene where they're hiding in that place with the velociraptor?
Yeah.
They recreated the same scene, but in a
The
convenience
third
store.
time. It's like the Spider-Man
Yeah.
thing, and they're like the great Spider-Man. This is gonna be the one. Like it's like, okay, but you guys already did this 2, 3, now 4 times. You guys are like, no, this time for real. And don't worry, we didn't change it, but it's not the same, and it's better. Like, but it's not. It's still the same. Because if it's not the same, then it's no longer Spider-Man. You fucking kumquat. Like. Round 2. Fight.
What that act doesn't make clear is just how expensive they have successfully made those vital connections. Phone calls within states can go over $1 per minute, and facilities served by Securus have had fees over $3 for the first minute and 16 cents for each additional one, and that can really add up, which can be a massive problem for prisoners' families who may have limited resources.
Shayna Pallas is married to a man who is currently facing a 7.5-year sentence in prison. Pallas has been paying high telephone fees, trying to keep her daughter connected to her father, however she can.
Where'd that go?
But at $6 a call, keeping that connection isn't easy.
Some people might not see $6 a day is a lot, but when there's an infant, $6 a day is half of, a pack of diapers.
And that is rough. You should not have to choose between letting a kid talk to her dad and buying them diapers. That is pretty much the definition of a shitty situation. And if you curtail or remove that connection, it can have serious consequences on life inside the prison, as those who have been there can tell you.
All a lot of guys have when they're incarcerated are those phone calls, those letters, those visits. That's it. That's what they live for. That's how they get through their time. I've seen guys, their family didn't come see them in a week or two, and the next thing you know, they ended up in a home for 90 days. They just felt alone. Because you feel alone. You can't build a family in prison.
He's right. Contact with families is incredibly important and completely unrelated. In the hole for 90 days is also how Sting describes a quickie. And if you're thinking, well, hold up, maybe families can just get around phone charges by visiting their loved ones in person. They can, although that is changing too. Prisons and especially jails have been phasing out in-person visits in favor of video visitation, meaning that you can turn up to see a loved one and still have to sit in a different room and talk to them on a screen. Incredibly, this is something Securus has contractually mandated. Up until 2015, some of their contracts with facilities had them promised to eliminate all face-to-face visitation. And that is just evil. A machine that makes money by stopping people from seeing their families sounds like an item at the top of Satan's Amazon wish list, right before super bed bugs, cauliflower rice, and just the actual existence of Amazon. And while this sounds inhumane, the people running these facilities will insist that the reason for it is purely a safety issue.
If you limit the people who are coming in, you're going to limit the attempts of contraband.
You don't have to worry about contraband. If you're doing a video visit, you're not going to be able to introduce contraband into the jail.
Okay, I get it. So it's a contraband issue. The problem with that explanation is that research shows that installing video visitation does not decrease contraband, probably because it's easier for it to come in through other ways, like through guards, staff, and occasionally through owls, although admittedly, that is mostly an Azkaban problem. So why push video visitation so hard? It is difficult to say. I will point out it seems notable that jails and prisons often get a cut of the proceeds from phone and video calls. And while they will point out that the money goes to an inmate welfare fund, that fund is often used for things other than inmate welfare. One county spent nearly 3/4 of that money on staff salaries, while another dipped into it to buy tasers. Tasers, which really stretches the definition of inmate welfare to a literally shocking degree. And when you put all of this together, you wind up with a scenario where you're not just hurting the people who are incarcerated, you're hurting everyone around them. 1 in 3 families of inmates reported going into debt to pay for phone calls or visitation, which is terrible. And that doesn't really set up a prisoner for success once they are released. Look, the current system of low wages and high costs is clearly no good for anyone, but for the companies who are somehow managing to massively profit from this. And there are things that we can do here, small and large. New York City recently made phone calls from jails free, and Connecticut will consider similar legislation next year. And if you want to make bigger changes, like
I think I'm so funny though.
Although, as I've said, it would undeniably be incredibly expensive and very unpopular.
I don't even care if no one finds me funny. I find me funny. That's all that matters.
That's just common sense. But part of the way mass incarceration persists in this country is by keeping the true costs of it off the books. And we're currently doing that through a combination of underpaid labour from prisoners themselves, financially draining families who've done absolutely nothing wrong, and occasionally managing to monetize prisoners being launched into the fucking air with livestock. And at that point, I would argue we've come a long, long way from common sense. And now, this.
And now, what the fuck is going on with New York City's raccoons?
Raccoons running amok, breaking into homes, helping themselves to food, and leaving behind a big mess.
On most nights in this quiet corner of Central Park, a feeding frenzy takes place. They eat bread, they like pizza.
They're so hungry all the time.
These raccoons don't behave normally. They're out during the daytime when they should be sleeping.
He stood on 2 legs and he hissed at me.
So bad. This 3-year-old Maltese snowball, who used to love to play outside, is now prisoner in his own home, according to his own.
He refuses to go out in the yard.
Raccoon experts are not surprised.
Once they've been trapped in a tight trap once, they'll know not to go into that trap again.
From the
Well,
window, he
no
went
shit.
to the pantry, opened up the door, took out the cat food.
That's
unscrewed,
amazing.
And helped himself.
Oh,
He
for
sat there,
sure.
Ate peanuts and washed his paws in the cat's dish.
And they also say that a raccoon actually removed the wrapper from a lollipop.
What are they, hands?
Yeah.
Reported seeing a tiger roaming the streets in Washington Heights. You see, outside the thing out here, you can. It's like much passing.
This is 100% true. My grandfather used to put a rock with a bungee cord on top of the closed lid, and I watched them knock it over, like push over the whole bin, unclip the bungee cord, unclip the top, and pull the fucking lid off. I was like, what the fuck? Like, during the daytime. It wasn't even nighttime.
Simon,
trapped on that tiger.
it wasn't a tiger, it was a raccoon.
What? That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night. Which was a busy one for the press. To oversaw the largest single-state ice raid in U.S. history, who tweeted conspiracy theories about the death of Jeffrey Epstein, and visited the sites of last week's mass shootings, which went exactly as well as you'd expect.
Some of President Trump's own aides are conceding his visits to two cities in mourning didn't go as planned after new video shows him bragging about crowd sizes while at a hospital in El Paso.
I was here 3 months ago. We made a speech and we had a second. Right? And there was some crowd.
Yeah, what was the question?
And then you had this crazy Beto. Beto had like 400 people in a parking lot. They said this crowd was wonderful.
Wow. Look, we all know how much Trump struggles to do the bare minimum of being a president, but it's still genuinely shocking just how much he struggles to do the bare minimum of being a fucking person. Because just consider the thought process that happened there. He visited a hospital filled with victims of a mass shooting and thought to himself, remember that other time when I was the centre of attention and it was better? And then he thought, do you think anyone else remembers that? Then he thought, I should remind them, right? Then he thought, it's idea. Then he thought, thank you. Then he thought, Ivanka. Then he thought, no time. And then he said it. And he was happy with how it sounded. But Trump's pathological lack of empathy should not distract us from the important question right now, which is what action, if any, will be taken on government. Because while you're kind of conditioned at this point to think absolutely none, pressure is building. When Ohio Governor Mike DeWine spoke at a vigil following the Dayton shooting, the crowd made it painfully clear that they wanted action.
What we do tonight by this amazing crowd is to say to them that we love you, we care very, very deeply about
Get out
you.
of here!
You
You
know
fucking
you're doing
nasty
a bad
fighter.
job when people are yelling, do something at you. Not even try a different position or like that but to the left. Just do something. The universal complaint for men putting in less than 0% everywhere. So it is pretty clear that support for meaningful gun reform is there. But as always, a key obstacle is the NRA, an organisation whose former president once famously said, you can have his gun when you pry it from his cold, dead hands. And guess what? I fucking did. So what are you going to do about it, Charlie? Shoot me? With what, you dead idiot? The NRA has successfully fought legislation for decades now, although it's currently in the midst of an internal shit show. It all started last year when federal investigators started looking into whether a Russian agent had used the NRA to infiltrate Republican politics, which is already comfortably bad enough. But then the New York State AG started looking into their tax-exempt status because the NRA is technically a non-profit. And it turns out there's been some very suspicious expenditures.
In May, leaked documents showed the group's longtime leader, Wayne LaPierre, may have misused member dues, spending nearly $300,000 on designer clothes.
$300,000 on clothes? This guy? How? Wayne LaPierre appears to only own a single suit. Here is what he wore to see back in 2018. Here's what he wore to see back in 2017. Although in 2016, to be fair, he did shake it up and wore this. I'm kidding. I'm clearly just kidding. It was obviously this. And look, if you are going to blow that much money on clothes, at least make more interesting choices than dressing like the head coach of the opposing team in a Mighty Ducks movie. And it wasn't just suits, there were also allegations of misspending on lavish travel expenses, all of which was infuriating for many NRA members and employees, since the organisation has been running deficits of as much as $40 million and has even eliminated free coffee at its headquarters and frozen the employees' pension plan. And things got even worse this week when this story broke.
The CEO of the NRA, Wayne LaPierre, wanted the gun lobby to buy him a $6 million house in Texas, in part over fears for his safety after the Parkland school shooting last year.
Wow. So, putting aside the head of the NRA claiming he needs a mansion because other people got shot, the house in question is ludicrous because the NRA didn't buy it, so it's still listed on Zillow, which is how we know it contains 4 bedrooms and 9 bathrooms, which is objectively too many bathrooms, especially considering one of them is this one. And what the fuck is happening there? That is a bathtub staged like a community theatre. How is that even supposed to work? I mean, I suppose you could sit naked in that tub while 2 people sit with their backs to you reading, or, as it's known in England, a prison. But otherwise, that's an inexplicable setup for a bathroom. And as if all this wasn't enough, board members are also now questioning the large amount paid to the group's ad agency, Ackerman McQueen, which was responsible for creating and running NRA TV. We actually talked about it last year, and there was always something weird going on there because it shows looks both expensive and made for mobile. And though the NRA TV has since been shut down, there's a part of it, the part that's lying, but we'll really miss it because it means there will be no more episodes of my favourite shows like Love at First Shot, a show aimed at women where one episode was focused on the most stylish way to conceal character.
So today, you're going to be given a challenge of finding 2 outfits, and you're going to be judged on 4 different criteria. Concealability, how well you can conceal your firearm. Practicality, are you actually going to wear these clothes that we're going to buy today? Style.
If it gets hot during the day, I just can take off the back piece and still be concealing everything. So.
And where are you carrying?
So I definitely am carrying at the waist.
Okay.
But I have another option too.
Yeah.
And carrying under the arm too.
Perfect. Nice.
I mean, you have to admit, that outfit is versatile. You can totally see her going to the mall, going to drinks, and with those guns, then going to kill the entire Blue Man group. Now, obviously, the death of NRA TV is a tragedy. Thoughts and prayers to all those affected. But the bottom line here is that for the first time in a while, things are not actually looking great for the NRA. So, does this mean that gun control could finally happen? Mitch McConnell has hinted at action on background checks, but he's also refused to recall the Senate and might well be hoping that by the time it's back in session, the pressure will be off. Meanwhile, the president has said that he's willing to stand up to the NRA, but he's also, one, a liar, and two, likely to identify with an organisation that has spent itself into colossal debt, has troubling character, and is associated with shitty TV programmes and very bad taste. I guess what I'm really saying here is, a weakened NRA is nice, sure, but the only way things are really going to change is if lawmakers continue to feel the pressure to, and if I may quote that Ohio crowd, do something. And now, this.
And now, the pointless but somehow mesmerizing play-by-play of the 51st annual stone skipping competition.
All right, our first skipper today is the Hop Man Diner. Oh, a lot of cities have this. Very nice. Yeah, next up is John, the Sheriff Mulbar. The Sheriff, is he a real leader? No, that's the nickname. Do they ever think of taking their shoes off before they go into the water? No, because they're afraid they're going to slip on the rocks there. Yeah, they're broken down. Shorts might have been a good call. Yeah, back, shotgun, sign. He learned most of what he got from rough rock bottom fires. These are special stones. They're not just bending over and picking up a stone. These are stones these guys probably have slept with. There's the nice gift. Ooh, nice gift. Nice. Yeah. Whoa, there's the gift. Came out of nowhere. Max, how do you feel? Like a champion. Feel good about it? I don't know what else to say.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns the country of Turkmenistan, and specifically its president, Gurbanguly Berdimuhammedov. That is not to be confused with the Gurbanguly Berdimuhammedov that you went to high school with, or the one that was dating Taylor Swift over the summer. No, we're talking about this Gurbanguly Berdimuhammedov. He's actually been in the news a bit recently after rumours circulated that he died, something his government pushed back on hard. First, insisting that he was merely on vacation, then releasing a 25-minute video to state TV showing everything he was supposedly doing, from bowling to working out with his friends to this.
As we know, our dear leader is very skillful in controlling his sports car. He rode his powerful off-road car around the crater and demonstrated his high professional driving skills.
Well, count me convinced. That guy is clearly alive and well. You can't do donuts around a flaming pit if you're dead. Think about all the people who are dead right now. Babe Ruth, Galileo, Marlon Brando, Mother Teresa, the original Paul McCartney. Do you see any of them doing donuts around fire pits? Of course you don't. You have to be alive. Now, if Berdimuhammedov looks a bit familiar at all to you, we've actually mentioned him before on this show during our segments on authoritarian governments last year, when we showed you this clip of him being a literal strongman. I hate to say this to a fellow lifter, but that shit's weak, bro. You did one rep, and there weren't even weights on the bar. Even when I'm tapering, I stack more plate than an omakase. My body's stuck up beast mode, and there's no off switch. You want to know how I got these two boulder shoulders? By putting in my time and my muscles have swollen you. I'm just saying, bro. Take notes, because I burst out of suits like I'm Meghan Markle. Ooh. Boom. No mistake, Berdimuhammedov is even worse at ruling a country than he is at pushing plates. He is a fierce authoritarian, and according to Human Rights Watch, Turkmenistan remains one of the world's most closed and oppressively governed countries, or, as one NGO researcher puts it,
I would say it's probably one of the worst places to live in the world. Absolutely no freedom of the press, absolutely no way you can voice any kind of opinion. It is still virtually a police.
One of the worst places on Earth. That is quite a claim, especially considering Earth also includes Syria, North Korea, and Twitter. And it's not just a lack of freedom of speech. There have also been State Department reports of arbitrary arrest and detention, endemic corruption, and forced labour. So he's a dangerous world leader. But that is not the reason that we're talking about him. After all, dangerous world leaders are currently a dime a dozen. It's just
one of the many things that makes being alive right now simply great. No, what makes Bernie Kavanagh unique is that even among strongman dictators, he is truly, deeply, and compellingly odd. So tonight, let's take a look at them. And while this story is going to get very weird, I promise you, in 20 minutes, you're not so much going to be wondering why we talked about Turkmenistan as why we'd ever talk about anything else ever again. And let's start with the obvious autograph stuff here. He's been running Turkmenistan for 12 years. And in his most recent election, he won with 98% of the votes. And like many autocrats, he's fond of showcasing his physical prowess, which you kind of already knew from watching him install a shower rod on #ArmDay. And there's just no shortage of videos online where you can see him and throwing knives to impress his troops. But that is just the beginning, because Bernie Kavanagh takes those standard issue cult of personality antics and does them just a little bit stranger.
By shooting targets down while riding a bike, our Greek chief once again demonstrated his physical readiness. This became a moment when our dear leader, who has high skills in every trade, demonstrated his level of masterfulness.
Oh yes, total masterfulness. So watch out, enemies of Turkmenistan, because Bernie Kavanagh will not hesitate to slowly ride a bike near you and shoot a gun in your general vicinity before editor makes it look like he actually hit you. But it is not just knife tossing and gun cycling. Bernie Kavanagh is also an artist, and his canvas is the human ear. He went viral last year with a rap video recorded with his grandson about the importance of sports called Sport Me Turkmenistan.
Sport and the health is inspiration. Makes body strong and show all the nation. Gives you a joy and raise spirit high. Sports is the way to your healthy life.
Fire. Everything about that video is perfect, from the fact that clearly neither of them are playing their instruments, to the fact that they just rhymed Turkmenistan with Turkmenistan. All in all, it is a fun, catchy sports anthem, truly worthy of Jock Jams Volume 40, Maybe Sports Suck. But his musical talents don't just stop there. He also DJs, plays the piano, and is a guitarist who goes to great lengths to conceal his blistering chops. Holy shit! He looks like he's playing a duet with the smoke monster from Lost. That stage looks like the back entrance to a church after a French AA meeting. So he's a strong man who likes DJing, rapping with his grandson, and playing the guitar. But amazingly, we haven't even gotten to the truly weird stuff yet. Because Bernie Kavanagh also likes horses. Like a lot. Like the incorrect amount. Like to the extent that it distracts from everything he's done during his nearly 13-year presidency. Just think about how much Angela Merkel would have to like turtle for someone go on TV and say, we don't have much time, so let's put aside everything she's ever done as Chancellor of Germany, and let's focus on the turtle clip. That is how much Bernie Kavanagh likes horses. And not just any horse. He's specifically a fan of the Akal Teke, which isn't in itself unusual. It's a beloved national symbol in Turkmenistan. But not only does he give Akal Teke as gifts to other world leaders, he's written multiple books on horses, including The Horse, a symbol of faithfulness and happiness, The Flight of the Celestial Race Horses, and Akal Teke, Our Pride and Glory. Until recently, an official English language copy of that book was actually available on Amazon, but unfortunately, there was only one copy. And it appears that someone bought it, shipped it to New York, and put it under my desk. Because, would you like to hear my favourite passage from this book? Because it's this, and I quote, "Witnesses never wearied of being astonished by the steed and human intercourse brought to full perfection," which I'm hoping is a mistranslation, but probably isn't, because Bernie Kavanagh has involved himself in all stages of the horse life cycle. A few years ago, he awarded himself the title the People's Horse Breeder. He's also made it illegal to change an Akal Teke's horse's name during its lifetime, and a few years ago issued a presidential decree instituting a tradition of beauty contests for horses, which is definitely odd. But at the same time, you do have to admit, the Akateke is a beautiful horse. I mean, that's a super fuckable horse right there. I'm not saying that I would fuck that horse. I'm just saying that if I was a horse, I would fuck that horse. To be clear, me, John Oliver the human, would not fuck that horse. But John Oliver the horse would definitely fuck that horse. That's not weird. I'd be a horse. Horses fuck other horses all the time. That's how they make new horses. I guess what I'm saying is, if I was a horse and you said to me, fuck, marry, kill, Mustang, Akateke, Clydesdale, no question in my horse mind, fuck the Akateke, marry the Mustang, send the Clydesdale to the glue factory. But again, only if I was a horse. Only if I was a horse. And look, admittedly, I've thought about this a lot, but definitely not as much as Global Beauty Birdie McCamadon has. Amazingly, he reportedly owns more than 600 Akateke, which is almost 10% of the world's total. He owns a plurality of them. That is objectively too many horses. Imagine owning 10% of the world's total of anything, and I say this as the owner of 100% of Amazon's inventory of Akateke are pride and glory. Now, earlier this year, he actually gave Birdie McCamadon yet another one named Rowatch, and he was so excited that he wrote a poem about his new horse and read it on state TV, and this is real.
You are the worship and memorabilia of ancestors. You are the passage of the past into tomorrow. Your name is the melody of heavens. Rowatch, you are the anthem of my heart.
Wait. Just wait. Your name is the melody of heavens? Writing a fuck sonnet about a horse is weird. It strongly suggests that he'd like to have sex with that horse. But writing a fuck sonnet about a horse while sitting on a horse throne among horse-accented cabinetry, complemented by a horse statue, horseshoe, and custom desk inlaid with gold horses, that strongly suggests that he actually already did. The point is, President Equus here likes horses, but do horses like him? The answer, and this is a direct quote, is nay. And don't just take that from me. Don't take that from me. Look at Rowatch's expression there. That's not so much an expression as a physical manifestation of the phrase, I can't even. And this isn't even the first time a horse has seemed to have an issue with Birdie McCamadon. Just watch what happened when he participated in a horse race in 2013. And before I show you this, I should say two things. First, remember, he runs a country where activists are disciplined in the prison system and which has hit the bottom of a number of human rights indexes. And second, the horse you're about to see was fine. It was fine. So we've got a few things in line. Watch this. Again, the horse is alive and well. And previously, here was being donuts around the fire pit. You have to be alive to do that. Case closed. Now, interestingly, when that race aired on TV in Turkmenistan, the footage cut off a split second before his fall. So Birdie McCamadon really didn't want people to see that footage. Specifically, this footage. Exactly. That's the footage that he really didn't want people to see. In fact, he was so concerned that people might see it. Journalists were apparently asked to erase all pictures and footage taken of the incident, and at the airport, officials conducted extra checks for flash sticks and camera memory discs for any traces of the video. And look, I'm not going to show you that same video again. Why would I, when I can instead show you a closer angle of the exact same incident? Again, the horse is fine, and, this is true, a hero. So to summarize here, Turkmenistan's authoritarian president is a strongman / DJ with a creepy, unreciprocated affection for horses, and that is where this story ends. Or, at least it was going to, until we learned about one last bizarre obsession of his. And in the words of Turkmen airport officials inspecting the luggage of foreign journalists, we are going to have to unpack it.
The president has a childlike obsession with collecting Guinness World Records. Ashgabat holds the record for highest density of buildings with white marble cladding. This tower won a world record for largest architectural image of a star. Again, a Guinness record for the hotly contested title of world's largest indoor Ferris wheel.
Okay, all right. First First of all, the only thing worse than a Ferris wheel is an indoor Ferris wheel. And second, the highest density of buildings with white marble cladding is just a pointless record. I get he clearly has an obsession with marble. The man even built a statue of himself on a golden horse atop a massive white marble cliff. But at some point, a record is so bizarrely specific it ceases to be impressive, like largest bowl of goulash eaten while watching Frasier, or world's tallest Ansel Elgort. Also, incidentally, the world's smallest Ansel Elgort. But the point is, during his tenure as president, Turkmenistan has aggressively set a number of Guinness records, including the world's highest number of fountain pools in a public space, the world's longest single-line bicycle parade, the world's largest horsehead statue, of course, and the world's largest cycling awareness lesson. We actually found footage of him setting that record, and he seems pretty psyched about his achievement.
I would like to express my special appreciation to a representative of the Guinness Record Book for a certificate for the largest cycling awareness lesson. This respected award is another one into the collection of our country's Guinness records.
Okay, so first of all, a cycling awareness lesson seems entirely unnecessary. Cycling is what you do when you want to lose a gunfight as slowly and as inaccurately as possible. Who isn't aware of that by this point? But here is where the story is actually going to shift away from Turkmenistan for a minute, although I promise we will be back. Because at this point, we started wondering, what is an official from Guinness World Records doing in one of the most repressive countries on earth, certifying records for an autocrat? Because this is supposed to be the fun-loving company that certifies quirky records like, and these are real, most apples held in the mouth and cut by a chainsaw in 1 minute, or oldest male stripper. It's supposed to be fun. But when we started looking into it, we discovered that in the last few years, a big chunk of Guinness World Records income now comes from helping companies and other clients invent and break new records to get publicity. Things like working with General Mills to set the record for world's longest line of tacos. Basically, they can help design events and even send an official adjudicator like the one you just saw to award the record on the spot. But that doesn't come cheap. For a full-service event, they reportedly charge anywhere from $12,000 to over $500,000. And you might think, okay, but who gives a shit? I'm not a 9-year-old waiting to testify in family court. Why do I care about the Guinness Book of World Records? But the thing is, it's not just companies. They also work with authoritarian governments, and Bernie McCallum isn't the only one. Guinness World Records has also sent adjudicators to Saudi Arabia to certify records their world's largest flagpole, and has repeatedly worked with the Dubai police force, helping them break 11 records, among them most consecutive formations formed by unmanned aerial vehicles. And if you're wondering what that even means, here is what it looked like. First, I would argue he could be slightly more impressed by that drone constellation of his own face. Although I will say this, that might actually be the single most ethically defensible use of drones in the Middle East. The whole point we're making here is authoritarians love getting Guinness World Records, and you can see why. They reinforce a cult of personality and confer a sense of legitimacy on the global stage, which brings us back to Gurbanguly Bernie McCallum, because he absolutely loves him. So if you wanted to hurt him, it would actually be his weakness. The only question is, if you wanted to embarrass this particular human rights abusing horsefucker, what record would hurt him the most? I mean, it'd have to involve some of his favourite things, wouldn't it? Like horses and white marble, and also include a humiliating moment that he didn't want people to know about. So, hypothetically, if you could make the world's largest marble cake, featuring the image of him falling off a horse, that would check all of the boxes there, right? I mean, of course, it wouldn't be easy, would it? The current record for largest marble cake is around 160 square feet, set by Betty Crocker in where else but Saudi Arabia. Also, you'd ideally want an official adjudicator to come and certify the cake immediately, and unfortunately, here is where I do have some bad news, because we actually planned to bake a 600 square foot cake that would make Becky Crocker look like a fucking mouse twinkle. But when we reached out to Guinness World Records and we asked them to send someone, they declined, saying, and I quote, "Unfortunately, because our brand is aligned with kids and families, this record attempt is not one that we will be able to provide an adjudicator for." Which is, yeah, it's a real shame. I guess we just don't run a brutal enough dictatorship to meet Guinness World Records' high ethical standards. Although they did say that if we fully documented making the cake, they might certify us after the fact. Unfortunately, they wanted us to sign an agreement that could have prevented us from criticising them in this story, which is clearly ridiculous, but it hit us. We don't need Guinness World Records to make a world record-sized cake. And if we did, not only would we be annoying an authoritarian leader, we'd also now be annoying these guys. So did we bake it? I guess I really only have two questions for you at this point. One, are you ready to make history? And two, who wants some fucking cake? Behold, this monstrous folly. I told you things were going to get weird tonight, didn't I? I admit it. When I said earlier, our main story concerns Turkmenistan. What? You did not expect the show to end 20 minutes later with me standing next to the world's largest marble cake, depicting a guy.
And it looks like it's made of marble.
I have some good news. Everyone in this audience is going to get some cake to take home tonight. Of this magnificent frosted beast will be donated to City Harvest. We did it, guys. We did it.
You got a giant fork?
We did it. Clap for me, cyclists. Clap for me now. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. See you next week. Good night. Just time for a quick recap of the week in which a lot happened, from John Hickenlooper dropping out of the presidential race. He's one of these three men, it's impossible to know which. To a Russian airplane hitting a flock of birds and crashing into a field with no one dying, or as is more commonly known, a dry Sully. And then, of course, there was this.
NBC News has confirmed President Trump has talked to aides and members of Congress about possibly buying Greenland.
Yeah, of course he fucking did.
It's like 2019.
Greenland is icy, distant, and semi-autonomous. It's exactly Trump. Now, speculation on Trump's comments rose to such a point this week that Greenland's premier had to issue a statement saying Greenland is not for sale.
Yeah, they are currently.
2.5 years in your office pool of when a world leader would have to tell Trump you can't buy our country. Congratulations, you're a big winner. But
are you
but
so wrong?
But now let's turn to a different diplomatic hotspot, Hong Kong. It is the city equivalent of using Hulu with your ex-boyfriend's account, in that it's basically free, but that could change at any minute. For weeks now, Hong Kong has been in a state of upheaval.
This morning, Hong Kong near the brink after a day of violence that shut one of the world's busiest airports for a second day in a row. International travellers caught in the standoff, with hundreds of flights cancelled as luggage carts blocked passengers, pleading with protesters to make their flights.
Hey guys, come on, you're getting really selfish now. Oh, I I get that he's frustrated, but he's in a really tough spot there. Come on, guys, I need to catch my flight.
Fuck your flight,
Take
bro.
down your fight for democracy for a bit. Look, I'm not saying don't try to maintain your fragile passport freedom, but could you just take it down a couple of notches so I can get to my gate? Come on, guys. You're being selfish. The protests initially began over a bill that would have allowed China to extradite Hong Kong citizens to the mainland, which opponents feared were part of a larger plan to undermine Hong Kong's autonomy. And the protesters have been very recent,
They're all
using
students.
umbrellas as shields and lasers to disarm
Look at the right
police,
taken
and
out.
circumventing a prohibition against marches by
And they said it was
organising
fake.
Tinder, which
And
is
it's
fantastic
fake makeup.
news for anyone in Hong Kong struggling to explain to a significant other what they were doing looking at Tinder. I was recruiting protesters. Yeah. Female protesters aged 24 to 29, interested in public sex threesomes and ass play. That's really what this movement is all about, right? Now, in response, the Chinese government has been flexing its muscles, moving armoured personnel carriers to the border and escalating their rhetoric, claiming protesters show signs of terrorism. And within China, state media has framed the protests as the work of foreign forces, and one force in particular.
People are protesting against terrorism?
There are more and more indications showing that there are certain extraterritorial forces who played a horrible role in this chaos. There are pictures of foreign agents giving protesters money, encouraging them to mold public opinion. Who are they? It's fair to say the CIA has spent over 7 years plotting in Hong Kong.
Look, no one is saying the CIA does not have a long, shitty history of meddling in other countries' politics. It helped overthrow the Iranian government and reinstall the Shah. It sponsored the pigs invasion, and it created the show Paw Patrol to brainwash the planet's toddlers with an authoritarian worldview. Yes, it did all of those things, but all indications are that what is happening in Hong Kong is local and the result of long simmering internal tensions. And if this is an American plot, one thing is for sure, nobody told the president, because Trump not only barely seems aware of what's going on there, he also essentially gave China a green light to do whatever they want. Like when he said this at the start of the month.
That they're on the
Well,
DL.
something's probably happening with Hong Kong, because when you look at, what's going on, they've had riots for a long period of time.
Yeah, they're all
And
students.
I don't know what China's
That
attitude is.
don't
Somebody said that
want to be under
at some
Xi
point they're
Jinping.
going to want to stop that. But that's between Hong Kong and that's between China, because Hong Kong is a part of China. They'll have to deal with that themselves. They don't need advice.
They want to separate from China. Xi Jinping.
Somehow, there's both a lot and nothing to unpack there. But I will say this. They're going to want to stop that. It's exactly the wrong message to send to China right now. Anything would have been better than that. If he said, what do I do in Hong Kong? Well, it's strong, it's angry. I don't like when it throws barrels at Mario. I think, okay, you're clearly thinking of Donkey Kong, not Hong Kong. Well, at least he didn't give the possibility of force, so no harm done there. And Trump effectively giving China a tacit endorsement to use force against protesters is unfortunately not remotely surprising. He sends the wrong signals to other countries all the time. And until his term ends, we're all just going to have to live with the fact that we now have a president who looks at America's allies and says, fuck yourselves, looks at Russian interference in our elections and says, no big deal, and looks at Greenland and says, $200 plus Don Jr., final offer. And now, this.
It's that time of year again. Again.
Starbucks will offer a seasonal pumpkin spice latte starting this month on the 27th. That's 2 weeks from today. The earliest it has ever started.
Not that I'm complaining at all, because I admittedly am a PSL lover, but that's fall, August 27th, right? We're still in summer.
First is next Wednesday.
That, my way, folks, is the earliest launch ever for the so-called PSL.
You know summer's over when they whip out the pumpkin latte.
It's over.
Yeah.
Give it up.
You can't escape the sweet oblivion of the spice.
Not even pumpkin. I don't know pumpkin spice. There's no pumpkin in it.
You fool! Beyond your feeble human comprehension.
Starbucks saying they'll be introducing the treat, which for some reason, like McRibs, has a cult-like following.
It is kind of like the McRib.
Pumpkin spice latte, pumpkin spice coffee, usually coming out in the fall, but now Spam supposed to jump in this.
Let the taste of the pumpkin begin.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns doctors, rated #1 by Reasons There's a Finger in Your Ass magazine. Doctors have held a position of high esteem in our society for generations, as you can see in the 1930s film Men of Medicine.
In every U.S. city and town, there is one house that everybody knows, the doctors. Available here are the services of a man who, by law, is privileged to practice the most respected of all professions.
Yes, only doctors have the privilege of shoving a stick into a child's mouth and diagnosing the condition that we in the 1930s know as gross throat.
Tuberculosis.
The culprit is
Everything
drowning.
is tuberculosis.
But
And I don't even
while
fucking know
medicine
what
may be the most respected of all professions, it is important to know that not everyone has the same experience when they visit a doctor.
I think I would have been treated completely differently if I had been male. You'll hear doctors and nurses like, oh, they're just exaggerating, you know, and not really listening to them because it's a black person, but if it's like a white person, it's just like, oh my God, like this is serious.
It's true. If you're a woman and or a person of colour in the US, you may well have a very different relationship to our healthcare system than a white man. So frankly, who better for 20 minutes about this than me, the whitest of white men? Look, I'm getting a sunburn watching the Travel Channel. I'm a walking side of donuts, pale, filled with cake, and found at every farmer's market in the northeast. But this is a discussion that we need to have, because while the vast majority of doctors are doing hard work with sometimes limited resources, bias in medicine is a serious issue, and while it's not the only factor in determining health outcomes, it can have a massive effect. Let's talk about bias in medicine in two specific areas. First, sex, and in the words of every therapist I've ever had, let's start with sex. Historically, women's bodies have always been fraught with judgments and misconceptions.
Yeah, it's a trial and error basis.
No,
Thalidomide, thalidomide.
You might get killed and
Oh, that's why. Peggy, of course I can't go swimming. You know I've got the curve.
Yeah, Peggy! What are you, an idiot? She's got the curse. She can't swim, she'll fucking sink! It's true, in the 50s, women referred to their period as the curse, but that's not all.
Yeah.
Breasts were the haunted mountains, butts were the valley of doom. Pregnancy was the happening, and giving birth was called the Babadook. It was a very, very scary time to be a woman. And look, things have clearly improved since then, but women can still face an uphill battle to get quality healthcare. There are many studies showing this. For instance, they found that women were less likely to be referred for knee replacements than men. If they're over 50 and critically ill, they were less likely to receive life-saving interventions. And when going to the ER with urgent abdominal pain, women were less likely to receive any pain medicine. Just listen to one doctor.
Apparently I'm completely fine.
In her profession,
You did all the special tests and
I think that
don't take birth control for 10 years.
Pain are attributed
Multiple
to
partners
emotional
actively trying to get
imbalance
pregnant.
or, you know, women being hysterical
And there
or
was something
crying
wrong with
wolf about their pain, and that's absolutely wrong.
Yeah, of course it is.
And when I first brought it up, they said, well, you're trying to get pregnant. And I said, no, but I'm not
Because
trying.
she's calling into the office and she's got
And they
AT&T
said, well, what's the problem?
because the calls keep dropping out. Boom, business, daddy. I caught you again. Business, baby, what up, all cranky. I'm airing my dirty diapers in poverty. I'm high maintenance. And look, while some of this may have to do with implicit bias on doctors' parts, there is also a systemic problem here, where doctors may literally know less about women's bodies. Because historically, medicine has studied men's bodies, which here means those assigned male at birth, as a proxy for all bodies. And as one researcher who studied this will tell you, the reason for that was incredibly dumb.
There's this assumption that you are me with pesky hormones.
Oh, with pesky hormones.
The idea is that the fundamental things are similar between you and me. So that, ironically, the best way to study you is to study me. Because when
You don't have pesky hormones.
right, we're studying all the fundamental things in you without this sort of nuisance stuff.
Yeah, women are full of nuisance stuff, which is why medicine has long chosen to believe that women are just hormonal men. Also, children are tiny men, dogs are
What is it? Hysterical.
trees are big, hard, still men, birds are men who can fly,
Emotionally
fish are men who can glove, and
hysterical.
volcanoes are men who, for some reason, ejaculate lava. And this idea that women are just men with pesky hormones has led to some woman-shaped blind spots in medicine. For decades, women were basically excluded from medical research trials, in part because of a concern that their menstrual cycles would complicate the results, which you would think would be all the more reason to include them in tests, because women are half the population and can respond to treatment or drugs very differently. And in some cases, their exclusion was utterly ridiculous, as this news
Well,
report
they
from the
don't want
90s
that,
shows.
obviously.
In 1990, the Journal of the
They
National
want to do the
Cancer
least
Institute
amount of
published
testing
this
as
report,
possible.
which looked at the impact of diet
Been made
on
very
estrogen
clear at this
metabolism
point.
and its links to cancer of the breast and uterus. All of the subjects were men.
It's true. They studied a way to prevent cancer of the uterus on people who did not have one. That's ridiculously unhelpful. It's like studying healthy conflict resolution and only surveying the Real Housewives of New York. They resolved no conflicts. Luann's still pissed off about Dorinda's fish room. Ramona's turned up uninvited at Barbara's clam bake, and Tinsley's furious because they all laughed at the fact that she froze her dead dog. The group's dynamic is still a mess, and the show's all the better for it. And when you have the male body as the default reference, and doctors who might not take women's pain seriously, the consequences can be deadly. Take heart attacks. The conditions that do to them are looking like they do on TV all the time. You know, people grabbing their chest and then falling over. But for many women, that is not what they look like. Instead, their heart attacks present with subtler symptoms like pain in the back or jaw, nausea, and unusual fatigue. And lots of doctors miss that. Just look what happened to Catherine Leon, who went to the ER with serious heart problems and was told this.
The young men, very condescending, thought I was just a drama queen.
Or
And
a
he
drug
said,
addict. That was my
"It's
favorite.
not my
When you're trying to
job
get a drug
to
fix.
tell you what's wrong
I'm
with
like,
you.
the flesh on my
It's
hand
my
is
job
starting
tell
to
you what
peel
it's
off
not, and it's not
from
your
an
heart."
oil burn.
And that was it.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what do I do next? And he's like, you go home.
Yeah.
That doctor managed to find literally the only time that telling someone to go home is bad advice. Because having a bad day at work, just go home. At a party stuck next to a guy who wants to talk about Bitcoin, go home. You're on second and your body grounds a single into left field. The outfielder picks it up and throws to first as around third, but you realise he's overthrown. Go home! Go home! Go home now! But Catherine Leon was having a heart attack. She should not have been sent home, and she's by no means alone. One study found that women who came to the hospital with heart attack symptoms were 7 times more likely than men to be misdiagnosed and sent home from the hospital, which is terrible. The only thing a woman should be 7 times more likely to do is recognise those Real Housewives references from earlier. And you know, even that is not remotely okay. That shows both a nuanced and searing portrayal and loneliness
Oh, it's
in
terrible.
or universal things that should transcend whatever superficial boxes in which it's currently confined. It's our not to do about nothing, and Andy Cohen is our Shakespeare. But that's not the point. It's a very good point. In fact, it's an excellent point. But it's not the point we're making here, which is sex and gender bias can clearly distort medical outcomes, but they are not the only forms of bias that can do that. And now, if I may quote the inside of Donald Trump's head, when energy at one of his rallies seemed to be flagging, let's get to the racism stuff. Because there is a huge disparity in life expectancy between black and white Americans, particularly for black men. In fact, when one study tried to quantify what is called the mortality gap, they found some shocking numbers, which this documentary chose to illustrate in the most jarring possible way.
We found over 83,000 excess deaths per year in the African American community alone.
83,000 excess deaths each year.
What does that
That's the
mean?
equivalent of a major airliner filled with black passengers falling out of the sky every single day.
It happens to Canadians all the time.
Well, that's
300
such a really
Canadians.
specific way to put that.
Because
You don't
Boeing
need to take a
replaced
number
the
that's
piece of
already
their
a
plane
disaster
because
and
it
put
was
it in
cheaper.
terms of another disaster. 83,000 excess deaths is like 4 double-decker buses driving
No,
into each other
Dad.
every
What?
6 hours. It's 5 hot air balloons exploding every minute for a week. It's the
They
death of
said,
Princess
well,
Diana 83,000 times. I get it. It's pretty bad. I get it. Now clearly, there are systemic factors contributing to that number. Even just when it comes to contact with the healthcare system, there can be appalling disparities. There are, again, many studies showing African Americans have a lower likelihood of receiving recommended care for everything from pneumonia to hip fractures to multiple cancers. And while there's no one cause for these disparities, it certainly doesn't help that, as a study of med students and doctors found just 3 years ago, misinformation about African American patients is rampant.
The study found some doctors believed there are biological differences between the two races. For example,
25% of doctor residents thought blacks have thicker skin.
Holy shit! You do not expect to hear that at a medical school. You barely expect to hear it yelled across a table by a racist grandpa at Thanksgiving. What are you talking about, Grandpa? His skin isn't thicker than yours, and even if it were, that is not why you didn't vote for him. And that is not the only insane belief that study found. 14% of second-year med students agreed that black people's nerve endings are less sensitive than whites, which they obviously aren't, and 70% believe that black people's blood coagulates more quickly than whites, which it obviously doesn't. And at that point, I wouldn't be surprised to learn 86% of them believe that Irish jizz is green on holidays. Not even just St. Patrick's Day, all holidays, even Yom Kippur. That's the worst time to ejaculate. Now, it is impossible to say exactly where they get those beliefs, but medical textbooks are not immune from bias. This nursing textbook was available until just 2 years ago, when it was pulled.
Yeah, well, they're still teaching kids in fucking elementary school that the Native Americans made room for the fucking the settlers.
If they are to enter heaven. African Americans believe suffering and pain are inevitable, and Native Americans may pick a sacred number when asked to rate pain on a numerical pain scale. And you expect that a textbook might have typos or outdated information. You do not expect it to basically say Hispanics think God is kinky, and Native Americans will tell you wizard numbers.
Literally said to elementary school kids that the Native Americans made room for the first settlers.
Of all
That's not what happened.
That black people have thicker skin,
to explain that to their
nurses
kids.
are being told that they think suffering is inevitable. That might lead to black patients' pain being treated differently, which happens. And I actually think that Wanda Sykes summed this up best.
Because of racism, black people, we don't even get our hands on opioids. They don't even give them to us. White people get opioids like they Tic Tacs.
Yeah. True.
It amazes me how many opioids you motherfuckers have.
That's why Rainbow Sun is sticks like fentanyl up his ass to 14-year-olds.
You know what they sent my black ass home with? Ibuprofen.
Okay,
I had to go to the hospital to get better.
Advil should absolutely call itself ibuprofen. That is non-negotiable. That has to happen. But second, that's by no means unusual. One recent analysis found that black patients were 34% less likely to be prescribed opioids for pain than white patients with similar conditions. And while there are a lot of good reasons to prescribe fewer opioids, my patients are black. It's just not one of them. And the danger is, if you consistently have bad experiences with healthcare, you might be less inclined to seek help that you need.
Oh, next time I go to the hospital, I took my
This
conscious.
woman, who was diagnosed with lupus, described how she was impacted by the response from doctors when she sought pain treatment.
It was just this belief that I was making things up, that what I was saying
Oh, I go to the hospital
real,
when
that
I'm
I must
dying.
be seeking drugs or selling
And I
drugs or
am
some such
not
thing.
sure.
Is that really what people would? That's what you were getting?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so what happens is you up a ton of fear around going to the doctor.
Yeah, of course you'd be frightened to go to the doctor if you thought they'd treat you like a drug dealer. I'm terrified of them.
My doctor
The worst
did.
thing doctors ever say to me is, Mr. Oliver, you're 42 and you should know the need to be bribed with a
Best
lollipop
friend
to
is
get a
girlfriend of
function.
my fucking
But I'm
grandma.
not going. I want a lollipop. I've been very brave. Give me a lollipop. I'm not saying that all doctors are racist or sexist because they obviously are.
Like, give me a fucking blood test. I'll fucking
People
prove it.
have biases, and doctors are people. And they may have come up in a system that, intentionally or not, has often discounted the experiences of a major portion of the population. And their biases, explicit or implicit, have life or death consequences. And there's perhaps no stark expression of where sex and race can negatively impact healthcare outcomes than maternal mortality. Currently, the United States has the highest rate of maternal mortality in the developed world, which is already terrible, but it gets even worse for black women.
You're a woman of color in this country, especially if you're black. Your odds of dying in childbirth are 3 to 4 times higher on average in our country.
Why? Because you're not talking about access to healthcare. You're not talking about money right.
And this is going to be hard to hear. We believe black women less when they express concerns about the symptoms they're having, particularly around pain.
Yeah, And that is hard to hear. But it is worth really underscoring what he just said there. These racial disparities exist even when you control for socioeconomic factors like education or insurance status. We are literally disbelieving black women to death. And that is appalling enough in theory, but it's heartbreaking in practice. Take Kira Johnson, who gave birth to a son, only for things to go horribly wrong. Her husband said that she waited hours for a CT scan. By the time doctors took the situation seriously, it was too late. She died from surgery. To this day, her husband wonders what he could have done differently.
I still wait at nights thinking, man, like maybe I should have grabbed somebody by the collar, right? Maybe I should have turned the table over, right? But that made a difference. I definitely thought about the whole issue of I didn't want to say now is angry but angry black. Like I'm not the smallest guy in the world. And what that would mean and how we would be perceived and how we would be treated as a result of that perception. When this first happened, I would get questioned a lot. Do you think it would be different? And the way I answer that question is the simple fact that you have to ask that question is a problem.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge fucking problem. Because that's absolutely devastating. A woman no one would listen to, and a man who feared that if he spoke up, he'd be judged with the colour of his skin. Look, I don't think anyone in their right mind would be comfortable with the idea of someone getting worse medical care because of their race or sex. So, given that we all agree on that, what can be done? Well, ideally, we simply figure out a way for no one to ever get sick again, thus making trips to the doctor embarrassment of the past. Like VCRs or MTV giving out something called the Michael Jackson Video Vanguard Awards. Hold on, 2019? They're still doing that? Is that a different Michael Jackson? It must be, right? Why drag Missy Elliott into this shit? But there are also concrete measures that the medical community can take here. Standardizing care is a good first step. Since 2006, California has cut its rate of women dying in childbirth by more than half, in part by instituting protocols for maternal care. Some hospitals they now do things like quantifying blood loss after birth by gathering the sponges and pads and weighing them on a scale. That way, the doctor's potential biases are removed from the equation because if the patient is bleeding too much, the scale will say so. But that is just one example to address one very specific problem. Clearly, we need to think much bigger here, and I am just not the best vehicle for this message. What we really need is someone who can speak with authority from real experiences here, and luckily, I know just the person. Please welcome Wanda Sykes! Wanda, I've got to say, Wanda, exactly, Wanda, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you're here.
I bet you are.
Yeah. It's just because I was a bit worried that I might be a bit too white to give advice.
Well, that's because you are.
Oh, right.
You're real white.
I am, yeah.
I am, yes.
I bet you clap on the 1 and the 3, don't you?
I honestly wouldn't know how else to do it. Yeah.
So you just gonna have me staying here?
Oh, would you rather?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, okay. Sure, please.
You think it's sick? Let me sit.
All right. Should I just clap? Should I?
You can go.
No, okay, all right, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can go.
Hello and welcome to Last Sad Tonight with Spectacles McDorky. Okay, look. If you're a woman or a person of color, going to the doctor can be rough. Been there, done that, got the ibuprofen. But there's some things we can do. First, doctors and med students should get bias training. I know that doesn't sound like fun, but it's one of those things that's not fun, but you should do it anyway. Like reading with your kids. Trust me. Trust me, you don't want to hear that your child has a reading problem and it's you. Second, we need more diversity in the medical field. We need more non-white doctors in actual hospitals, not just the ones made up by Shonda Rhimes. And finally, until we do those first 2 things, you've got to advocate for yourself. And if that doesn't work, don't worry, I've got a backup plan. It's called Bring a White Man. Basically, if your doctor's ignoring you, just bring a white man to repeat everything you said. And if you're thinking, Wanda, where the fuck am I gonna find one of those? Don't worry. I've got a white friend who loves complaining to doctors. And he's recorded some messages you can use. So let's say you're having a heart attack and they're not listening. Just take out your phone and show your doctor this.
Hey, you know what? I'm having a heart attack. But it's not like, whoa, no, it's a lady heart attack. I'm having a lady heart attack.
They're not sending that man home. They're not sending him home. They're giving him an EKG, an MRI, and a BLT if he asks for it. And it's not just heart attacks. I got Larry to record messages for every occasion.
Get out.
My elbow hurts when I do this. Like a whipping motion. I can't bend it. I cannot squat. Boy, my uterus is killing me. I've got some pesky hormones today. Shouldn't have to say this, but my skin thickness is pretty much the same as everybody else's. Hard for me to explain what's going on with my ass, but I'm going to tell you something. It hurts. Okay? Side to side. And the crack. And it's like, I don't know if it's coming from the crack, and that's why the sides hurt, or if it's coming from the sides, and that's why the crack hurts. Oh, no, I can't consume it. I've got the curse.
You can find all of those and more at what'slarrysproblem.com.
Oh, that's so great, Wanda. But let me just ask quickly. What if a doctor still ignores you?
Oh, don't worry. I got Larry to record the white person's 7-word mating call. Check it out.
I'd like to speak to your supervisor.
Boom! Conversation over.
It's done. It's all over. That's great, Wanda. Thank you so much. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to Larry David. Good night.
Hi, handsome. You're so cute. I love you.
Joining us, just time for a quick recap of the week, and it was a busy one for the president, who spent seemingly the entire week desperately trying to prove that he was in the right when he claimed that last Sunday, Alabama was among the states most likely to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, an effort that involved more than 10 tweets and this incredible moment.
In the Oval Office today, President Trump showed off this old map of Dorian's forecast path, insisting he was right when he warned Alabama was in the danger zone. But tonight, that map is raising new questions. The black line projecting that Dorian would move from Florida into Alabama appears to be drawn on by a marker.
When asked about it, this is what the president said.
That map that you showed us today looked like it almost had like a Sharpie.
I don't know. Really? You don't know? Are you sure about that? You don't think that you might have done it? I gotta say, for someone who lies so constantly, it's genuinely astounding how bad he is at it. There's a non-zero chance that if he loses every state next year, he'll claim he's won by standing next to a fully blue map with the word red written on it, with Sharpie stains on his finger saying, how did this happen? I don't know. Needless to say, the Washington Post soon talked to a White House official who confirmed it was Trump who did it, saying no one else writes like that on a map with a black Sharpie, and of course they don't. Trump is notorious using Sharpies to fix things he doesn't like. In fact, and this is completely true, years ago, one of our writers wrote a blog post about it for Vanity Fair, and he printed it out and sent it to her boss like this, with notes all over it, including annotating the photo of him with "bad picture, no surprise," and "this is my favourite part, circling her name and writing next to it, bad rock. And look, to be fair to him, I've been saying the exact same thing to her for 6 years, but I don't do it in Sharpie. I do it by ruthlessly demanding endless rewrites and being generally withholding of praise, like a professional. But instead of getting sucked into that wormhole, instead let's turn to the UK now and their Prime Minister Boris Johnson. If you want to make one at home, the recipe is simply boil one clown. It was a chaotic week for Boris. You may recall the deadline for Britain to leave the EU is less than 8 weeks away, and his main tactic in trying to secure a better deal is to threaten a no-deal Brexit which could destabilise Europe and seriously damage the UK. So, Parliament stepped in this week, holding a sequence of votes to prevent that from happening. Boris's first major defeat came on Tuesday, and if you listen closely after the vote tally is announced here, one MP pretty accurately summed the whole situation up.
The ayes to the right, 328. The noes to the left, 301.
Got a good start, Boris. Wow. Here's the thing. That's actually savage. You have to understand, to a British sensibility, not a good start, Boris. It's pretty much tantamount to, you really shit the bed, your son, please, photorealistic Shrek. And that defeat was just part of a day of absolute mayhem. Johnson lost his parliamentary majority when one of his MPs defected to the Liberal Democrats by physically moving across the aisle while he was speaking. One of his top lieutenants was criticised for sitting like this during a debate, in a lounging position that can only be described as waiting to be fed. It's the look you'd expect for someone who just masturbated in a hammock. He looks posing for the cover of Inbred Quarterly. In fact, things were so chaotic this week, at one point an amendment seemed to pass by accident. And look, a lot of things can happen by accident, but changes to legislation should frankly not be one of them. It's like suddenly realising you accidentally shaved Henry Winkler's face into the fur of a moose. What the fuck was happening in your life that could happen inadvertently? But actually, it starts to make sense when you realise just how rowdy the atmosphere in Parliament was, with the Speaker at one point rebuking a member like this.
Order! Very rude for members. Order! 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 I say to the Chancellor of the Duchy that when he turns up at our children's school as a parent, he's a very well-behaved fellow. Don't gesticulate, don't rant, spare us the theatrics, behave yourself, be a good boy, everyone. Be a good boy.
Wait, be a good boy? If he's going to speak to a British lawmaker like he's talking to a dog, I really hope he also speaks to dogs like he's addressing British lawmakers. Would the right honourable gentleman, Mr. Waggles, please finish licking his ball sack? It's time for him to take a shit on the pavement! Order! Order! Very rude! As you may know, the UK has a stupid law prohibiting the use of parliamentary footage in comedy shows. So whenever we use it on this show, we have to swap it out for them with something else with zero explanation. So this week, they'll be getting 3 clips from this Irish Catholic sex ed film from the 1980s instead.
It's amazing, you know, how God made it. Because while they're making love and being happy together, the woman feels her vagina becoming kind of slippery inside.
Oh, no!
So the penis can easily slip in and out.
Oh, gross. Oh.
I know. It's hot, right?
No.
It's genuinely difficult to decide which part of that is the most sexy. The reference to God, the uninterrupted eye contact, or the absolute dream of hearing her say, slippery. It all works for me. It's all good for me. And the thing is, we're still just scratching the surface of Boris's week, because with his own party in open rebellion, he took revenge by expelling 21 of his own MPs, one of whom was Winston Churchill's grandson. And that wasn't all. More members then resigned in protest, even this guy, who is Boris's own brother.
Joe Johnson must be the first minister to resign to spend less time with his family. Joe Johnson tweeted, "In recent weeks, I've been torn between family loyalty and the national interest. It's an unresolvable tension and time for others to take on my roles as MP and minister. Hashtag over and out."
Holy shit! I honestly don't know what's worse there. Betraying your Prime Minister brother because you think supporting him might be against the national interest, or doing it with a hashtag. Look, I'm not saying I'm against hashtags. I'm just saying over and out is lazy when he has so many better options at his disposal. How about hashtag Bojo's bro Jojo says no more. Or hashtag Bojo to Jojo, oh no, say they so-so. Or hashtag citing FOMO, Jojo goes no more Bojo. Or just hashtag hotter brother wisely abandoned sloppy idiot. But wait, because it gets one step crazier here. Because while Parliament has now passed that bill forcing Boris to ask the EU for a Brexit delay if a deal can't be reached, he's indicated he may ignore that, which could trigger a legal and constitutional crisis. And with the Brexit deadline at the end of next month, Boris now suddenly wants an election. And if he can't get Parliament to give him one on his terms, he may, and this is true, call a no-confidence vote in himself. It was a week so absurd. I think this commentator may have actually summed it up best.
Nobody alive has lived through this kind of collapse of the way that governments operate. I still think we're going to see a general election, but, you know, I can't be 100% certain of that, as I can hardly be certain about anything in politics. To reiterate, chaos.
Look, English me is right. I mean, he missed the memo about losing the banks, but he's right. To recap here, we are no closer to a safe Brexit resolution than we were 3 years ago. There's discord in Boris's party. The wrong Johnson resigned. Boris is about to suspend Parliament, and no one knows what the fuck is going to happen next. All of which is really just a way of saying, not a good start, Boris. Not a good start. And now, this.
And now, Fox Business's Steve Harney gets all giddy over the president.
America will never be a socialist country.
Don't you love it? I stood up and cheered for that one. Well said, Mr. President. Well, that's telling him, Mr. President. Tell us how it is, Mr. President. He's back. And it hasn't changed a bit. Well, you know, your dad, the President of the United States, tweets me occasionally, using my name occasionally. Is he going to keep doing that? I'm sorry, Mr. President, if I got it wrong. As you say in your tweet, the wall is being built now. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, for pointing out. Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. We're glad you are watching. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. You're watching. It's like this. It makes me feel real good. I'm an immigrant, for heaven's sake. The President of the United States of America, quoted by him.
Oh, you're blushing.
Yes. Deep breath, deep breath. I love stewing. Well.
Happy Friday to you, sir.
Yeah, extraordinary day. President Trump just walked into the room. I stood up, shook hands, and he's with us right now. Mr. President, thanks for being with us.
It's only because I like your show.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you, sir.
Love having you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. There will be more Varney after this.
Moving on. Our main site concerns legislation. Basically, this guy from Schoolhouse Rock, Bill. In fact, his last name is Cosby, and you can see why he dropped it. Anyway, leading up to the Democratic primaries, we've heard a lot of big promises about the fab candidates will sign when they're elected.
The best way to go forward, in my view, is a care for all single-payer program.
I have a proposal to build about 3 new housing units.
My big idea is a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for every American adult starting at age 18.
My big idea is baby bonds.
We need to have our transportation run on electricity. I'm going to make sure that happens.
No, Jay Inslee, you're not going to make that happen. Primarily because you dropped out of the race 2 weeks ago, possibly because your whole campaign tactic of drive-by scooter shouting was at best a little ahead of its time. The problem is, as appealing as many of those ideas sound, none are likely to happen, even if a Democrat wins, because they'd have to go through the Senate. And you know the Senate is the country's second most influential body after Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's. Ladies and gentlemen, that man is 5 years older than me. And I know, whatever you're thinking now, I know. And look, the modern is a giant non-functioning roadblock, as any senator on their way.
Senate, as an institution, is in crisis.
The people's business is not getting done.
We're getting nothing done, my friends. We're getting nothing done.
The United States Senate is no longer the world's greatest deliberative body. And everybody needs to quit saying it.
Exactly. Senators regularly do the thing that most people can only dream of, leave their jobs while telling off everyone they worked with. This is no longer the town's greatest jumper juice, and everyone needs to quit saying it. You're making bad juice, my friends. You're making bad juice. The truth is, the Senate doesn't pass many major laws these days. You could argue the last major social program passed into law was Obamacare a decade ago.
And that low level of production is largely thanks to one incredibly annoying legislative tool. Not actually this tool, although he is certainly at fault. I'm referring to the filibuster. So that is what we're actually going to look at tonight. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, this morning. Or if you reach for the remote the moment I said the word filibuster, goodbye, and I completely understand. A filibuster is any tactic aimed at blocking a measure by preventing it from coming to a vote. Fun side note, the word filibuster is derived from the Dutch word for freebooter, which basically means pirate. And I didn't even know there were Dutch pirates, but I'd absolutely watch a movie about them. Abash me netjes, batten hatches. And remember, dead men tell no tales. If you are at all aware of the filibuster, you probably know it as that thing where a senator stands and talks endlessly. It's often been presented in TV and movies as a heroic act, like when Jimmy Stewart talked himself to exhaustion in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
I'm going to stay right here and fight for this lost cause, even if this room gets filled with flags like these. And the tailors and all their armies come marching into this place. Somebody will listen to me.
He was a bad actor. They were all pretty bad back then, but he was especially bad. The thing is, that movie made the filibuster seem like a good idea. Just like how The Wizard of Oz made going on a trip with a furry, a vagrant, and an axe-wielding robot seem like but in real life, it's only a good idea if you know them. But the modern film is nothing like the Jimmy Stewart version. It's become an overused tool of obstruction. And in practical terms, it essentially means that a simple majority of 51 votes isn't nearly enough to pass legislation. If you don't get 60 votes for a bill, it's dead. Which means, theoretically, senators from the 21 least populated states, representing just 11% of Americans, could overrule everyone else, which seems pretty extreme. So, to quote everyone who's ever sat in a bathroom stall with a 3-inch gap in the door, why on earth was it designed this way? Well, people often claim that it goes back to the founding of the country. It's an argument that runs like this.
You may wonder why the Senate has this 60-vote rule when it's a straight majority rule in the House. Well, the answer is that the founders meant it that way. The Senate was designed to be the cooling saucer where the two parties were forced to work together, and hence that 60-vote threshold.
Okay, so there's a few things to know about that. And the first thing is that it is not true. There is nothing about a 60-vote threshold for legislation in the Constitution, nothing about it in the Federalist Papers, nothing in Jefferson's private letters, and nothing skillfully wrapped by Alexander Hamilton to the delight of everyone within earshot. In fact, some historians say the filibuster was created by mistake, and even then, the first one didn't take place until 1837, so it was categorically not part of the founders' original vision. It's like claiming the day Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he also sent the first dick pic. No, he didn't. That development came much later, 2 weeks later. But she is actually right about that whole cooling saucer idea. That's a story that comes up constantly, and it goes like this.
The Senate was created to be a cooling saucer to the hot legislation that comes from the House.
It is the cooling saucer. We all know the story. The old metaphor George Washington used was the House is the cup of coffee where the coffee is very hot. The Senate is the saucer that you pour the coffee into so it can cool the passions of the House.
Okay, first, never say cool like that ever again, ever. Setting aside the argument that the Senate should be more deliberative than the House, you might be wondering, why on earth would someone pour coffee into a saucer? Well, in the 18th century, people apparently did exactly that. They would pour coffee out of their cup into a saucer to let it cool, and then drink it from that, which is clearly ridiculous, and it's honestly something I wish I'd never learned, because Jefferson seems like a towering historical figure until you imagine him sipping out of a saucer like a fucking cat. It is true that the founders wanted the Senate to be a counterweight to the House. They achieved that, though, by having fewer members who serve longer terms, 6 years, not 2, and until 1913, not having them directly elected by the people. So if keeping the filibuster is not following the founders' wishes, why do we still have it? Well, some argue that it preserves the Senate's ability to be a bastion of debate, as this senator explained in 1952.
Senate of the United States is the last open forum in the world where the rights of all minorities can be fully and freely and completely debated. And while I would never and have never taken part in a filibuster, neither would I take part in an effort which would result in depriving any minority group in this country from having their cause fully discussed and fully debated on the floor of the United States Senate.
Okay, so first, the Senate's reputation as a haven of gentlemanly debate is at best overblown. In the 1800s, senators pulled pistols on. And at one point, a congressman used a metal-topped cane to beat Senator Charles Sumner nearly to death. So, feeling nostalgic for the golden age of the Senate is like feeling nostalgic 90s indie films, then actually watching Chasing Amy. Because instead of like the notion that any lesbian can be magically turned straight if the right guy comes along, what's extra offensive in hindsight is the idea that that guy would be Ben Affleck. But that guy also touched on another major argument for the filibuster, that it protects minority rights. Although it is worth noting that the minority who's historically been protected by the filibuster are the political minority who've often used it to restrict the rights of racial minorities. The Senate's own website calls the filibuster particularly useful to Southern senators who sought to block civil rights legislation, and it was used most notably by Senator Strom Thurmond. Just watch him announce his plans to try and kill the Civil Rights Act of 1964 by subjecting it to endless debate.
It will be the aim of our small band of Southern senators to make certain every facet of this legislation is discussed, considered, and expanded at great length, even indefinitely, if necessary.
Exactly. He just gave the game away there. He wanted to debate it indefinitely. His goal wasn't to consider every aspect of the bill. His goal was to kill it. He's like a 5-year-old saying, I should pull the legs off this bug so that every facet of it may be discussed and considered at great length. No, that little psycho just wants to watch a bug die. And Thurmond knew just how obstructive a filibuster could be. In 1957, he stalled another civil rights bill by speaking for a still record 24 hours and 18 minutes straight. While, according to some accounts, he had his aide wait in the cloakroom with a pail so he could relieve himself while still keeping a foot on the Senate floor. And it's almost impressive to take a morally disgusting act and somehow make it physically disgusting too. It's like if Hitler had delivered all his speeches while publicly clipping his toenail. Now, modern filibusters actually no longer contain the David Blaine-esque feat of endurance elements, and that is because in the 70s, in the interest of efficiency, senators agreed to no longer require talking filibuster in the style of Mr. Smith goes to Washington or Mr. Thurmond goes to the bathroom in a... Instead, now, if you just signal your intent to filibuster and have 41 votes on your side, a bill is doomed. Which is not to say that senators don't still sometimes choose to stand and talk for hours. It's just that when they do, it's often a publicity stunt or a protest. When Chris Murphy spoke for 15 hours to draw attention to gun control, or Rand Paul filibustered Obama's nominee for CIA director for 13 hours, pausing only to eat fun-sized candy with spectacular incompetence.
Which had previously brought a challenge in federal court to the legality of the authorization to target al-Awlaki in Yemen, released the following statement.
How on earth are you eating something so small that badly? I mean, it didn't even present the challenge of a regular candy bar. We've all gotten into the quagmire of a normal-sized Milky Way and not been able to get out until everything we know and love is covered in caramel. We've all been there. But that was fun-sized. It should have been easy. Although I will say this, at least Rand Paul stayed on topic. Unlike when Ted Cruz filibustered against Obamacare. And when you watch this, remember, the stated argument for this tactic is it is supposed to be a vital means of facilitating a full and robust debate.
I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am. Would you like them in a house? Could you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere.
I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his far-right views. I do not like his stupid chin. I do not like his smarmy grin. I do not like him with a beard. I do not like him dressing shields. I do not like Ted Cruz at all. Ted Cruz, pick up my ball. Didn't need to do that.
Oh, you remember because of today
with the
freaking all
increasingly
over.
partisan nature of the Senate, it's frankly no surprise that its usage is skyrocketing, which is a good way to measure the level of use. The number during Eisenhower's term here was 2, whereas in Obama's 8 years here, there were 506. When the Senate undercuts the final argument made in favour of the filibuster that it encourages bipartisan, that if you have to get 60 votes to end debate on a bill, the parties will just have to work together. The reality there is that is simply not happening. Thanks to the filibuster, many pieces of meaningful legislation, some with bipartisan support, have died, from the Manchin to Gun Control Bill to the Paycheck Fairness Act to the public option in Obama. We've reached the point where senators don't so much brag about what they've passed as brag about what they are going to obstruct. Just watch Mitch McConnell promising a room of supporters that the Green New Deal and Medicare won't even see a vote if they ever end up in his chamber.
None of those things are going to pass the Senate. They want you to be voted on. So think of me as a Grim Reaper. The guy who's going to make sure that socialism doesn't land on the president's desk.
Okay, Mitch, you really don't have to tell me to think of you as the Grim Reaper. It's like if Donald Trump said, think of me as a bunch of trash bags from a Cracker Barrel dumpster brought to life by an ancient curse when a clown fucked a car alarm. I'm way ahead of you there, buddy. I already think of you that way. So to recap the main arguments in favour, we've always had it. No, we haven't. It enables debate. No, it doesn't. It protects minorities. Not the ones you're thinking of. It encourages bipartisanship. Not even close. It has become so difficult to pass a law. The big issues of our day are now being handled by other branches of the government. Major issues, from immigration to climate change, are being decided through things like executive actions and court rulings. So, why keep the filibuster? Some presidential candidates, including Pete Buttigieg, Steve Bullock, and Elizabeth Warren, want to get rid of it. But before we get too excited about some of your favourite Democrats, and also Steve Bullock, calling for it to be abolished, you should know, so has this guy.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule. We have to. Don't, the Republicans will never get anything passed your time.
Exactly. And there is just nothing that can make you question one of your beliefs, quite like Donald Trump unexpectedly sharing it. Although I will point out there are endless opinions that a person can have. Inevitably, a few of them will overlap with Donald Trump's. For example, he and I both enjoy a good hamburger. We do. We both think James Comey is a big pasty goober. It's true. And neither of us are willing to Google Tiffany Trump's birthday. We're not completely different, he and I. But the fact that Donald Trump is in favour of ending the filibuster is a good reminder of the serious risk here. The side you agree with won't always be in power. Abolishing the filibuster would make it easier for everyone to do things, including people you might not agree with. And there have been hard lessons in this regard recently. It used to be possible to filibuster judicial nominations. That was rolled back, even for the Supreme Court. And one consequence was last year's 50-48 confirmation of Justice Sourpuss J. Boufsalot. So look, this is undeniably a gamble, and you may well feel that it's just too risky. But personally, I have come around to thinking that it is a risk worth taking. The Senate is supposed to address America's problems, and the filibuster is making it basically impossible for them to do that. And some suggested merely reforming it, maybe going back to forcing senators to pay a physical price and stand and talk for hours again. But as we have seen, some senators are more than happy to do that, even if they don't have to. And do you really want to hear more of Ted Cruz creepily reading you bedtime stories? Or watch Rand Paul battle fun-sized candy to a draw? No, you don't. So that is why I'm arguing, despite the risk, that we should get rid of the filibuster. And frankly, what better way for me to do that than with the exact kind of big, stupid speech that I hate? So please, come with me as I filibuster the filibuster. And to be clear, I'm not going to talk for 15 hours. One, it's completely unnecessary. And two, it sounds hard, and we only have a minute left of this show. So I'll just do the only part of a filibuster that anyone remembers anyway. Here's the beginning part where I'm lucid and on topic, and I say, the filibuster has made the Senate completely unable to perform its duties, and something has to be done, my friends. Something has to be done. Now let's jump to the fun part where I somehow fail at eating junk food, which is why I bought this big plastic candy cane full of M&Ms. How is this so difficult? Don't help me! Don't help me! I can do this on my own! It's harder than it looks! And now, let's cut straight to the part where I make an important point while also urinating into a bucket. So, that's better. The point here is, my friends, the more you learn about the filibuster, the more it appears to be a historical mistake that's not serving us well today. Hold on. Don't look at me. There she goes.
That is so privileged.
The minority party of votes in the Senate, it should not come at the cost of getting everything done. And now, let's jump forward 15 hours to my final exhaustion, because what we actually see here is requiring Bill to have 60 votes is like pouring coffee out of a perfectly good cup into a saucer and then lapping it up like a cat. Sure, people need to think it was a good idea, yes. But at some point, someone needs to ask, does this make sense? Or is it actually incredibly fucking stupid? That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. See you next week. This is the part where my voice gives out till I collapse. Good night.
Yeah, I'm coming. No.
To my case, telling people he was bitten so hard by the horse American Pharaoh that he nearly collapsed. To which I say, good horse. And to the latest Democratic candidate debate, where Joe Biden, in responding to a question about the legacy of American slavery, said this.
We bring social workers into homes and parents to help them deal with how to raise their children. It's not that they don't want to help. They don't know quite what to do. Play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player, the phone, make sure the kids hear words.
Oh, shit! That is Joe Biden, same television, then replacing it with record player, and then just barely stopping from saying phonograph. And let's all remember that very funny moment when Biden inevitably sends a concession telegram to Trump next November. But instead of focusing on that, let's instead move on to Russia. Voted home of the world's sexiest president by I Have a Family, Just Do Whatever He Says magazine. There were city council elections in Moscow last weekend. The one have been tense because Putin's United Russia Party has been declining in popularity. And by sheer coincidence, the Central Election Commission there decided to ban many opposition candidates from running, setting off a summer of protest in Moscow with thousands of attendees and mass arrests. For his part, Putin tried to dispel concerns over the suspicious lack of candidates, arguing it was actually a good thing.
In some countries, there are 30, 50, even 100 candidates. But that doesn't mean to say they do better work. It's quality, not quantity, that counts.
Yes, I mean, look at Netflix. You have choices, but where is quality control? What is Frontier? What is The Order? What is Malibu Rescue? What is Working Moms? What is Beth with X? How does this business model work? Somebody explain it to me. But to combat Putin's thumb on the scale, opposition leaders like Alexei Navalny encourage supporters to vote tactically, basically supporting any candidate that could beat a pro-Kremlin one. And it seems to have worked, with the ruling party losing a third of its seats in city council. Navalny and his associates have since been the target of government raids. and he has some pretty good ideas as to why that might have happened.
This time, Putin got really upset because of the tactical vote, and that his sweet child, the United Russia Party, has been busted in Moscow and seriously beaten in the regions. Yes, he is upset, and he is stomping his little feet.
Wow! Stomping little feet! Not only is that comment very brave, it also made me genuinely curious. Does Putin have little feet? So, I did what any normal, reasonable person would do. I looked up Putin on WikiFit. And I'll say this, the results are in, and look at this guy's tiny little feet! You just want to gooch them. You just want to gooch those little piggies. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed at home. This little piggy had washed. This little piggy had not. And this little piggy went wee, 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 all the way to a prison camp in Siberia. What did that little piggy do? We'll never know. Shut up about the little piggy. So with elections rigged and dissent suppressed, some Russians are coming up with creative ways to express their frustration, and perhaps the most entertaining one concerned a rapper named Timothy. Now, on the off chance that you are not one of his 14 million Instagram followers, let me give you a taste of what he's like. At first, he seems sort of fun and harmless, dressing like a ski patrolman whose first aid kit is full of Rohypnol, and posting videos like this.
Everybody wanna be like me. Everybody wanna be like me. Everybody wanna be like me. Bust down big chains and dress fancy.
I mean, that's fine, but honestly, I'm not sure everybody wants to be like you, because if they're at all like me, everybody would like a lot more than 0 layers of protection between their genitals and high-speed water. Timothy also really likes these collectible bears. Seriously, he really, 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 really likes these collectible bears. He loves them. This is his home. Those bears watch him sleep, and he them. And sure, this seems like a harmless obsession for a young boy of 12 going on 36, until you realise that some of them, like this Coco Chanel bear, apparently can run upwards of $28,000 at auction, which is ridiculous. It seems like Timothy has every bear ever made, except I actually know for a fact that he doesn't, because, behold, the rarest bear of all. What do you think, Timothy? What do you think? Everybody want to be like me. Everybody want to be like me. Well, before you find yourself becoming a fan of Timothy, you should know he hangs out with friends like Chechen dictator / France cat owner Ramzan Kadyrov. And his best friend is President Putin. As you can tell from one of his own songs, My Best Friend is President Putin.
There we go.
We get it. I gotta say though, it is genuinely jarring to hear a rap song that is so pro-authority. It's like if NW's biggest hit song had been called Hip Hip Hooray for the Police. So, you might justifiably ask at this point, what the fuck has Timothy got to do with Moscow's local election? Just before they took place, he and fellow rapper Goof, real name, put out a video called Moscow. It was a classic Timothy Goof collab, if I ever heard one, and definitely happens. The song featured lyrics like Moscow is the city that doesn't hold gay parades, and I don't go to protests and talk bullshit. And coming in the midst of a fraught election, people understandably did not react well to that. In fact, Moscow actually became the most downvoted video on Russian YouTube. The backlash got so bad, Timothy posted, I'm deleting this video to stop this wave of negativity, which, if you've learned anything from the internet, always works. As for Goof, he claimed that he'd been tricked into participating in a political video, putting out this Instagram statement.
I swear I had no idea that we had mayoral elections the day before yesterday. I was told that we need to wish the city a happy birthday because we are Muscovites and it would be nice. I fell for that bullshit.
Yeah, sorry Goof, but you done goofed on this one. Although, in his defense, it was Moscow's 872nd birthday last week, which is traditionally the make a homophobic jock jam for the government's anniversary. The point here is, many Russians are understandably frustrated with their government, and they're taking that frustration out wherever they can, even on a medical-grade fuckboy with a sadly incomplete toy bear collection. And while I doubt the opposition is going to topple Putin anytime soon, it is honestly encouraging to see them able to keep him on his tiny little toes. And now, this.
And now, Maria Bartiromo's guests will never let her forget what September 11th really means.
It helps to remember where we were, what we felt, who we talked to on September 11th of 2001, and also how we felt on September 12th of 2001.
Take the peanut butter and go. You take your peanut butter and go? Yeah. Move, Ollie. Take your peanut butter out. Hey, take the go. Okay. Whiskey, leave the poor thing alone.
Here, but I appreciate you thinking of me on this. It was my birthday first.
Moving on. Our latest story tonight concerns immigration. It's the system that brought you Albert Einstein, Yo-Yo Ma, and me. And yes, obviously, fuck, marry, kill perspective. Immigration is the subject of
All you wanted was to eat all the peanut butter fucking hot.
Are you trying to grow strawberries? Cool.
It'll allow you to hang around for a bit, but you're probably not going to end up becoming part of the band. And look, I can tell you from experience.
Made me
here,
think you
living
wanted to
on
go
a visit
outside
can
to
be
go
very
fucking
stressful,
play, and
and
you
it's
wanted
also
to go
had
eat
jump
peanut
through
butter.
endless costly hoops. I used to have to file for extensions to my visa every year, hoping they'd be granted, and had to leave the country every 11 months to go to the American Embassy in London to get a physical stamp in my passport allowing me to travel. And I was constantly worried that I would not be allowed to come back. And here's the thing, even when you are approved for a green card, there might not be one available for you because those country caps that I mentioned also apply to employment-based immigration. So if you come in from, say, India, your estimated wait time can be ridiculously high. Watch as one boy living in America finds out how long his dad might have to wait.
So your dad has applied for a green card for himself and your family, and the U.S. government looked at this application and approved it. The problem is that there's a waiting line for green card, and that line is really long for India. They'll very well be about 60 years by the time your dad gets a green card. And if I'm doing my math right,
Dad will be over 100 and I'll be 71.
Well, nearly your dad will be dead, but yeah, you will be. You'll be 71, or dead. You could be as dead as your very dead dad. Overall, your point is a good one there, kid. So together, the family and employment paths make up around 80% of legal immigration. But what about if you are not related to somebody here and you aren't already highly skilled? Well, that brings lucky categories. If you are lucky, you can come to America through something called the diversity visa lottery, which I'll let the president explain so that you know exactly what it isn't.
The visa lottery, I just call it a lottery. So countries come in and they put names in a hopper. They're not giving you their best names. Common sense means they're not giving you their best names. They're giving you people that they don't want. And then we take them out of the lottery. Do it by hand, where they put the hand in a bowl. That's probably their hand are the worst of the worst.
Okay. There's just not time to break down how wrong everything he just said was. But so suffice to say, Trump can expect a visit from bottomless Pinocchio any day now, because everything about what he just said is wrong. The country the person comes from is not involved. They don't give us anyone. The people who win are vetted, and obviously it's not done by hand. 22 million people applied in 2017. Does he honestly think we made one of those spinning bingo hoppers for 22 million ping pong balls? What actually happens is anybody who lives in a country with low immigration rates to the United States can enter themselves into a computer-run, non-bowl-based lottery for the chance to win something like a diversity visa. And out of the millions of people who enter, only win. So your odds of winning that lottery to come into the country are about the same as your odds of getting shot once you get here. Basically, if you win, congratulations. For now. So the visa lottery is the longest of long shots. It's honestly barely even worth talking about, which brings us to our final category here, bad luck. That is basically refugees and asylum seekers fleeing terrible situations. And America has long prided itself, with some reason, on the fact that it's led the world in terms of refugee resettlement, accepting more refugees annually than any other country. But, as you probably know, Trump does not care for that. He has attacked the asylum system repeatedly, and while Obama set the annual cap on refugees at 110,000 in his last year in office, Trump slashed it to 45,000 the next year and 30,000 the year after that. At this rate, next year's cap will be reduced to just Zayed, at which point Trump will probably make his campaign slogan, "Get rid of Zayed." And if you're thinking Trump might have a change of heart, if he just heard that some of these refugees are being, you're wrong about that. Take Nadia Murad, a Yazidi woman who was abducted by ISIS in Iraq. She fled to Germany after they killed her family, won a Nobel Prize for her advocacy, and actually got to tell her story to Trump's face in the Oval Office recently. And what you're about to see is the second time she specifically mentioned to him that her family was killed. And watch just how little he has been listening.
All this happened to me. They killed my mom, my 6 brothers. They left behind them.
Where are they now?
They killed them.
Wow. What are you doing? Where are they now? She just knew 3 fucking words ago. That is the US president displaying a level of indifference to human suffering rivaled only by robots and house cats. And they really don't give a shit. And things could get even worse. There are now reports that Trump's White House is weighing whether to cut the number of refugees we admit to 0 next year. 0. And if they do that, then please tell me, what is the right way for refugees to come in there? And that is the point here. For all of their talk about how fine they are with legal immigration, this administration has worked hard to reduce it as much as possible across the board. In his first year, Trump supported a bill that would have cut legal immigration into this country by half. And while that bill went nowhere, he's made countless procedural tweaks gumming up the process for coming here legally, which helps explain why the time it takes to process an application has jumped 46% since 2016. Some immigration attorneys are now calling those changes the invisible wall. And just last month,
Trump put another brick in that wall when the administration issued what's called the public charge rule, and making the path to permanent residency much more difficult for any would-be immigrants who fails to meet income standards or is deemed likely to use public food stamps, public housing, or Medicaid. That could change who gets to call this country home, advantaging the well-off and disadvantaging anyone they ever think might have greater needs. And when Kay Cuccinelli, acting director of US Citizenship and Immigration Services, was asked how this could possibly square with America's ideals, his answer wasn't great.
Would you also agree that Emma Lazarus's words etched on the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your tired, your poor," are also part of the American ethos?
They certainly are. Give me your tired and your poor who can stand on their own 2 feet and who will not become a public charge.
Hold on there. That's not what it says, is it? You can't just add lines to a poem that totally invalidates its premise. You can't say, in the words of Emily Dickinson, "Because I could not stop the death, he kindly stopped for me. And then we totally fucked a lot. Death has a big fat dick." You can't do that. You're fundamentally changing the intended meaning. Also, it's not just that his addition to the poem is terrible, it's that what he took out is really important there. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Because as corny as it might sound, America at its best isn't about who you are when you arrive, it's about who you want to become. The yearning part fucking counts. And that doesn't have to mean that everyone who wants to come gets to come. But if you are going to say get in line to people, you should at least make sure they actually have a line to stand in. And right now, these are the only pathways that exist. And we should be having a serious conversation about whether they work smoothly enough, which they do not, whether this is the right balance between the categories, and whether we've defined the categories correctly. I think Trump, for his part, has made it pretty clear that his ideal system would be in 2 tiers, split evenly between rich Norwegians and future wives. Personally, I think a lot more people should be let in general, but I will admit this is subjective and I am biased. I have been through this system and I can tell you it's rough. When I finally got my green card years ago, it was sent to The Daily Show and they surprised me with it at work, presenting it to me with a slice of apple pie and a Budweiser as a joke. Thing is, I was so relieved I nearly burst into tears. And that is when I realized I've been worried about my immigration status every single day. And I was very, very lucky. I had a lot of help, and more importantly, I had a path to come here. It's the path that has led us all to Sad Zazu's mildly interesting explain track. But for many people, there is literally no way to come in the right way. And if I was one of them, and Donald Trump told me to just get in line and come in the right way, I think I would have been well within my rights to quote the other immortal words of Emily Dickinson: "Hope is the thing with feathers." Also, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you fucking idiot. Death has a big fat dick. And now, this.
And now, prepare to be interrogated by Investigation Discovery's Joe Kenda.
I'm Lieutenant Joe Kenda. I never know where a case is going to lead, but I'll never stop until it's solved. I treat people fairly, but I'm also ruthless. I can be quite intimidating when I want to be. Do you think you walked out of your car and ran into a knife 6 times, Mike? You want to run that by me again, Eric? You understand what that means, don't you, Billy? No, Mark, I'm embarrassed for you. Oh, Kevin, I'm starting to have a relationship now with you. Oh, Christopher, I could kiss you on the mouth. Well, my, Danny. Well, my. Well, my. You lying little... That walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. It's a duck. Don't monkey with somebody else's monkey. There's a tooth fairy. Maybe there's a blood fairy. When I leave here, I'm going to have somebody's ass in my briefcase. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust my mother, and she's been dead for 11 years.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We're off next week for the news. We'll be back after that. Good night.
She's been dead for 11 years. What? I heard that. I didn't hear anything else other than that.
tonight to the news that has been dominating this week. And unfortunately, I'm not talking about the fact that Nicolas Cage will be starring in a movie called Pig, in which he plays a truffle hunter who wants his pig back, which he is, and it's all I want to talk about. But sadly, instead, we have to talk about this.
Secret cover-up. More complaints sending shockwaves through Washington.
Troubling new details about the president's phone call with the leader of Ukraine.
During the call, Mr. Trump pressured the Ukrainian president 8 times to investigate former Vice President Joe Biden's son, Hunter.
Wow, 8 times. The only time it makes sense to ask for the same thing 8 times in a single phone call is if you're trying to connect with a customer service agent at AT&T. Boom! I got you, business daddy, I got you! You genuinely bad company. But look, it is true. Trump is at the center of another looming scandal. Basically, he's accused of withholding nearly $400 million in military aid to Ukraine and then using it as leverage to get dirt on Joe Biden. It is very, very dumb.
Like Zelensky?
You might remember, we called his Russia scandal stupid water.
But wait,
Unfortunately,
you guys
means
are talking
we
about
now have to work out what this
or
sequel
the
should
guy
be called. Now, we
before
considered
Zelensky, who
Stupid
was
Watergate
actually the
2,
president
looking
before
stupid now,
Zelensky.
the same guy, or Stupid Watergate with the number 2 in the word stupid, or Stupid Watergate with the words 2 in the word stupid. But in the end, we've settled simply on this. Stupid Watergate 2, the stupidest Watergate. And that'll work fine, you know, until the next one comes along. Now, initially, the White House denied any wrongdoing, even voluntarily releasing their account of the president's call, claiming that it exonerated him, except when you actually read the account, it emphatically does not do that, because Trump explicitly asks for Biden to be investigated and follows it by saying, I will have Mr. Giuliani give you a call, and I'm also going to have Attorney General Barr call, and we will get to the bottom of it. And it's frankly impressive just how thorough that abuse of power is. He's both someone so involved in the government they should be nowhere near this kind of petty dirt, and someone so involved in petty dirt they should be nowhere near the government. And it got even worse the next morning when the whistleblower's complaint was released, which made it pretty clear that after the phone call, the White House worked extremely hard to cover its tracks.
The whistleblower says senior White House officials worked to lock down all records of a presidential phone call this summer out of fear that they had witnessed the president abuse his office for personal gain.
It's true. The notes from the call were stored in a separate code word level system meant for highly classified information, despite the fact there was no legitimate reason to do that. And why do that if there wasn't something very bad in there? If you don't want someone to see something embarrassing on your computer, everyone knows you just put it in a folder labeled finance records. I mean, I wouldn't do that because my finance records folder is too full of finance records. Wait, no, don't open it. Don't open it. No. Okay. Here's what that is. Yes, you have found my collection of hamsters and little speedos. It's not a sex thing. I mean, that one is a bit of a sex thing, but we don't have time. We don't have time to get into it. The point is, every part of this new stupid Watergate is dumber than you can even imagine. Even Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is himself ridiculous. He actually used to be a comedian, at one point playing the president of Ukraine in a sitcom.
Yeah.
Although my favourite fact about him is that one of his old comedy routines was him and another guy pretending to play the piano with, well, you'll see. Yep. He played the piano with his dick, and just spare a thought for the guy next to him who did that and somehow didn't get elected president of Ukraine. A few years later, he stuck playing dick music alone at an open mic in the basement of a Chinese restaurant. Show business is cruel. But even in a scandal full of absurd figures, it is worth taking a moment to appreciate the role played here by Rudy Giuliani, the New York City subway of New York City mayors, and the man who once fucked his cousin. Now, is that point strictly relevant here? No, but I would argue that, like Giuliani and his first wife, it is not unrelated. Perhaps the stupidest part of Giuliani's involvement is he did this in plain sight. Back in May, he told the New York Times, "We are meddling in an investigation." And even now, he insists he did absolutely nothing wrong.
Giuliani just did an interview with The Atlantic this afternoon. He seemed very angry, according to the reporter, and he said, quote, "It is impossible that the whistleblower is a hero, and I'm not. And I will be the hero. These morons, when this is over, I will be the hero."
No, you will not be. And I'll tell you why, because you will still be Rudy Giuliani. Best case scenario here. You'll one day be one of the masked figures. People will briefly not know that you are Rudy Giuliani, and you will merely be the hero. But eventually, you'll have to take your mask off, and then you'll be yourself again for the rest of your life, and it'll be fucking terrible. Giuliani's role here is actually unusual for lots of reasons. He is not working for the government, he's Trump's personal lawyer, and he's not actually being paid. He's working for Trump for free. Now, what is he doing that? Well, he's actually going through a characteristically messy divorce from his third wife, a woman with whom he has uncharacteristically very few great-grandparents in common. And at least according to her, he's working pro bono in order to reduce any future alimony. So the president is paying Giuliani nothing, and yet I would argue he's still overpaying him. And incidentally, one of Giuliani's reported complaints against his wife is that she, and I quote, vindictively walked off with his cable box and remote controls, leaving him limited to using his iPad to watch TV. Because Rudy Giuliani, cybersecurity expert and Donald Trump's lawyer, is seemingly unaware that you can buy new remote controls at Best Buy. But look, to recap here, it seems the president pressured a foreign head of state to investigate a political rival, then his staff tried to cover it up. And perhaps the most shocking part of all this is it might actually hurt him. And I know that you're probably thinking right now, no, it won't, you fucking idiot. Nothing Trump does ever affects him, and I do get that. That has clearly been true until maybe now, because people seem legitimately furious over this. The House was opened an impeachment inquiry, and even a few Republicans seem to be trading with caution for change. It kind of does make you wonder, why now? The president's done so many terrible things. Why does this one count? I mean, it's hard to say, but it might just be that this one is simpler in some key ways. Unlike Trump as a candidate asking Russia to find Hillary's emails, if they're listening, this involves him abusing the power of the presidency. Unlike the meeting with Russians at Trump Tower, this time, Trump was undeniably personally involved. Unlike the multiple potential violations of the Emoluments Clause, we already have hard proof that this happened. Unlike Trump's treatment of migrants, he can't claim this is just a difference of political opinion. He pressured Ukraine to gain something for himself. And unlike the Mueller report's legalistic descriptions of obstruction of justice, Trump pressuring Ukraine to get dirt on his opponents and then hiding the conversation is easy to understand. It's just gettable. You don't need to know any more than that to know it's something presidents should absolutely not be able to do. Just like how they should not sell the White House or suddenly change the name to this. That guy might be a key player in the impeachment of an American president.
No,
what
but
a
he
prime
ended up
time
being
to
a key
be
player
alive.
in having the
And look,
third.
when you put all of that together, this particular Trump scandal does start to feel a little different, and something that is absolutely meriting of impeachment, especially because the fact that it is so consistent with all of Trump's other behavior suggests that it is a pattern that will continue until it is one way or another. Because at this point, it has just become painfully obvious that Trump, much like all the TV channels in Rudy Giuliani's house, simply cannot be changed. And now, this.
And now, yet another installment of 60 Minutes anchors prompting interviewees to give the exact soundbite they need.
There it is, written by your own staff, and yet nothing happened.
They closed the case.
They closed the case.
You're not allowed to run.
I'm not allowed to run because of this law. Because of this law.
Bad results.
Bad results. It's possible. It's possible. It's heavy.
It's heavy.
This is the blind.
This is a blind mouse.
This is it. This is it.
This is mission
This
control.
is mission control.
And this is what's revealed.
And this is what's revealed.
All volunteers.
All volunteers.
Out of nowhere?
Out of nowhere.
Pill spill. Pill spill. Huge pill spill.
Tuscany in a box.
Tuscany in a box.
Chateau Rudy.
Chateau Rudy.
Look at your own numbers.
Look at your own numbers. And he's only 23.
Only 23.
Tires.
Tires.
There's a lot of kids.
It's a lot of kids. We got a good, comfortable chair.
Got a good, comfortable chair.
We're a handful.
The dynamic.
Fucking, what was his name? Oh my God, what was his name? Ben. Oh my God. Ben Carson? He bought like an $80,000 wardrobe, and he's like fucking constantly leaving, listening to it on fucking Xanax all the time. No. Fuck off.
million more males than females in China. That is a lot.
I'm afraid I'm not Gareth Thomas.
People act on his jokes. Russia
chronicles President Trump's conversations with other world leaders. Often they leave his aid.
They should investigate the Bidens. Likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens. Because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine. So I would say that President Zelensky...
Wait.
Huge pill spill. Tuscany in a box.
Tuscany in a box.
Chateau Rudy.
Chateau Rudy.
Look at your own numbers.
Look at your own numbers. He's only 23. Only 23.
Tires.
Tires.
Comfortable chair. You got a good comfortable chair. You're a handful.
The dynamic changed.
The dynamic changed.
The office was more important than the man.
The office is more important than human stories are human. Human stories.
Ned's head. That's Ned's head.
That's Ned's head.
Moving on. For our main story tonight, let's talk about pharmacies. You know, those places that let you unfuck a robot. Or as some people insist on calling that, getting your blood pressure taken. Now, when you picture a pharmacy in your mind, you probably imagine a place that your doctor calls in a prescription and someone counts out pills that were manufactured somewhere else. But that is actually a relatively new phenomenon. A lot of pharmacies used to make medication on site, as this old film shows.
A doctor's prescription seems mysterious to the average layman, but it's a pharmacist. It is his responsibility to make sure that each prescription is filled exactly as the doctor has ordered. An error in the compounding of a prescription could be injurious or even fatal to the patient.
Yes, any error could be fatal, which is why we only hire nearsighted
Yeah,
men to
and that's what they did to my dog.
a series of identical bottles. If that doesn't work, do feel free to die.
Good thing it was just a dog.
So what at all? And while that is obviously no longer how it works in your local CVS, there are places that do still make their drugs from scratch on site. They're called compounding pharmacies, and they exist for a very good reason.
Compounding pharmacies make medicine for people whose needs cannot be met by an FDA-approved product. Let's say you're allergic to a specific ingredient in a pill. Your doctor's prescription tailored to your specific needs, and a compounding pharmacy will mix it.
That's right. Compounding pharmacies basically make bespoke medication. I'd say designer drugs if that phrase hadn't already been taken by egregiously Dutch dealers selling pills to suburban kids. This is the good shit, trust me. It's going to send you to outer space. It's for your dance parties. There's actually around 7,500 compounding pharmacies all over this country, and they can fill highly specific prescriptions for all sorts of reasons. Maybe you're having trouble swallowing pills. They can make the same drug in liquid form. Maybe you need a drug in a lower concentration than what's commercially available. They can do that for you. So they do very important work, and it is not just humans that benefit.
There are no manufactured medications made for birds. So you need to go to your compounding pharmacist so they can make the right volume, because it could be large, medium, or small. Each one might like a different or require a different volume. She likes pina colada.
That's it? Really? A tropical bird whose favourite flavour is pina colada. Look, I'm just going to say it.
It's like
that
a
parrot
fucking
is
bird
both.
version of you.
You're basic. You're a basic bird.
You're a basic
So at this
bird.
point, so far, so good. But as you probably guessed from the very fact that we're talking about this story in the first place, there are some huge problems here. Because compounded pharmacies are subject to much less oversight than large drug manufacturers. If you get a drug that was mass-produced in a factory, both the drug and the factory are under a lot of scrutiny. But if you get one from a compounded pharmacy, it is very different, as a former head of the FDA will tell you.
Compounded drugs are not FDA approved.
As commissioner of the FDA, then you can't tell us, sitting here now, that every drug being used in the United States is safe and effective.
No, I really cannot.
Holy shit! That's kind of
Okay.
startling to hear, isn't it? And look,
What are you looking at?
It does make sense that if compounded pharmacies are making bespoke medication, the FDA doesn't treat them like they're a giant manufacturer.
I tried to let you
Wouldn't
outside and you
subject
fucking
Mikey's
took me
lemonade
and you
stand
just wanted to
to
go
the same
eat peanut butter on the
regulations
ground.
Coca-Cola has to obey for mass-producing Minute Maids, because that would be overkill. And besides, even if Mikey did a little bit in his lemonade, which, let's face it, he definitely did, damage is inherently limited. But As you will see, oversight is so lax that compounded pharmacies have become the Wild West of the drug industry, resulting in fraud and, in the worst cases, many people dying. And you may not know that you're taking
Thalidomide. Fucking thalidomide.
Or hospitals without your or your doctor's knowledge. So tonight, let's take a look at this industry. Let's start with the fraud. A few years back, TRICARE, the military's health insurance program, noticed a big increase in being billed for veterans' specially compounded scar and pain creams. There was a problem, as the man who oversaw the program admitted.
Are these creams a viable alternative for treating the pain of wounded warriors?
They don't appear to be. We don't have any evidence that supports that.
And he was right about that. Those creams were total bullshit. One study found that they didn't work any better than treatments that contained no medicine at all. It shocked me that that was allowed, and it is why I'm so excited to announce my amazing new pain cream, Johnny Gel. It's great for relieving tenderness in your back, neck, and joints, and yes, it is just mayonnaise. Ask your doctor if Johnny Gel is right for you. Now, what happened was, a number of compounded pharmacies realised that there was a loophole where they could bill TRICARE for the cost of each individual ingredient in their creams. So they simply added as many expensive ingredients as they could. By the time the military realised what was happening, the costs had gotten ridiculous.
It's just been an astronomical explosion of the charges in a relatively short period of time. We're on track this year to spend over $2 billion unless we get a handle on this. $2 billion.
$2 billion? When we talk about overspending in the military, I don't think anyone would have guessed a not insignificant chunk of that has gone to fucking lotion. And unfortunately, even when there isn't fraud, it is not rare for compounded medication to be ineffective. When the FDA tests drugs from commercial manufacturers, the failure rate is typically below 2%. But when they run tests on compounded drugs, around 33% of the drugs fail. That's 1 in 3. To put that in perspective, compounded drugs have about the same failure rate as the Jonas Brothers. We all know which one I'm talking about, and it is not you, Kevin. You are doing great. Come on, guys, he's been through enough. You're doing really great, Kevin. You're actually my favourite. But a drug simply not working is by no means the worst case scenario here, because while, again, you would not expect the FDA to be testing every small drug made, you would at least hope that someone was making sure the places they were made were clean. But conditions can be appalling, as multiple investigations have found over the years, with some particularly revolting examples.
In one Miami pharmacy, a compounded drug for lung disease was found in the same refrigerator as the employee's lunch. At another pharmacy, compounded drugs were stored in the employee's bathroom.
Dude!
It sickened me. It really did bother me a lot.
Yeah. It should have sickened you, because you should not store an open box of loose pills next to a toilet. I've never been to pharmacy school, but I'm pretty sure lesson 1 is don't put the pills where you poop. So, how could that happen? Well, in the absence of FDA, state pharmacies are supposed to send inspectors to make sure conditions are sanitary.
Oh, it was Marty's birthday yesterday
There's an
then.
extreme shortage.
Oh my god, this is the first year I missed her birthday. I always remember her birthday because I know it's America, Canada Day.
America?
American Canada Day.
It has nearly 2,700 pharmacies, meaning each inspector would have been tasked with 900 locations. The only way that is possible is the inspectors are just...
Because I was like, oh, I'll take the doggo back to throw the ball with him a bit. And he didn't actually want to go fucking throw the ball at all. He wanted to go taste the clothes and eat the peanut butter
If
toast.
a lab is producing sterile drugs that are injected into the body. A few years back, one compounded pharmacy made national headlines after it was found to be the source of a
Maybe we take them out?
meningitis.
Oh, I'm out of here. Well, no, like after we eat supper and stuff. Because, like, there's no point of going down there during the daytime.
Compounding center. You know, when they went in there, they actually found fungus.
Yeah, you just put a fucking long sleeve
You
on.
could see with the naked eye. They saw some guck, for want of a better word, in it. They put it under a microscope, and it was a fungus.
That is disgusting. The only worse thing to find in a vial of medicine than visible guck would be a visible duck. Because putting aside the issue of hygiene, how did you miss this? How did you not hear the quacking? Your oversight's a fucking mess. And while it would have been comfortably bad enough if that pharmacy, NECC, was just making drugs for individual patients, it was actually producing medication in bulk. The thing, remember, it was absolutely not supposed to do. Compounded pharmacies are supposed to do small batches based on individual prescriptions. But NECC skirted those rules to make more money, shipping their gucky medication to 23 different states, eventually killing more than 100 people. And it's a little weird that you don't remember that story, right? Although, to be fair, it was 2012 and we were all distracted trying to find Coney at the time. Where's Coney? Did we get it? Did we get Coney? Does anyone remember? It seemed so important at the time. I bet we got him. We wouldn't have just given up, would we? And look, while regulations required them to have an individual prescription for each patient, they managed to get around that by simply faking patient names and not even seeming to try that hard.
Investigators also allege that employees falsified prescriptions with fake names like Big Baby Jesus,
Man, this is a bit weird.
and Budweiser.
Oh, come on.
Are you busy? Come check this out. All my potatoes have a black spot on them. But only one. Oh, it's really fucking weird. I've been peeling like fucking potatoes in disturbing amounts since I was like an 8-year-old. This is a bit bizarre. Maybe I just never noticed. But why just one? We'll just cut it off, I guess. What happened to the fucking volume?
Cinema, Michael Bolton, Jack Bauer, Sarah Marshall, RuPaul, and Method Man. That is such a gloriously random group of people. Most people would see no connection between them unless you are me and you have some very specific, very bold theories about who killed JFK. I've nearly cracked it, and none of you leave the country. I think there may have been a second swimmer. But this scheme, though, was incredibly lucrative. In fact, the president of NECC, Barry Cadden, made over $60 million in the 3 years leading up to the outbreak. And he seemed to know what he was doing was wrong. Because he was once asked at a film's employee training session about keeping records of patient names and prescriptions, and his answer was comically suspicious.
Is it one-to-one patient names for the ballpark walks?
That's something for another time. Yeah, let's not. We can talk about that. That's actually one of the more difficult things we do. Let's just talk about the products now.
Okay,
Follow being recorded.
Okay. If you're being recorded saying you don't want to say something while being recorded, you've probably already said too much. Where we keep the guns, the ski masks, and the big bags of money with dollar signs on them. Where did that money come from? Well, I probably shouldn't talk about that while we've been recorded. The defining hallmark of NECC was just how clearly everyone knew that they were breaking the law. At one point, the company's national sales director even sent out an email with the unassuming subject line, "Huge importance," which reads in part, "All names must resemble real names, no obviously fake names, and I know I don't have to say this, but also never put anything in writing," which is an incredible thing to put in writing. Now, thankfully, Cadden eventually went to prison, and Congress passed a law toughening up enforcement of regulations on compounding pharmacies, which is great. In theory. The problem is they wrote in some massive loopholes. For instance, the law required any pharmacy that wanted to mass-produce drugs, the way that NECC did, to register as something called an outsourcing facility and submit to much stricter inspections, but it made doing so completely voluntary. And if you need everyone to obey a rule, it just can't be voluntary. It's why stop signs say stop and not shrug emoji. And so perhaps unsurprisingly, only 77 facilities are currently registered. That's just 1%. of compounding pharmacies. And because the FDA had no system to catch violators, many pharmacies just carried on exactly as they were, with some being pretty bold about it. How bold? Just watch this.
The FDA's inspection of Downing Labs in July found sterility failures in 19 lots of drug products. Ashley Downing is the co-owner of Downing Labs. They asked you to recall your sterile products.
That's correct.
And you decided what?
No.
Yeah.
Just no. That's it. She responded to a request for a drug recall the way most of us responded to seeing the trailer for the movie Cats. No. I refuse to acknowledge that this is happening. No. Now she claimed the FDA had no jurisdiction over her and that she followed all state requirements. But the FDA disagreed, and while they eventually did manage to force her to comply, that didn't happen until almost a full year after that interview. And when oversight is this weak, compounding pharmacies can hurt large numbers of people for a long time. Just remember what happened recently in Texas with a company called Guardian Pharmacy Services. This is it here. They apparently mass-produced medicine which was injected into people's eyes and which turned out to contain formaldehyde and acetone. Two things pretty high up the list of things to keep away from your eyes, right above jalapeno peppers and just below the trailer for Cats. No. I said no. Now, Guardian didn't opt in for FDA oversight, so it was regulated at the state level, but not, it seems, very well, because nearly 70 people who were injected with their drugs are now partially or completely blind. And yet, it took
like my grandfather. They fucking stuck a needle in his eye because he was getting cataracts, apparently.
Which is something understandably frustrating.
I was like, fucking, they're like, oh, like, they didn't want. Made him blind instead. I was like, well, no fucking shit, Sherlock. I don't think it matters what you inject into somebody's fucking eyeball. I think once you shove a needle in there, it doesn't really fucking matter after that.
Or they pull that off the shelf. Many of them have the same question.
We noticed real quick how when lettuce is bad, we pull it off the shelf every week.
Yeah. And of course, he's right. It's frankly not unreasonable to want a world where you can feel confident that something that's about to be injected into your eyeball is at least as safe as lettuce. So I'll tell you what is as safe as lettuce, and that is Johnny Gel.
Oi,
I have to say,
don't start
Johnny
your
Gel
shit.
may not be as safe as lettuce. And yet, incredibly, not only did the Texas State Pharmacy Board not shut down...
Get out of here.
Shut down a
Go do
single
something.
pharmacy in at least 5
No.
years. Now, you should know. They did put Guardian's
Go do
license on
something. Go do
probation,
dog
but
stuff.
the man
I don't
behind it
care.
Simply shut it down and opened up a pharmacy called Medical Park Pharmacy at the exact same location. So they
No,
did
it's
simply
Greece.
change from this
Fuck off.
to this. And it is hard to notice any meaningful differences
Fucking
there,
bad
even if you
attitude.
weren't
My man
recently
fucking
blinded by
down
some
with that.
tainted eye medication. And look, again, compounding pharmacists play an important role, but that is
Fucking
all the
oil.
more
Fuck.
reason why they should be properly regulated. So at the very least, we need more inspectors at the state level.
Yeah,
The
my eyeballs
outsourcing
are
facility
fire.
designation should not be voluntary, and compounders should have to alert regulators whenever they fuck up. And until then, that facilities could probably really benefit from a message from some of the very real names that they've thrown around in their nonsense prescriptions.
Hey, I'm David Schwimmer. I'm Method.
Baby, there's a bowl of soup left. Do I put it in the fridge for you for maybe tomorrow, or do you want me to give it to the dog? It's a big bowl. I've been meeting that.
I want to keep it for tomorrow.
Okay. And if you don't eat it tomorrow, then give it to the dog. Okay.
That is the plan.
Now I can do groceries alone again. I don't need you to come with me now.
Oh, be careful when you do 500. That's not.
I usually don't without you there.
But if you do, just do a couple of things.
Yeah, no.
Not the full bag.
I usually don't.
It was really sketching me alone in the thing. I was hiding behind there was a giant fucking pile of water bottles and a giant fucking pile of Coca-Cola. So like,
You know what? At first I felt bad about it. Now I found out that people are like have a fucking traveling bag, fucking, and they emptied entire fucking shelves into a bag. The guy's like, fucking, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all this cheese? And fucking, what's his name? The guy upstairs that Brad was living with. Bob? No.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name? Everyone, Tom.
Oh.
Fucking Tom in the main building fucking wasn't answering his phone because he's fucking sleeping. Because he's a normal person. He does normal stuff.
No.
He's very much like Sherry. He takes
More.
he took in people like Brad, but like he takes in people sometimes. But like no one really knows where he is, and he's on the top floor of the main building.
Nobody knows who he is, his style and everything, but
Apparently he's very cool, and I'm like I've seen him. Everyone talks about him, but I can't wait to meet Tom one day. Eventually I'll meet Tom, but apparently Tom was not answering his phone, and the guy's all fucking pissed off because now he's got a fucking hockey bag's worth of fucking $20 cheese. And he's fucking pissed. He's like, well, what am I supposed to do with it? It's going to go bad if I don't put it in the fridge. I'm like, probably because you don't know how to fucking fridge full of your stolen fucking $20 cheese, you idiot. Like, and this is the thing that people do. Regularly. They go to grocery stores, they empty the whole fucking shelf. I'm like, you're fucking stupid. You're ruining it for everyone else who was like, I'm willing to pay for my hot dogs, but not $5.50. Like, it's ridiculous. It's fucking theft. What? You what? What for tomorrow?
Did I get myself change for my bus?
I probably have change. My school bag's upstairs, next to the bed. On the floor, there's a bunch of change there. In my wallet, not the kitty coin purse.
Okay.
People are fucking stupid. I always thought I was fucking stupid. Like, you know, and people say, like, if you feel like it's everybody else, it's probably just you. And I was like, yeah, you know what? That would make a lot more sense. It's probably just me that is stupid, and I just don't get it, and everybody else does. As it turns out, I was fucking wrong. Apparently, a lot of people are really fucking stupid, and they go, that's really what you think. Wow, okay. Like, and it seems to be because usually they don't have a rebuttal. Someone who has been fucking told that I have borderline personality for my whole life. Even I'm like, there must be a happy medium somewhere. Like, you fucking, the loudest people are both sides of opposite extreme ends. Like, what?
What's 75?
I have Toonies and Loonies upstairs.
I know, but I mean.
And I can come pick you up somewhere.
You want to come pick me up somewhere? Come pick me up in front of the jail so I can brag at everyone. Look, everybody has a car. Huh?
I was so excited. The guy is like in the parking lot. One of the truckers that's like sitting there fucking waiting to dump off whatever is in the truck. He saw me and I'm closing the top to the fucking car. And he's like laughing at me because I'm like pointing at my car going back in. I was like, run! That's my car! What? And like I went in all proud of my car, and then I come back out. I'm so glad that truck was gone because he probably would have fucking laughed twice as hard for me coming out to a dead fucking car. I feel very accomplished. Very fucking proud of myself. This new record. Less than 48 hours and I killed my car. Whatever. It was nice while it lasted. I very much enjoyed my time with it.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do,
What are you gonna do?
darling, is I'm gonna wear these shorts underneath my pants and remove my pants and put them in my bag before I get it.
Why?
Fuck, it's hot in there. Oh my god. Fucking hot in there.
Why don't you just wear the shorts?
That's the thing. But in the morning it's cold.
Is it?
Yeah, when I leave in the morning, like,
Just wear sweatpants.
What I'm gonna do over there. I'm gonna get over there, zoom the pants,
They were saying I need to find you sweatpants.
but I don't have any sweatpants anymore.
Oh, I don't fucking know. You tore apart that fucking room. It seemed like it was disorganized, but there was some method to the madness in there. But now everything is just everywhere.
I was doing something. I was in a rush. Can you tell me I'll be right there?
Yeah, but I was dealing with the car thing, which is a really important thing that I already paid someone money for. So it was overheating. It's not like the flat tire thing. Oh, I can't even. No, I'm gonna do it after I make food. Because I can't do more laundry until I fucking clean what's in there. What? Okay.
Like you talk. What you doing?
No, I'm gonna, after I cook fucking food, I'm gonna go do that room. Because I can't do more laundry until I fucking figure out what the fuck is going on in there.
Can you get a little Tupperware for this?
No, I'm gonna put it in a bowl with a tin foil.
Okay.
Because if you put it in Tupperware with a lid, it'll get that nasty film on it.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to joints for tomorrow.
Okay.
Look at my downloading.
What?
Because if I install my game, my movies are buffering all the time.
Yeah. Sounds about right. How far we've come with modern technology, huh?
Right.
Great. I love it. Every time we have a blackout or a brownout, I'm like, that's Putin being like, ah. Nuclear energy is counterproductive. Yeah, but then how are we going to convince people that we need to save the environment once we fucking imploded it with some nuclear radiation? Whee! Quick.
I never went on YouTube on my computer, so YouTube is not capable of giving me a feed.
So YouTube is what?
It's not capable of giving me a feed.
Oh, really?
Yup.
Weird. Because usually it'll just default you to whatever's like the most popular or recent.
Yeah.
Weird.
to say a few words to compounding pharmacies. Please don't use our names in your bullshit prescriptions. We're not just random words to be thrown around so you can evade the law. We're real people. Well, some of us are. Like me, Jack Bauer.
And me, Sarah Marshall.
Who?
Do not tell me you forgot Sarah Marshall.
Oh, you're the one who broke up with Casey Siegel's dick.
Sure did.
Girl. The point is, we're mad. Because I ain't something wrong on your fraudulent spinal medication. Mine belongs on a platinum album. Mine belongs on a list of medical line.
If you are obsessive compulsive, press 1 repeatedly. If you are codependent, ask.
Oh, whoops.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
You messaged me.
Yeah, the fancy vape pens. Can you get me any to sell?
Oh my gosh. You gotta give me what brand and shit.
Yeah, but what kinds are there? I only gave him the grape. I have the blueberry, which is also pretty good.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's whichever one you showed me. I'll ask him if he has them.
It's the Rich Life. That's what it says on it, Rich Life.
I don't know if he has those, but...
Well, that's what he fucking came running back to my door to give me, and he was like, follow me on Instagram. I was like, I don't have Instagram, but whatever. Like, and I don't really like vapes, but I've been smoking this one for some reason. I don't even like that I've been smoking it, but it's out of all the vapes so far, I don't mind it the most.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I can't buy vapes. I don't.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, because there's a guy that I gave the purple one to, the grape one. He said he's already out, and he wants to get more. Yeah, it's like a big gray fucking thing.
Yeah, man. Looks like I can only have some. I'm wondering about this. That one's my what? My what? Two?
I honestly don't know. I didn't ask him because I figured you're probably going to tell me that we can't get them.
No, I can't get them, and even if I could, I'm not buying vapes to make $3 of it. Because I gotta find them, and I don't know where to get them.
You're getting sick.
Hey?
You're getting sick.
I know it's last night, and I showed up at 6:45 this morning. I was just sweating, and then outside I walked home, and it was cold. Just probably the sweat going through the throat, my throat, my cup was just. I went to bed around 4:30, and this guy shows up at 6:45.
Want me to come over after supper? I'll install your air conditioner.
No, my friend Mark came by. He's gonna do something with me here. He's in refrigeration.
Yeah, well, you want to wait around all summer?
He just came. I spoke to him yesterday, and he came back to me. He said, "You want to go there? Well, what? So what are you gonna do? Don't worry about all the me not having air conditioning at home is what caused this. Because I was stressed and I had to walk home. And just don't worry about it. I'm not sick. I don't have fever.
Okay, whatever.
Hey?
Whatever.
Oh, just my throat because it just went off. I give you all me. I don't. Whatever. I'm hungry. Maybe I'm drinking. My throat doesn't hurt. It just sounds like I'm a sweet good gremlin.
Okay. Nice cough there.
But you have to ask the guy how many he wants. Because if he wants 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, it's not worth it for you and for anybody else because there's no money in vape.
Okay, let me ask him. I'll let you know.
Like let's say John, there were $25. The guy's ready to pay 20. If John gets it for, let's say $15, he's gonna give him for 18. So you're gonna get it for 18. So you're gonna make what, $7 a vape? The guy wants 1 or 2 vapes. It's not worth it. You're better off trying to get people more restricted by weed and other or the vapes we have there. That's discounted price. You
Okay.
More money.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'll try him on the vapes.
Your friend hey, there. Shut up. You gotta ask her to maybe you can meet with her and me at the same time. So I want to see if you can handle taking the nicotine vapes on it. Stupid price.
Well, you know what? I showed her a box of nicotine vapes or the Sky vapes, whatever. I showed her a box, whatever, and because she has a full shelf right now, and I told her that once she runs out of the vapes that she has, then to let me know so I can give her some of mine to try out.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Look, but even before that, I just want to pick her brain, see what she's doing, how much she gets for it.
Yeah, well, it took me like 15 years for someone to introduce me to her, so let me give me a little bit of time to fucking butter her up.
No, but even if she doesn't have to meet me, just give you the information I need, then I can make her a package deal or give it to her on consignment, and then every time she sells or every week you go see
Yeah, okay.
And you collect this way, the money's coming in, you make some, I make some, everybody's happy, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Well, we have it at discount because I'm gonna lose money anyways on it, so might as well do something with it this way. You get a bit of it, I get some of my money back, and everybody's happy.
Okay. I'll talk to her. Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe stop talking. Because you're not going to have any voice by tomorrow.
I just want to keep my hand so I don't have to hold my phone and talking. Okay.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow then. Okay, bye. Ow, I just scratched myself. Ew. Okay, I think that's enough bacon.
For the drug manufacturer. And while we're at it, don't even think about trying to sell any of that $15,000 skin cream.
We don't want to be involved in your emotion scheme.
No, honey. I do not get mixed up in your way of scheme. Good boy.
And if you're an outsourcing facility, let yourself be regulated like one. Because if you don't,
I will tie you up in a dark basement in black site. Someone took Manchester, and I will inflict a level of pain on you you cannot imagine in your darkest, most terrifying nightmares.
Jesus Christ. But even more importantly, we need to make sure that drugs are coming from labs that fully comply with safety guidelines.
Because keep in mind, lots of people can have this drug.
It's not just people. My version is too.
Yeah, but what? Michael Bolton has a power?
Yes, I do. I love cars. Do people not realize that how much that's giving about you is about a lazy car? I love that car. And she left me.
She did leave him. For me. Fuck you, Michael Bolton.
yeah, fuck you, Michael Bolton. Fuck you.
And finally, until you're better regulated, you should stick to what you were designed to do. Making pina coladas for birds. What the fuck?
What's up, Joe? Let's go with Dorothy 2 days tonight. Girl, look, I'm a queen, okay? So I've been involved with some real shady things, okay? But I might have something shady. Wait, this Steve. Wait. About what he wanted. Surrounding him to conspiracies surrounding the Biden family. Although in doing so, he hit some ridiculous roadblocks. The president is amping up his accusations on social media. He had a video slamming the Bidens featuring music from the rock group Nickelback. Only to be shut down by Twitter after the band complained that was a copyright violation. It's true. Twitter removed one of the president's memes because Nickelback complained. The sentence that somehow suggests the music is now being written by an algorithm designed to generate random shittiness.
Twitter took down Trump's Nickelback meme announced the weather, where I'm told it will be raining expired rice grains, rats, and bedbugs, all in honour of Guy Fieri's birthday, thanks to watching on Roman Polanski. And if that wasn't sufficiently stupid, the very next day, during Trump's custom screaming next to a helicopter time, he decided to answer a question about what he wanted Ukraine to do like this.
They should investigate the Biden. Likewise, China should start an investigation into the Biden. Because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine. So I would say that President Zelensky, if it were me, I would recommend that they start an investigation into the Biden.
Holy shit! So instead of denying that he privately solicited dirt from a foreign power, he publicly did it and then asked another foreign power to get involved too, which is just making it worse. You almost expect his next words to be, now, Biden's not as bad as Jeffrey Epstein, but no problem, I had him killed. So sad. Paid the guards, used a bedsheet, bada bing, bada boom, he's out of there. Wonderful, wonderful extrajudicial murder. And look, it is bad enough.
That is a fucking bold claim.
But what makes it far worse is the extent to which he has abused the power of the presidency to pursue that belief. Because this week, text messages emerged showing a career diplomat, Bill Taylor, objected to Trump withholding aid from Ukraine unless they investigated the Bidens. He apparently texted his concerns to Gordon Sondland, Trump's ambassador to the EU, and the response he got was not reassuring. Taylor wrote, quote,
Swear to God, I'm gonna tell Dom, like, your mother died and was reincarnated into you.
On investigations. Sondland responded,
Dom. Fucking so fucking goddamn stubborn, hard-headed. I'm not sick. Can't even fucking hear me. Sounds like fucking.
I don't want you to talk me off, even though I'm your boss. That's the misconduct I'm engaged in right now, not anything else. Eggplant emoji. And incidentally, that wasn't the only time Sondland brushed off Taylor's concerns.
In a text last month, he wrote, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. But Gordon Sondland disagreed, saying, I believe you are incorrect about President Trump's intentions. No quid pro quos of any kind. He suggested taking the conversation offline.
Yeah, specifically, he said, I suggest we stop the back and forth by text. And when you are that concerned about not leaving a paper trail in your conversation, it's just inherently suspicious. If you texted someone, have you ever masturbated in your lawn care aisle at Home Depot? And they responded with, I suggest we stop the back and forth by text. You pretty much have your answer right there. A lot of information is tumbling out into the open now thanks to this inquiry, and none of it is good for the White House. It was just confirmed today that a second whistleblower with first-hand knowledge of Trump's Ukraine dealings.
Oh my God! All these people end up being anonymous. Just saying.
About the president's whole approach to diplomacy.
A piece in the Washington Post this weekend chronicles President Trump's conversations with other world leaders. Often they leave his aides genuinely horrified.
Yeah. It's true. According to the story, Trump pestered Shinzo Abe to help recommend him for a Nobel Prize. Was obsequious and foreign to Vladimir Putin, and in the case of Xi Jinping, repeated numerous times how much he liked a kind of chocolate cake. And what that last one sounds like, I love chocolate cake, is a unified message. The president might be a racist foghorn wrapped in old fried chicken skin, but as far as chocolate cake is concerned, he is us. And we is him. Unless, of course, you don't like chocolate cake, in which case, just feel free to prick yourself up. And look, you fucking monsters. And look, it should be clear why Trump's Ukraine dealings are bad. It is worth taking a second to reflect just how bad. Because using your office to break down your political rivals is what dictates it. Trump asking China and Ukraine to do that shouldn't really bother us. The only question is, will Republicans care? And many seem to be trying very hard to avoid comment, maybe because when Marco Rubio did comment, it didn't exactly go well.
Do you think it's okay for President Trump to ask China to launch an investigation
President Joe Biden $100? I don't know. That's a real request for him, just legally impressed, knowing that the others are going to get outraged by it. I don't think it's a real request. I think he did it to get you guys. I think he did it to provoke you to ask me and others and get outraged by it. Like I said, I mean, he plays it like a violin, and he falls right into that.
That's right. He plays it like a fucking violin, and everybody kind of falls into place. It's crazy. Like, you guys are like setting yourselves up for this. It's crazy.
He didn't win. But I would not be so sure that that is true. And even if it is, it doesn't matter, does it? People act on his jokes. Russia took his whole help find Hillary's email routine pretty seriously. And shooting his mouth off now is significantly worse because, you know, he's the president. Nixon famously justified his actions when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal. But this case here is actually the exact opposite of that. Because if he was just any old Fox News adult idiot ranting about how Biden should be investigated, that would be one thing, but he's not. He's the president. He has real power, and when he abuses it to keep himself in power, that's a big problem. This is a case where, when the president does it, it has to be illegal. And for good reason, because unfortunately, not every foreign government will be as brave and willing to stand up to Trump as fucking Nickelback. And now, this.
And now, British news programs seem unable to book the right guest.
Let's speak to Gareth Thomas, the Shadow Minister for Civil Society. He's there in our central London studios. Good news, this?
I'm afraid I'm not Gareth Thomas. I'm Richard Dodd from the British Retail Consortium.
Joined now by Stephen Joseph, who's Chief Executive of the Campaign for Better Transport. Very good morning to you.
Hi, unfortunately, I'm Stephen Kenzie. I'm the fire expert this morning.
Well, it's equally as good to have you on.
Joining us now from Central London is Sarah Idelby, who's a human rights barrister.
Hi, I'm Erika Guevara from Amnesty International.
We have the wrong guest up.
Joining us from our New York studio is Ben Walker, who's the baseball editor for the Associated Press. Ben, I know that you've been covering Roger Clemens' career for the best part of the last 23 years. Just remind us how big a name he is in the sport of baseball. Ben, can you hear me in New York? It's Francis in London.
You know, it's even a worse situation than that, because I am not Ben Walker, and I know nothing about baseball.
He's now attempting to scale the world's highest mountain again. He's going back and joins us now in the studio ahead of his next mission.
Good morning. I think you have the wrong guest, sir.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns China. The country, that is, not the thing you fill a cabinet with when you've run out of human needs. And I know there is a lot going on with China right now, from the ongoing pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong to the trade war that's been good and easy to win for the last year and a half now. But this week, China took a moment to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Communist Party coming to power, and they did it in some style.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and other senior officials watched a grand evening gala Tuesday on Tiananmen Square. A song called I Love You, China played, and the number 70 was formed in the night sky.
Oh, they didn't just make 70 out of fireworks. People also made a 70 out of chickens and out of pandas. Although I will point out that is actually just a 7 made out of pandas with a 0 made out of apples. And honestly, if there aren't enough pandas to make a whole 70 out of pandas, maybe pandas don't deserve to be made into a 70. You might not like it when I imply pandas are shitty and worthless, but you know who agrees with me on that? Other pandas. Pandas look at pandas and say, that thing sucks so much, I would not fuck it if the survival of my species depended on it, which it absolutely does. But look, that's not the point. The point is, since China's government is celebrating its last 70 years, we thought we'd help tonight by highlighting one of the most massively consequential policies they undertook in that time, the one-child policy. It began in 1980,
population control. Seems like a fucking great idea at this
point. The government limiting how many children families could have.
Yeah, too many fucking dumb people. Like, you need a license to drive. You shouldn't need a license to have a fucking child. You can't graduate fucking high school. Maybe
the Communist Party
you're
is
too dumb to have
that
children.
country's one-child policy as a method of population control.
Yeah.
was 2015.
For God's sake, gays
Meaning
for.
China made the historic
Yeah, fuck
decision
that
to
up.
end its one-child policy. The same year Pizza Rat made the historic decision to carry pizza downstairs while being a rat. Now, which one of those decisions will prove to be more historic? We won't know until future generations are reading about both events in their history textbook. History is memes now, 435 pages about Pizza Rat. So, why talk about something that's now over? Well, for one thing, the history of the one-child policy reveals a lot about how the Communist Party has used and held on to its power. And
Yeah, not such a bad idea at this point.
are far from over. In fact,
there are way too many dumb people who are allowed to fucking literally reproduce their shitty spawn as many times as they want.
There are currently around 34
I've known multiple girls who are like, I want a specific gender of child, and I'm not going to stop having children until I get that specific gender of children.
It's a situation
and they have no custody over their current children.
Welcome to the most
Because they're the
miserable
wrong
place in China
gender.
for lovers. Here, where single men sit around all day, it seems, with nothing to do.
What?
You come across them everywhere, listless and hopeless.
Oh, that is so harsh. The most miserable place in China for lovers, I presume narrowly beating out wherever they keep the pandas. The one on the right is clearly thinking, ugh, I am not doing it, and the one on the left is completely fine with that. So tonight, let's talk about China's one-child policy, why it happened, how it was carried out, and what the consequences have been. And let's start with why it happened. In the 60s and 70s, overpopulation was a huge global concern, with alarmists making apocalyptic predictions. Even Disney got in on it, producing this video for the population count.
Suppose that in time, more and more children are born. The children will be sickly and unhappy, with little hope for the future. This picture can be true for countless families if the number of children born is left to chance. But fortunately, this need not happen anymore. Modern science has given us a key that makes possible a new kind of personal freedom. Family planning.
Family planning? Never heard of it.
Okay.
Why are they Mexican?
So first, I know that clip seems a little racially problematic, but let's remember, Disney also made Song of the South, so we're grading them on a very steep curve here. But secondly, and I cannot stress this enough, I don't care how useful the information Donald has on family planning might be. You never take advice on having sex from a duck. They have corkscrew-shaped penises every mating season. So Donald Duck actually looks like this. And I'm simply not taking family planning lessons from some corkscrew dick pervert. In any case, curly dick duck aside, the overpopulation hysteria was global, and China was no exception. And the Communist Party also saw controlling their population growth as key to raising the country's economic prospects and standard of living, making it easier for them to hold on to power. So, who did they pick to solve this issue? Well, just take a minute and think about who would be the absolute worst choice to craft a prescriptive nationwide policy on reproduction. And do keep in mind, Jared Kushner is not Chinese. I'll give you the answer. It was actually the military. The policy was crafted by military scientists, which, as one expert will tell you, was not ideal.
Was conceived by men. These men were primarily missile scientists, who envisioned women as, in some ways like machines. What these men thought was that women's fertility, you can push it up or push it down like a switch. They didn't understand that that's not how things work.
Yeah, absolutely right. Family planning isn't rocket science, and that's exactly why rocket scientists should not do it. It's the same reason we don't let OBGYNs launch babies into space and land them on the moon. Experts should stay in their lane. Now, this policy was a nationwide directive in the form of an open letter to members of the Communist Party, but it was actually implemented at the lower level, meaning enforcement varied wildly depending on where you lived. There could be exceptions. Many rural areas even allowed families a second child if their first was a girl. But the general message was to have just one child, and it was often expressed through striking propaganda like this. hugely effective. I can think of no better way to dissuade parents from having more children than by showing them that particular child. Congratulations, Mrs. Joe, you've given birth to a real aggro little knock. Now, there were also propaganda signs saying things like, respond actively to the call that each couple should have only one child and have fewer children but raise the quality.
Yes, I agree. Have better children.
Children, and I say
Your
this as a
children
loving parent,
suck.
are not high-quality individuals. Their artwork is derivative and their stories meandering.
Yeah, have you seen Asian children? They are come out naturally talented. I'm going to adopt them. Either going to adopt a fucking Asian child or a black child, because every black child is fucking adorable.
At the national level alone, there were 500,000 employees in charge of administering it, with many, many millions more at the local level.
Really fucking crazy looking white babies, but black babies always come out cute.
Workers must have their factory's permission to get married. Each team of 16 women has its birth planning worker. She is constantly alert for anyone who might be pregnant or even thinking of having a child. We ask, doesn't the fact that she's always watching her workmates, always asking them about their periods and so on, doesn't that make for
and
resentment?
so on?
No, the workers are grateful for my concern.
Really?
Cool.
Are you sure about that? The workers are grateful for your concern? If there's anything I know about women, then there definitely isn't. It's that they love to be asked detailed questions about their periods at work. Seriously.
I wish that my doctors would have asked more questions about my
fucking period thong to prevent leakage, and how about that new extra absorbent period toilet paper? Well, I think that writers told me that one of those things I just said isn't real, but they refused to tell me which one. If I'm honest, my money is on Diva Cup, because it sounds like
a Diva Cup? No, that's a period cup.
I could be wrong, but obviously the enforcement went much
fucking
further
disgusting. It's
than that.
got measurements on it, so you can measure how much you bleed every month.
More children than you were allowed. Fines were routinely multiple times a household's annual income. Many villages actually came to depend upon those fines.
Now I heard there's something called legit period panties. It's underwear that you wash in the sink. Fucking disgusting.
One-child policy fines are now so common that they're being incorporated.
Like, I would not want to touch my period blood as much as possible.
20,000 yen, because that's how much we were fined to have him. 20,000 yuan.
Yeah. They named their kid 20,000 yen, so everyone would know what they had to go through to have it. It's the equivalent of naming your child Jason last-minute epidural and a whole lot of shitting on the table Rabinowitz. It's a lot to make that kid carry around. And massive fines were clearly far from the worst-case scenario here, particularly for girls. Because in China, there's traditionally a very strong preference for boys, which is seen as, in a very real sense, an economic investment for old age, as sons are expected to support their parents. So families would go to great lengths to make sure that their one child was a boy, from abandoning girls to having sex-selective abortions to cases of female infanticide. And in some areas, the government's methods of preventing more births, regardless of gender, were absolutely brutal. Children could be taken and sold.
Girls do this constantly here. I know many girls who are like, I'm not stopping having children until I get the gender I want. And then they end up leaving the kid anyway, along with their other
because her
kid.
husband had a child from a previous marriage.
对我更刺激，但是我那阵儿也符合政策的，没符合政策，那都没让我生。
They did not let me keep my child.
就是落实政策的人太多了。
Look, that's obviously horrifying. And I know that there are some who like to hold up China as a blanket argument against abortion in general. So just let me be clear on this. It is very easy to be both pro-choice and anti-forced abortion, in the same way that you can be pro-drinking fountain and anti-waterboarding. The important thing really is who's in control of the fucking process. So as you have seen so far, many heartbreaking decisions were forced on Chinese families by the one-child policy. And at this point, I'm sure you'll be relieved to hear that we're going to jump now from the past to the present. because there are enormous ongoing ramifications to China's policy, and much like Donald
Should have
Duck's
to have a
penis,
license
there are a
to have a
lot of
child.
twists and turns and an important point at the end.
Just like you should have to have a license to drive a car. The standards are honestly still really too
to
low.
prepare for the long-term consequences of this policy. And let's start relatively small here. The one-child policy meant that an entire generation is filled with many, many only children. And some
Oh,
feel
and men.
that
So
means
men
lots
don't
of
know how to
kids
talk to
and
girls
parents
because
are
they don't
older
have enough girls
as a
around them.
newscast explained in the 90s in a not very tactful way.
A surprising byproduct of China's affluence is a young generation with growing numbers of fat children, or little meatballs, as they're sometimes called in Chinese.
That's exactly what they are too. Your children are so fat.
Both mean and adorable.
You put them on Ozempic.
On one hand, you shouldn't call a child a meatball if he doesn't want to be called a meatball. But
That's a meatball
look
child.
at that little meatball.
Yes, he
Look at
is.
this little meatball hat.
Then you bring him the fast food. I'm like, that's fucking child abuse.
And then I want to
Your kid is fucking the last thing your kid needs is a fucking Big Mac or a fucking.
reaction to that little meatball. Hashtag meatball hero. Hashtag that's a spicy meatball. But the one-child
Kid
policy
fucking needs
didn't
maybe
just
less
reduce
burgers
lots of
when they're that
scrumptious
fucking
little
fat.
meatballs.
They
Remember those funds that resulted in 20,000 yen? Obviously, there were many parents who did
What,
not have
Whiskey
that
Bear?
kind of money. But even if, for whatever reason, they were somehow able to keep their child, there was a massive catch, as this woman, born 26 years ago as a second child, can attest.
Officials told her parents they would have to pay a fine, the equivalent to about 4 years of their salaries.
Isn't that crazy? You have to pay the government for children, and then here the government pays you for your children.
To this day, her birth certificate has a blank instead of her name. Without an ID card, she says, I can't have a normal life. I could never go to school, never see a doctor. I can't work, and I can't get married. It makes me very sad.
Move to Canada. We'll pay for all of
She can't
that.
go to the doctor, find a job, or get married. She's essentially a ghost without all the fun parts of being a ghost, like climbing chains or summoning cold winds or making terrible ceramics while having sex with Demi Moore. And the thing is, that woman is far from alone. By one estimate, at least 6.5 million Chinese have no official status because they were born outside the family planning rules. But one of the largest and perhaps most far-reaching effects of a policy that resulted in the elimination of millions of girls is that a couple of decades later, you have a generation with a massive gender disparity and far more men than women. 34 million more, you may remember. And the reality is that millions of Chinese men will end up without female mates, which has created a number of odd business opportunities to give men an edge in attracting women.
This is an agency catering for China's growing population of singles. Choosing the right clothes, using
Yeah,
the right
this is a
chat
very
lines on
popular
the first
thing.
date are all part of the plan.
Yeah, that's like
Schools
Hitch.
like local
They teach fucking Asian men how to talk to women.
You can really impress a girl, he says, and magically they'll become attracted without even knowing it.
Wow.
Now, I know this might seem hard to believe, but that's actually a pretty amazing magic trick there. It works like this. At the beginning, the hoop and the chain are separate. And by the end, any woman he's talking to has disappeared. But no matter how many cool tricks they learn, the fact is, millions of men who want a wife will never have one, which has led to a bunch of unintended consequences, including the success of this company.
Oh wow, sex
There are far too
dolls.
many men in China compared to the number of women. It's a great business opportunity. There are more and more single men who cannot find a wife and are desperate. So we've decided to make life-size dolls for them.
No
These
shit.
men are happy to pay the price.
That's
because
cool.
The alternative is to be alone for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and it keeps them from going and paying for prostitutes and shit. Why the fuck not?
Stop you from being alone.
Elderly people, like
It makes you somehow more alone than you were when you were totally alone. If one is the loneliest number, one and a sex doll is the even loneliest another.
there's definitely something biological.
The wife you'll never have may seem like
Ugh.
rock bottom. It turns out it's actually somewhere around rock middle. Because the gender imbalance created by the one-child policy has created a huge market for human trafficking. with women and girls
That's
trafficked
it.
from within
That's
China
it.
or surrounding countries.
You're
to be
fucking
sold as
disrupting the
wives for
natural
Chinese
balance
men. In
of
fact,
fucking
one
things.
study estimated that in just a
Literally.
4-year period, 21,000 women and girls just from northern Myanmar were forced into marriage in one Chinese province alone. And look, maybe it isn't fair to expect the rocket scientists who designed this policy to anticipate the boom times it would create for sex dolls and human trafficking. But the irony is that one of the key justifications for the policy was that it would boost China's future economic prospects. And those prospects are now under threat thanks to that very policy. China's population is now rapidly aging, and the youngest generation is facing some crushing responsibilities.
Researchers estimate that by 2025, 1 in 5 Chinese in urban areas will be over 60, and that by 2050, that age group will increase to 30% of the population. The policy has led to what is called the 4-2-1 problem, where one child will be responsible for 2 parents and 4 grandparents.
Right, that's a lot for someone to take on. And if you've seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know the pressure of having 4 grandparents all relying on you. I mean, sure, best case scenario, you win a chocolate contest and you end up impressing a slave owner by surviving his child murder factory. But that's only going to happen to, 12, 14 of them tops? The rest are facing a big challenge here. There are worrying signs for China. From 2012 to 2017, the country's working age population.
I made yeast. I cut potatoes on the cutting board, and then it dried out, and now it's like this white powder, which I'm assuming is yeast. Weird. Or starch.
Yeah, potato starch.
Cool. Better hands before I touch my vagina. No, nothing? I better wash my hands before I touch my vagina. No? Nothing? Thank you. I thought it was 2. That's all that matters. Everyone else doesn't think it's fun.
I went to the clerk and I asked for the self-care
Bringing
section.
usually lethal workforce
Yeah.
being carried off by a giant snake. Look, Australia is a terrible
Oh.
island full of monsters. I'll prove it to you. Those aren't even stars on
No.
their flag. They're spiders. Shoot, get out of here. Get out of here. You're
Oh,
disgusting.
gross.
And the troubling economic forecast is a big
Why?
reason why China's government decided to end their one-child policy. You're thinking, well, great, happy ending, that's it then. The government learned its lesson and stopped meddling with family size. Not exactly. Because remember that clip that I showed you earlier, announcing that the policy was over? Let me play it out just a little bit.
The Communist Party is ending that country's one-child policy as a method of population control. All Chinese couples will now be allowed to have 2 children.
Exactly. The one-child policy is over, but a 2-child policy has now begun. So Chinese couples can do whatever they want, as long as what they want is having 2 children like the government wants them to want. But the thing is, many couples don't actually want that. China's birth rate has fallen to its lowest ever, despite the policy shifts, due in part to rising living standards and the cost of having children. And in response to that, the Chinese government is pushing the appeal of 2 children hard in ways that may, by now, seem a little familiar to you. Because there's propaganda. Once again, they've released
Paying for
stamps showing a
childcare.
happy monkey with 2 babies. There are signs that say
$7
things
a day
like, 1 is too
daycare.
few, 2 is just right. The young will have siblings. The old will be cared for. And there are government-produced PSAs like this.
You haven't
To all
fucking
our friends
passed
of
even high
childbearing
school?
age,
Well,
are you aware that the comprehensive
No problem.
two-child policy officially went into effect on January 1st, 2016? The reform and improvement of family planning services will be a great thing for not only each individual family, but also the great family that makes up China.
Look, I'll grant that was a very compelling argument made by a very, very sexy cartoon. We all agree on that, right? That's a hot tune right there. But when you consider, yes, now you get, don't you see it? We got the same tie-off. We couldn't be more. That's basically a copyright infringement. But when you consider all the one-shot propaganda that came before that, it's actually pretty jarring to watch. I haven't seen a messaging turn around that abrupt since Subway changed their slogan from Eat Fresh to Forget That Pedophile. It was direct. It was direct. You have to give that to me. And once again, enforcement of the two-child policy is being left to local officials. So methods for carrying it out can still vary widely. There are concerns that the low birth rate is behind a push in some provinces to tighten access to abortion and make it more difficult to get divorced. And in other areas where 2 is being treated as a hard limit, people exceeding those limits are once again frightened of the worst consequences. Just listen to this man whose wife got pregnant with their 3rd child.
Well, that's like
he
here.
was so
I don't put my
terrified,
kid in
he only
fucking
talked
public
with his
school.
identity disguised.
They said social services to come try to take my kid away.
A 3rd baby is not allowed, so we went into hiding. Family planning officers conduct pregnancy tests every 3 months. If we were not in hiding, they would have done a forced abortion.
And that right there does suggest the Chinese government still hasn't learned the fundamental lesson here. People are not machines whose reproductive systems can be turned on or off at will. And pretending otherwise,
but they
means that
can.
all the consequences that you've seen tonight, from the entirely foreseeable, like trauma and heartbreak, to the less anticipated ones, like delicious little meatballs, desperate magic tricks, and a factory that can't pump out sex dolls fast enough. And actually, that image is pretty on the nose if you think about it. A factory churning out headless silicone women because rocket scientists nearly 40 years ago didn't care enough about what their policies might do, real ones. So, as China's Communist Party this week nostalgically celebrates its 70 years in power, it seems worth remembering a massive way that they use that power. And if they are running low on pandas, which they clearly are, I'd argue that sex dolls might actually be a more appropriate tribute. They've certainly got enough of them. So happy 70th to the Chinese government. And now, this.
And now, more local news beat
Oh, much better.
from NBC4 Washington's
Oh, works great.
2 scammers got a shopper inside Whole Foods talking about rice. Soon they disappeared, and so did her wallet. See this display case here? Well, it used to be way over there. Now it's back here in what's left of the break room, a video chat. She takes off her clothes. He takes off his clothes. And then, sextortion. The sign over here says open, but this morning it was far more open than they ever intended it to be. 2 days later, same kind of pickup truck, same MO. Boom, in goes the truck. Boom, down goes the ATM. ATM here.
This guy's great.
Not anymore. Police say they
Remember when people actually took pride in their word?
A car with flashing lights. A car with a siren. A car with police equipment. It was a Honda.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night.
Look.
Yeah.
Cool, eh?
Yeah.
I sharpened my knife. It works so good. Super thin slices. Let's not cut off my finger. There we go.
Good boy.
Okay.
But mommy, can you something for food?
Yes, I can.
Huh?
Yes, I can.
I took all your $5.
Mm-hmm. And?
I put $100.
Oh, okay. Sure.
But don't go crazy on it.
Yeah.
It's just if we need something during the week at the grocery store.
Okay. Well, we're gonna probably need stuff this week at the grocery store. Like.
That's why I give you $100.
Okay, let's spread it out. Got it.
Yes, because I want to pay for.
Listening to the directive.
Yes.
As you called it.
I want to pay for Zach's
before they throw away my dog's ashes.
No, they give me 6 months pay. I don't want to fucking.
With the latest developments in stupid Watergate 2. A sequel no one wanted to a sequel no one wanted. If Stupid Watergate was Blues Brothers 2000, this is Blues Brothers September the 11th, 2001. There was a very dramatic week in Stupid Watergate 2.
I love you so much.
In this news on Friday.
According to the New York Times, President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is now under federal criminal investigation over his work in Ukraine.
It's true, Giuliani may be under federal investigation, meaning events have finally caught up with his face.
That's not why they said initially.
We just found out they're under investigation. And look, this news shouldn't be remotely surprising. On a list of things that Giuliani is likely to be under, federal investigation might even narrowly beat out his own cousin.
Yeah, but because he married his cousin.
Incredible, because the investigation is reportedly titled.
And they're like, no one knows who he is.
Arrested on Wednesday.
He was the mayor of New York City when 9/11 happened.
Illegally funneling foreign donations to political campaigns, including $325,000 to a pro-Trump super PAC.
Okay, come on. These two men are just
fucked up.
Suspicious.
Go ahead.
I mean, look at them. They look like they're about to sell you a rocket launcher in a Grand Theft Auto game. And if that wasn't suspicious enough, they were arrested at the airport trying to fly out of the country with one-way tickets. And the indictment against them has more amazing details. Because they funneled foreign money to US political campaigns. And one of the brilliant ways that Crewman apparently tried to evade detection was by misspelling his own name. Contributions in the name of Igor Fruman, not Fruman.
Huh?
And if
I put them back in, they're not done now.
letters around, how about Mr. Go
They are.
Fun Air? It's not only harder to detect,
Sorry.
maybe they might arrest you at the
Hello, oil
airport.
from
We
the
can't
bacon.
stop him from flying. He's Mr. Go Fun Air.
That's good. I'm okay with those potatoes, baby.
Political contributions. These two.
Put yours back in if you want. Oh, you might not go.
Here is a photo one of them posted captioned
Give me a
"Power
change from
Breakfast
hard
with Don
potatoes.
Jr."
Sorry.
Whose very presence alone disqualifies this meal from being a
There's a
power
little hole, so
breakfast.
put your finger.
At best, it's a neglected by power since childhood brunch. At best. And here they are with Trump and Pence at the White House. And it's going to be pretty difficult for Giuliani in particular to distance himself here because he reportedly had lunch with them just hours before they were arrested. And it is not hard to find evidence of their relationship online.
This video from 2018 shows them laughing it up with Giuliani at the Trump Hotel.
See you in Ukraine soon. Just look at those guys. Laughing, drinking, ties undone. They're like the Rat Pack if the Rat Pack was deeply uncool and had even more suspected ties to organised crime. And while there is still much more that we need to know here, it's incredible how much you can already piece together just from information in the public domain. For instance, we know Giuliani wanted career diplomat Maria Ivanovich removed as ambassador to Ukraine because he thought she was blocking the anti-Biden campaign. Igor and Lev also wanted her gone. Enter Congressman Pete Sessions. Igor and Lev donated a bunch of money to him, and at a meeting, Parnas apparently told him the ambassador was disloyal to Trump and that she'd been bad-mouthing our president. We know this meeting happened not from some unnamed whistleblower, but because Parnas publicly posted these pictures with Sessions captioned "hard at work." That same day, Sessions wrote to Mike Pompeo telling him he had evidence from close companions.
Want a little bit of sour cream on it?
Her disdain for the current administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Eventually removed her.
We put a little glob of sour cream in it.
In the July
Yeah,
phone call
it's
with
like,
the Ukrainian
Brody.
president that
Greek.
sparked this impeachment inquiry,
Greek potatoes.
Trump called Yovanovitch bad news, later
Bad
saying
news.
she was going to go through some things.
Wow. That sounds pretty ominous. Although it is possible that by go through some things, he just meant continue to live in this Kafkaesque nightmare.
There's a new season of
Is
Down and Down.
Is there? Oh, God. Really? Is it
Out
July?
yet.
July.
But we're July. July 4th, it came out. But it's the first season's on my site, but the second season's not in yet.
It's frankly amazing they were taken seriously by anyone
the thumbnail
with
is.
obvious red flags. The company one of them paid Giuliani through was called, and this is true, Guarantee, which is essentially the equivalent of owning an exterminating company called Mouse Promise. See, our promise is there will not be mice. Mouse Promise.
Potato.
And look, as ever, it's hard to say what will happen going forward.
What's this
But
for?
It's frankly not looking great
What?
for Giuliani,
For eating.
especially after the lukewarm endorsement he got on Friday.
Well, I don't know. I haven't spoken to Rudy. I spoke to him yesterday briefly. He's a very good attorney, and he has been my attorney. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
That is not good, Rudy. Because history suggests that sooner or later Trump will abandon him, at which point, to paraphrase his maybe client, Giuliani is probably going to be going through some things. But for now, let's move on to Hong Kong, the semi-autonomous region of China that's ostensibly free, but kind of not. Like Candy Crush, or this plate of spaghetti sitting unguarded in a field. It's tempting, but nah, something doesn't line up here. It's too easy. For nearly 5 months now, Hong Kong has experienced the largest property demonstrations in its history, and China
it's all
has been
students
clamping down hard on businesses
saying that our parents are too afraid to stand up against Xi Jinping.
is trying to minimize damage after an
Yeah, a girl lost her eye, and they said it was staged. It was stage makeup, and it was staged that she lost her eye.
Fresh backlash from the communist
You know what you
regime
mean?
in Beijing. China's state
The garlic
TV said it
sauce.
won't broadcast or stream NBA
What?
The
preseason
garlic
games in
sauce.
China.
Garlic
And
sauce.
at least
Yeah, the
two
garlic
major
sauce is
Chinese
good
retailers
for
have
the
pulled
Reds.
Houston
Oh,
Rockets
okay.
merchandise from their websites.
It's
Go
true, the
for
Chinese
it.
government upended the NBA's business in that country. A single tweet from this guy. And it's just
Mayo.
absurd to get that angry at Daryl Morey for supporting pro-democracy protests. You want to be angry at him? How about the fact he traded away power forward Marquise Chris as part of a 3-team deal with the Kings and the Cavaliers back in February?
See, he's
Chris is
really
6'10",
into
and
fucking
is a
sports,
fan,
and he
plays
fully
rugby
admits that he
and
does
picks
not
up
play
the phone.
sports.
Yes, granted, he's had his issues on the Suns. I'm not denying that. But he's the exact type of athletic big man that's going to balance out Westbrook and Harden, especially when he's coming off the bench for PJ Tucker. What I'm saying is, Daryl, you tweet about Hong Kong was totally fine.
It's not like I'm the restaurant.
But when it comes to Marquise Chris, you fucked up, Daryl.
Spicy mayo, maybe.
Huh?
Spicy mayo?
No, I don't like spicy mayo, baby. Don't do it to me.
In a tight spot because it's been
What was that?
aggressively expanding into China with a $1.5 billion digital partnership with a Chinese tech company, to say nothing of NBA China, E-League's business arm, managing events, which is worth more than $4 billion alone.
There you
And they
go.
worked hard to appeal to the Chinese market.
Yarn!
By this ad produced just last year.
Thank you, baby. Which one's mine?
Whoa.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
What?
Right on dough.
No, I want mine on regular bread.
Wish you luck in the year of the dog. Ni hao. Happy Chinese New Year.
Ni hao.
I'm gonna bring some ash and gel. You know where I'm gonna hide it?
In your belly.
I tried it when I do this. You can't see it because I got a belly.
And watching someone forced to engage in promotional bullshit to appease the will of their parent company. And speaking of parent companies,
No,
that actually
you
reminds
do
me.
this.
Better than the chick at fucking beach club. And she put her hands in my straps and slid her hands and cut both my tits.
No, it's not gonna see it in my fucking belly. But it's
And
gonna
I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not how you fucking search someone. I've been searching at a lot of clubs, and that's never been the case.
No, but you want more bacon, baby. You know.
Oh, more bacon.
Hey, my dog is gonna ask you for bacon.
Yeah, but I don't give him stuff like that. Free stuff I don't give it to him because he fucking ends up in his...
Did you forget the cheese or is there cheese? There's
There's
cheese.
cheese underneath.
Didn't forget anything. For you.
Heavily criticizing his tweet for jeopardizing the league's bottom line.
Okay, fine. I want some milk and I'm gone.
Stephen A. Smith talk before. Just know this: he tends to be loud, wrong, and take pointless
You have
dramatic pauses.
You don't just think about yourself when you act.
Yeah, awesome.
That's what boys and girls do. That's what children do. Grown-ups, adults,
You're scary, sir.
people who understand what it's
You're
like to
scary,
do something,
sir.
to have something, and to be responsible for people other than themselves.
Cups over
They
there.
get
Cups over there.
that you don't just speak willy-nilly.
Jesus, right? Like fucking call to say bipolar?
Without any thoughts of the consequences coming back.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was the bar
And you've
stuff.
just now seen Stephen A. Smith for the first time. Let me address a few things quickly. One, I'm sorry.
Look up my
Two,
wrong, yes.
yes, he's
Why?
always like that.
I
And
got a
three,
cup.
no one knows
Don't you?
why. But
It's just a good size of
No,
cup.
you always pick good milk cups. Because if it has milk in it, I need to fit my hand in it. Like fucking the mason jars like these, I can't fit my hand in it, so I don't put milk in them.
Oh, but I do choose
But
good
yeah,
milk
you
cups.
already fucking choose good cups. Every time you pick a milk cup, I big enough I can fit my hand in it.
Signs at last night's Sixers game against the team from China. But when Watt started yelling "Free Hong Kong," he was escorted away by security.
Wow.
Give me your face.
Give me your face.
In Philly, a city where fans have booed Santa Claus, punched police horses, and intentionally
Right
vomited on an 11-year-old
Use me in your hand.
And look, that is troubling.
There you go,
Because the
Splinter.
NBA, to its credit,
Or no,
and
just a cut.
notably unlike other leagues, has generally
Just a cut.
accepted that its employees are people and people have opinions. What makes
Want me
this
to bring your
situation different
potatoes?
is clearly money.
I'll bring your
And the
No, bring my milk.
the NBA can either have a commitment to free speech,
Potatoes.
or they can have guaranteed access to the Chinese market, but they cannot have both. This will not be the last time that they'll be forced to choose, and my fear is that they'll be willing to trade one for the other, which would be the worst trade since Daryl Morey shipped out Marquise Chris. I'm with you 100% on Hong Kong, Daryl, but that was fucked up. And now, this.
And now, farewell, Chef Smith. You were always too weird for where you worked.
Wow, would you look at that? It's a total eclipse of the sun. If I put this here and my phone here, I have a total eclipse of the phone. Watch True Blood. It's the last week. Are you going to watch True Blood this weekend? I'm not a True Blood fan. You are crazy. Pop-Tarts now has a store in Times Square. Pop-Tarts. I say we bring back the porn stores. Do you think he's aware he's wearing mom jeans? Because he is wearing jeans. He's wearing mom jeans. It's 2012. You have a little chopstick fetish, don't you? Fetish? I need you to Google the word and then realize that is not what I have. Do you watch that show True Blood? True Blood. In the True Blood. Of course, that was the scene from the HBO show True Blood, the best show ever. And you have DVR? Yeah. You should record the True Blood. Really? Yeah. Okay. And now you know the news. For this Monday, May the 9th, 2011. I'm a silly little catfish.
Moving on. For our main story tonight, I'd like to talk about the weather. And I mean all of it. The hots, the wets, the whooshes, the burrs, and of course, the flashy boom boots. Predicting the weather accurately is a multi-billion-dollar industry that can affect businesses and literally save lives. So there is a lot of pressure on weather forecasters, which might explain why they sometimes snap.
I want you guys to say, wow, that's great news. It's going to be 60 on Friday. Well, I mean, what do you want me to do, Lonnie? I'll put 70 every day next time. There's some wind, there's some temperature, 20s. Feels like 19 or feels like 70. I don't know. 47, partly cloudy. Southwest breeze 10 to 15.
No, I just want you to suffer what I suffer all day.
You guys get excited. Maybe I'll disappoint you with the 7-day here in a few minutes.
I honestly wish all local news was like that. A gas station got robbed. That's not my fucking fault. In track, there should be no delays in getting you home to your sad lives and your dumpy, ugly kids. And in sports, any athlete from any team could fuck your spouse if they wanted to. That's the news. Suck on this one, sit on that one. And look, maybe you don't get your weather from local news. Maybe you use an app like the one that came with your phone, or Dark Sky, or Weather Underground, or from places like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather. If you're a New Yorker, you might even get your weather from the New York Times Twitter account. And if you don't, you absolutely should, because their actual forecast for the first
We're like regular parents.
October
Go ask your mother.
won't
Go
start
ask your
today.
father.
Enjoy the month. It's the last good one for NYC until May. The rest are trash, which is excellent. But look, wherever you get your weather from, if you live in the US, your forecast would not exist without the National Weather Service. It's a subset of its parent agency, NOAA, and it's an absolutely incredible government service generating essential information. But unfortunately, it may be under serious threat. So tonight, much like two colleagues in an elevator, let's talk about the weather. And let's start with the fact the National Weather Service harvests a huge amount of data every day, and all the other private weather services you can possibly think of are dependent on that data to make their own predictions. Here's one National Weather Service meteorologist pointing exactly that out.
all the forecasts, warnings, and data that's available from the National Weather Service is there free of charge to anyone. Even though you don't know our names or see our faces most of the time, those products and services that you see almost every day likely originated from the National Weather Service office.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right. Think of it like this. National Weather Service data is to a weather forecast what fresh Wolverine meat is to Hormel chili. You can't make one without the other. It's the dominant ingredient there. The National Weather Service also works in tandem with organisations all over the world through the World Meteorological Organization, where countries share essential weather data on a free and unrestricted basis. This actually works out very well for the US. We receive 3 times more data back from our partners than we give them, and we've really benefited from that in the past. For instance, in 2012, the US model initially had Hurricane Sandy heading out to the ocean, while the European model showed it making a sharp left turn and hitting the East Coast, which it did. Of course it did. And because we had that early warning, countless lives were saved. So virtually the entire world participates in a weather observation system that most people have never heard of, and that private companies benefit greatly from, which is not to say the companies don't add value here, because they definitely do. Among other things, when a local news station subscribes to, say, AccuWeather, it gets their state-of-the-art graphics packages. That's something that's been a big part of their brand since at least the 80s.
Whatever you need, AccuWeather has it. Every day, you can select from thousands of award-winning graphics, satellite and radar images, graphics that are at the cutting edge of design. Don't know about the worst one, like this nasty Christmas Eve in Bradford, Pennsylvania, or this blizzard in Lone Tree, Wyoming. Trivia questions can help hold your audience with tantalizing facts. When the weather is in the news, you can be on top of it with special graphics like this one of Chernobyl.
Wow! Whoa. Fun Chernobyl graphic, AccuWeather. That looks like a screenshot from the world's saddest Nintendo game, where the levels you progress through are stages 1, 2, 3, and 4 cancer. And to this day, the private sector is on the cutting edge of dressing up weather data. One of AccuWeather's main competitors, the Weather Channel, now regularly produces spectacular and pointless graphics to dramatize severe weather.
And the semi might break through the ice
Oh
and
my
we start
God.
to run into trouble. We need that to support the weight of a man.
And there could be a state power.
Holy shit!
What?
Let's all just be thankful that those graphics that advanced were not around during Chernobyl. But companies clearly don't just provide graphics. Some have their own data.
Here we are
collection
talking about
systems
nuclear
and use
energy.
them to augment the weather service data and narrowly tailor
Because we are
forecasts
smarter
for
than
specific
Russia.
clients. For example, they could tell a trucking company what roads will be safest to drive on ahead of winter storms. And just listen to Joel Myers, founder and CEO of AccuWeather, as he provides another particularly vivid example.
Eddie Vedder was doing a concert in Chicago. Live Nation uses our service. We gave them a warning. He said, we just heard from AccuWeather, we need to clear the field. They did. 20 minutes later, with everybody out of harm's way, a severe lightning storm hit. It struck the stage, actually, right where he had been standing.
Wow! He's claiming AccuWeather saved Eddie Vedder's life. I guess that's what Eddie was talking about when he famously said, and I quote, "Brr, brr, I'm still alive. Brr, brr, I'm still alive." What is actually makes a pretty good case there for the value of private weather companies. Making sure Eddie Vedder doesn't get struck by lightning is simply not something the National Weather Service has the bandwidth to do. So, the relationship between the public and the private sector is mutually beneficial. In fact, sometimes the Weather Service even buys data from private companies. But there can be tensions, because the private sector is, by its nature, inclined to try and grab attention. Like when AccuWeather rolled out its groundbreaking 45-day forecast, despite the fact most experts agree any forecast beyond 7 to 10 days is unreliable.
Oh, yeah.
And one even called it a joke. And it gets worse. For instance, it is the National Weather Service that names tropical storms. And they name them to signal that they are important. If a storm gets a name, like Sandy or Irene, then you know you've got to pay attention. Now, they don't name winter storms because winter storms ebb and flow much more. So naming them could inflate their importance or eventually cheapen naming storms altogether, which is why it bugged
Really?
the shit out of the Weather Service when the Weather Channel suddenly started doing this.
This season, the Weather Channel is naming major winter storms.
The list includes names like Athena, Draco, and Magnus.
Right. And yes, look, those names fucking rule. Obviously, I'm not disputing that, but the point is, naming them was a bad idea, especially if, as they did, you call one Janus without, say, considering what would happen if a forecaster stood in front of one of those letters. Because you've got a problem on your hands, don't you? Hey, honey, the news is saying anus is getting bigger and is going to be dumping all over us for the next 3 days. But a bigger source of friction has been the private sector's sense that they might be better off if the National Weather Service did slightly less. Well, the skirmish came 15 years ago after the National Weather Service made its website more user-friendly. And Joel Myers' brother, Barry Myers, who was then the company's EVP, expressed his serious frustration.
The National Weather Service recently decided to more aggressively share its data directly with taxpayers. But not everyone is in favor of its more accessible website.
We work very hard every day competing with other companies, and we also have to compete with the government.
Well, hold on. Do you, though? Do you have to compete? Or is the government what makes your industry possible in the first place? Because without their data, every AccuWeather forecast would just be, fuck if I know. In fact, that same year, AccuWeather supported a bill in Congress that could have prevented the Weather Service from doing anything a private company does, like providing daily forecasts or putting content on its website. Now, the bill failed, which is good, because what you do not want is a paywall system of weather where only paying customers can find out if they're about to drive into a tornado. And I'm not even making up that worst case scenario. It's basically AccuWeather's sales pitch. During that same interview where Joel Myers claimed that he'd saved Eddie Vedder's life, he shared an anecdote about a client, a railroad company, that pays AccuWeather to give it reports about anything affecting its trains. Now, this is subtle, but see if you can pick up on a problem here.
Union Pacific, we told them that a tornado was heading to a spot. 2 trains stopped 2 miles apart. They watched the tornado go between them. Unfortunately, it went into a town that didn't have our service, and a couple dozen people were killed. But the railroads did not lose anything.
What the fuck did you just say? That is a weird focus on the safety of a railroad over human life. That's a man who read Anna Karenina and came away thinking it's a story about a woman who mildly inconvenienced a train. Now, while people did die in that tornado, it was actually an example of the warning system working well. Because while, yes, AccuWeather did inform their client, Union Pacific, the National Weather Service also warned the town just a few minutes later, giving residents their time to seek shelter. But what Myers is doing there is marketing AccuWeather as indispensable for public safety, which, thanks to the current strength of the National Weather Service, it isn't. Freely shared information has tremendous, potentially life-saving value, although at times his brother Barry has argued otherwise. Remember how our partners in Europe were able to help us prepare for Hurricane Sandy? Just listen to how he described that.
Of special focus during Superstorm Sandy was the ECMWF so-called European model, which did a better job at some points in the storm track than U.S. models did. Relying on other countries for better weather models places America in a weak and subservient position.
Subservient?
Wait, cooperation makes America weak and subservient? That is a viewpoint that would make for a tantalizing bit of AccuWeather trivia. Who lost World War II? Britain for accepting help. So it is just crucial that whoever runs the National Weather Service is someone who A, sees the obvious benefit of international cooperation, and B, can stand up to the potential pressures of the private sector, and particularly Joel and Barry Myers. And at this point, you can probably guess what's coming.
President Trump nominating the AccuWeather CEO, he's Barry Myers, and President Trump wants him to be the Undersecretary of the National Weather Service. It's an interesting nomination.
Yes, it is. In fact, you can even say it's incredibly predictable because everything Trump does is designed to destroy government from the inside. The National Weather Service is a terrible government agency to put in the hands of a businessman. And while Myers has stepped down from AccuWeather and divested his stake in the company, it is still very much a family business, with his son-in-law and wife being employed there in recent years, and his two brothers still serving as CEO and COO of the company. And yet, during his confirmation hearing, Myers insisted that wouldn't be a problem.
I made it clear to my brothers, in fact, jokingly, I explained to them that we may see each other at Thanksgiving dinner and we can talk about football and family things, but we cannot talk about Noah.
Really? Really? You won't talk about the thing that could vastly enrich the family business at Thanksgiving? Well, conveniently, Thanksgiving is now exactly 45 days away, so allow me to make a 45-day forecast. Bullshit! And it is worth asking here, why, aside from the would Barry Myers want this job? If you're thinking, well, maybe he's just a weather nerd who's wanted to be at the source of all the information. He's not that. A few years ago, he told the Wall Street Journal, I'm not a meteorologist, and that as a young man, I knew meteorology was not what I wanted to do. It's also not like he's hoping to parlay this job into a future lobbying gig on K Street. He's a 76-year-old multi-millionaire. So he has no passion for the subject matter. And his family company is, as he himself has argued, a direct competitor to the agency he's been tapped to run. And if that weren't disqualifying enough, there is a concern hanging over his nomination.
The Labor Department investigation into AccuWeather found multiple sexual harassment claims were ignored by executives. It says women who complained feared retaliation.
Right. The investigation said the company had a severe and pervasive harassment problem. And while the company denies the allegations, they also chose not to fight them. And the crazy thing here is, Myers has been Trump's nominee for 2 years now, but he hasn't been in the job because the Senate has been sitting on his confirmation. Trump's already had to resubmit his nomination twice, and if Myers isn't confirmed by the end of this year, he'll have to do it again, which, what? Why not find another gun? Other than, of course, the fact that for that to happen, Trump would have to do stuff, know stuff, and think workplace harassment is a bad thing, and none of us should be holding our breath on that. Besides, it has been easy for Trump to stick by Myers because hardly anyone has been paying attention to this issue, which is understandable, but we really should be. And I might actually know a way to help here, because what better way to illustrate an abstract threat than by learning from the company that since the 80s has perfected turning dry information into state-of-the-art entertainment. So please, if you will, come with me. Hi there. I would like to issue a very important warning for the DC area. According to our patented 1,000-day forecast model, Superstorm Barry is going to cause significant harm to the National Weather Service. As you can see, it originated over here at AccuWeather headquarters and has been gravitating towards NOAA for nearly 2 years now. If it makes landfall, our model suggests there could be significant damage. I'm talking mass reindeer suicide, sliding Santa off a roof damage. That's a lot. Because we do not want the whole country to be like Eddie Vedder, in a position where, unless we pay AccuWeather, the next thing you know, bang!
Sorry, you okay? Sorry, you okay?
What I'm saying is, Superstorm Barry hitting the National Weather Service could cause a massive data freeze, while, unfortunately, over at AccuWeather, there's going to be around a 95% chance of him making it rain. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. We're up next week. If you thank me for that, good night. week, and we begin with Stupid Watergate 2, the least wanted sequel ever, closely followed by every Pirates of the Caribbean one. It was yet another week of damning revelations for the president, with the biggest perhaps coming on Tuesday.
Tonight, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, Bill Taylor, is directly linking President Trump to the heart of the impeachment inquiry. Democrats in the room say there were audible gasps and sighs as Taylor, a career diplomat, detailed the White House's pressure campaign.
It's not even noon, right? And this is my most disturbing day in Congress so far.
Wow. That is a big statement. Up until now, the most disturbing day in Congress was the day Orrin Hatch got banged. And look, I respect you for trying something new, Orrin, but absolutely not. The information emerging in the Ukraine probe does not look good for the White House, which is perhaps why Trump supporters spent the week attacking the impeachment process itself. Some House Republicans even staged an invasion of a closed-door hearing, claiming they'd been shut out, a claim slightly undercut by the fact that 47 Republicans, about a quarter of those in the House, were already able to attend. And as if things could not get any dumber, there was this amazing story that broke on Friday afternoon.
One of the president's top defenders, personal attorney Rudy Giuliani, tonight raising eyebrows after what's best described as butt dialing an NBC News reporter.
It's true. Rudy Giuliani butt-dialed an NBC News reporter and could be heard saying completely non-suspicious sounding things like, "The problem is we need some money." And the wild thing is, this isn't even a one-off. Apparently Giuliani butt-dials reporters all the time. So much so, one reporter tweeted, "Everyone has a good Rudy butt-dial story." Which honestly begs the question, how is he doing this so much? It's genuinely difficult to butt-dial someone with a smartphone. Your butt has to unlock the phone, scroll through your contacts to find the reporter, and then dial. So how often does Rudy sit on his phone, and how wriggly is he when he sits? I don't know how this story is going to get any stupider, but I am sure that it will, just as sure as I am that Rudy is butt-dialing another reporter right fucking now. But instead of getting dragged down that wormhole, let's instead move on to the other ongoing fiasco of this week, Brexit. The term coined to describe Britain's exit from the EU that combines the words bad idea, really bad idea, extremely bad idea, and toodaloo. And it is the toodaloo part that lets you know that Britain's involved, otherwise the word's just complete nonsense. Now, the UK's deadline to leave the EU is this Thursday, making it a so-called Halloween Brexit. Meaning it is the worst thing to be added to Halloween since, let's not forget,
it's clean again.
Magazine's 2014 sexy John Oliver costume. Real! What were you thinking? The original John Oliver is already the sexy one. Put the hats on the hat, guys. That's a two-hat situation right there. Boris Johnson, UK Prime Minister and dumb person's idea of a smart person, has for months now been promising to meet the deadline, insisting that he will
See the
not...
dog outside looks just like anthrax. That's so weird. Got like no tail, just like anthrax. That's fucking weird.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
I'd rather be dead in a ditch.
Dead in a ditch.
Anthrax.
Now that might sound dramatic, but honestly, it's a easy enough transition for someone whose hair,
same fur
wardrobe,
and
and
everything,
general
same
aesthetic
walk.
might be best described as big ditch energy. But Boris's hopes have come crashing down since then, as he returned from Brussels last week with a new Brexit plan and had to put it before the House of Commons for a vote. As it was happening,
Okay, stop sniffing around.
were marching against Brexit, including one guy with a sign, and this is true, that read, "I am so tired." And I have to say, I don't know that I've ever identified with a protest sign.
Want some more water?
Any more than that one. But unfortunately for Boris, as that march was going on, Parliament passed an amendment that, for complicated reasons that you do not need to know, forced a Brexit delay, much to the delight of the protesters.
And then the moment when it was clear there would be no Brexit deal today.
It means the agony continues, though.
I know, yes, that's boring, but that's the position that he's put us in. So,
okay, truly, I can think of nothing more quintessentially British than viewing agony as A, boring, and B, a victory. Never change, you sad, grey, repressed bastards. But what this meant was that Boris was now required to request a 3-month Brexit delay. You know, the thing that he would rather be dead in a ditch than do. And while he briefly flirted with ignoring that law, he did eventually obey it, albeit with a twist.
The Prime Minister eventually did as he was told, but in his own style.
Here is the extension request sent last night, a photocopy left unsigned, and crucially followed by another letter saying the exact opposite.
It's true. He sent one unsigned letter saying what he was supposed to say, and a signed one saying what he really thought, which is just incredible. And incidentally, I know this is not the point here, but how are signatures still a thing that matters anyway? We live in a time when actual robots exist, but if you want to make something official, you need to write your name with it. Yes, ladies.
Probably at the same time that a handshake became irrelevant.
In any case, the EU is currently weighing the extension.
You're the best, baby.
We're frantically trying to sell this deal to them.
I'll have to spend the day in jail, so I can make coffee, no problem.
Have you managed to read it? General question. No.
Yeah, you're gonna go fucking hang out with your buddies and get high all day. Like, fucking, really fucking teach you your lesson, right? Definitely not gonna be a criminal after that.
He was just going to sign off on a monumentally important deal without reading it. That's what NSYNC did in the 90s, and this guy stole millions of dollars from them. Though honestly, deal aside, they should have known not to trust him. I mean, look at that guy. If anyone is going to rip you off, it's gonna be him. But the fact is, after this week, it looks like there is no way that Brexit will happen on October 31st. And Boris is now trying a different route to gain support for passing a deal. He's asking Parliament to agree to a new election in December. But
what's the
it is not
problem?
clear the Parliament will even agree to that.
Why
and
crying?
many voters certainly don't have an appetite for it.
The delay
Okay, well, don't yell at me.
Brexit has made some people say
Fucking bad
they
attitude.
won't vote ever again. What about the 12th of December though? I mean, that's in the run up to Christmas.
Yeah.
A good date?
No, not really, is it? I don't know. I don't know what to say about it anymore. I don't even watch it anymore because it's got on my nerves that much. So.
You will be voting though, will you?
What, voting again?
If,
I won't bother.
if there's a general election?
No, I won't bother again.
Oh, for fuck's sake! This is perhaps the most consequential thing to happen to Britain in a generation.
Yeah, but that's like voting here.
Current sides
There's
now
literally no
unsuspect.
fucking point.
I haven't read it. I can't be bothered, and I'd rather be dead in a ditch.
It's like Justin Trudeau asking the natives or talking to the natives about a pipeline. He's not actually asking. He's saying he wants to hear your opinion, but he's gonna do whatever he wants fucking anyway. Like every boss ever in history.
Houston.
I told myself, Rita, I wasn't going to say, Houston, we have a problem. I'm not saying it.
Houston, we have a problem. I think that is how they're feeling in Houston this morning.
The Astros. Oh, Houston, do we have a problem? Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
I'm hearing a lot of Houston. We have a plan of getting sick of that.
Aquí está ya nuestro querido Marcos Anseu.
Go Dallas, Houston, how in Poland.
Sort of, no? Do we have more highlights in a bit? Wow.
Houston, we have a problem.
Great. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sure that was done.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns Donald Trump, the first president elected without any prior experience as a human being. Now, this morning, Trump actually had some major news for us that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, had been killed. And in classic Trump fashion, he was able to take something fundamentally positive and express it in the weirdest imaginable way. Because here is how he describes the operation.
They did a lot of shooting and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
What?
The fact is that they blasted their way into the house. They had a beautiful big hole and they ran and they got everybody.
What the fuck is he talking about?
What are you doing? Did Trump only just learn how soldiers work? Listen, these guys are amazing. They've got these chameleon suits and big shooties and blasties. They don't say knock, knock. No, they don't do that like a normal person. They go through big, beautiful holes and they shout surprise. A lot of people are learning about this for the first time. This is new to a lot of people. But wait, because you haven't yet heard, Trump paid tribute to one crucial member of the team.
A canine, as they call. I call it
A canine, as they call it.
beautiful dog.
I call it a dog.
That's right. I call them dogs, not like I call them furry lizards or cats or elephants.
You're so funny.
Because you haven't yet.
I love when Donald Trump just fills time.
A lot of people are learning about this for the first time. This is new to a lot of people. and express it in the weirdest imaginable way. Because here is how he described the operation.
They did a lot of shooting and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you would think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in? The fact is that they blasted their way into the house. They had a beautiful big hole and they ran in and they got everybody by surprise.
What are you doing? Did Trump only just learn how soldiers work? Listen, these guys are amazing. They've got these chameleon suits and big shooties and blasties. They don't say knock, knock. No, they don't do that like a normal person. They go through big, beautiful holes and they shout surprise. A lot of people are learning about this for the first time. This is new to a lot of people. But wait, because you haven't yet heard, Trump paid tribute to one crucial member of the team.
Our canine, as I call it a dog. A beautiful dog. A talented dog.
That's right. I call them dogs, not like a...
Oh my god. I love when Trump just tries to fill time. Like, he just wants to talk for as long as possible. Like, you know when people are on fucking too much blow and they're talking at you and you're like, yeah, cool. Like, and you're trying to make it pretty fucking obvious that you're just like, don't care. And because they're on cocaine, they don't care. And they just keep talking at you. It's literally what Trump does all the time. I call them dogs.
Other people who call them furry lizards or barking cats or elephants but smaller and different. To me, they are and forever will be dogs. That's my term for them that I made up.
Oh my god,
what Baghdadi feed on is clearly great news. I'd actually like to focus tonight on a different decision Trump recently made in the same region. One that could have more long-term ramifications, and this tells us much more about his decision-making as commander-in-chief. It's a move that alarmed many, even his cheerleaders on Fox and Friends.
The United States is going to start pulling troops from Turkey's border in Syria. That announcement last night was stunning. The White House says it's clearing the way for Turkish troops to invade. A disaster
eliminated
ISIS. I hope the president will rethink this.
Wow. You know things are bad for Trump when he's even lost the support of Fox and Friends, a show whose actual slogan is President Trump's dick is 17 inches long and thick as a teacher. That's the real slogan. Now, very basically, what happened here was Trump suddenly and against the counsel of nearly all his advisors pulled troops along the border here who had been working with Kurdish-led forces to contain ISIS. And it wasn't just our presence there also helped protect Kurdish civilians from Turkey, ISIS, and the Syrian government. And our troop withdrawal has had immediate consequences. Turkish forces moved in almost as soon as we left, and over 100 civilians have been killed, with nearly 200,000 displaced. It has been a catastrophe. And this move has been nearly universally condemned. It's been criticised by everyone from Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren to Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, the last of whom did not mince his words.
To abandon these people is a real shit show, and I'm hoping President Trump will reconsider. He's about to make the biggest mistake of his presidency. I hope he adjusts.
A shit show. Although, to be fair, Lindsey Graham always looks like he's just said that exact phrase. You know, I come into this Bojangles
Which super sucks, because his father actually ran the only bar in town. Him and his like 5 siblings used to sleep in the living room in one room.
This is a real shit show right here. I will take my order to go. I am flustered. And when the consequences of a decision are that dire and the condemnation of that widespread, it feels like it might be worth asking what exactly happened. Why did Trump decide to do it, and what might the ramifications be going forward? And let's start with what happened. Now, obviously, the situation in Syria is incredibly complex. You can be forgiven for not fully understanding it. What is much less forgivable is pretending to understand it when you clearly don't.
It's a very semi-complicated, not too complicated if you're smart, but it's a semi-complicated problem.
Oh, good. It's only semi-complicated, is it? I've forgotten that Trump spent the 90s as the senior fellow for Middle Eastern Studies in the Foreign Policy Research Institute and not, as I clearly wrongly remembered, losing all his dad's money and trying unsuccessfully to bang Madonna. I forgot that, because clearly I'm not smart like him. Look, there are more factions involved here than we have time to cover, but the important group to know about are the Kurds. There are about 30 million of them in the region, spread mostly across Syria, Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. They are the
When did all the smartest people in the world become the actual dumbest people on the fucking planet?
They're a minority wherever they live, putting them in a precarious situation. But it's important to know they have been close military allies with America in the past, which is why it was so odd to hear Trump justify abandoning them like this.
Somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today. They didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles. They were there, but they're there to help us with their land, and that's a different thing.
Hold on, let me just get this straight. You are mad because the Kurds didn't help the US fight in Normandy? Quick question, the fuck does that have to do with anything? There were also no Kurds at the Battle of Gettysburg, or helping us get to the moon, or suspiciously Kurdless missions. Where were the Kurds? Neil could have used their help holding his ladder. They were all busy, were they? All of them. The fact is, the Kurds have fought multiple times to help America, including in both the Gulf and Iraq wars. Meaning, by the way, the Kurds fought with the US military in at least two
ovaries only zone.
Ever fucking did. More recently, we turned to the Kurds in 2015 to help us contain ISIS in Syria. We provided training and air support, and they were the frontline troops in close fighting. And it was a
Go do dog stuff somewhere else.
Military
Thanks.
trusted their allies.
Peace, bro. No. Go do something somewhere else. Go upstairs. Go over there. I don't care where you go. Go away.
It's true. The Kurds would point at something and we would blow it up. That's an incredible level of trust. If I had that power, to put it mildly, there would be no more Applebee's. They know what they did. They know what they did. Now, the Kurds' sacrifice in that fight was significant. While at least 6 Americans died fighting in that region, the Kurds suffered 11,000 casualties. And that alliance is one of the reasons why ISIS, which controlled this much territory in Syria in 2015, has since lost all of it. In fact, a key reason that we were able to take out al-Baghdadi was thanks to intelligence from the Kurds. So they fought bravely with us, and the situation in northeastern Syria was relatively stable. And then, in an instant, Trump threw that all away. So why? Why did he do that? Well, to hear him tell it, it's actually pretty simple.
I don't want to be in Syria forever. It's sand, and it's death.
Okay, first, since when does Trump avoid areas of sand and death? He owns a golf club in Florida where the average age is opposed to the Civil Rights Act. The guy loves sand and death.
And that's really funny, except the fact that he's got a really good point. The only thing in Syria is a desert wasteland of nothing. All the oil has been sucked out of the ground already. There's no reason to be in the fucking Middle East anymore.
And just days after his Syria decision, Trump made a big announcement.
We are sending troops and other things to the Middle East to help Saudi Arabia. But are you ready? Saudi Arabia, at my request, has agreed to pay us for everything we're doing. That's the first.
Okay, so one, this probably won't surprise you, they have not agreed to that. And two, if they had, that would be a weird thing to brag about. The US military doesn't charge for protection because it isn't a mercenary force. It's the reason the eagle on the US SEAL carries arrows and an olive branch, not arrows and a credit card reader. But the idea that we'll send troops to a country that pays us is definitely in keeping with Trump's short-term, purely transactional worldview. It's the same philosophy that's led him to suggest withdrawing troops from South Korea because he thinks they're not paying us enough, or to threaten to pull out of NATO because he thinks other countries aren't contributing their fair share. So look, I'm sorry,
Which they're not.
Unless you can give Donald Trump something he wants, like, I don't know, Hunter Biden's email password or Melania Trump's phone number, you can apparently expect fuck all from him. So if this wasn't done out of some grand principle, why did it happen and happen so suddenly? Well, it seems Trump's decision followed a phone call with President Erdogan of Turkey. And a little context here. For years, Turkey has struggled with a Kurdish militant group called the PKK, who are unquestionably extreme. The State Department considers them a terrorist group. And Erdogan firmly believes that a Kurdish group we've been working with are basically the same as the PKK. And he wants them either dead or nowhere near the Turkish border. But this isn't actually a new problem. We've been basically managing
Okay, whoa. Okay. This is gonna be super weird. I'm gonna ask fucking Flav. Doggy. Diggity. Okay, where is... No. Should I even spell that right? I wrote I hate you. My phone constantly makes me seem like I'm illiterate because I spell it right the first time and it'll autocorrect it to the wrong thing. Like, I almost asked Flav, is your dad from Hungary? Like, the word I am hungry instead of Hungary.
Romania.
Isn't Hungary in Romania in Hungary?
No, Romania is its own country. I think.
See, I'm very confused now. No, Romania's next to Hungary.
Yeah.
But is that the same as Turkish?
No, Turkish is beside Hungary. It's beside Romania.
There's no place called Turkey.
Of course there is.
I'm looking at the map right now. There's Hungary, Budapest, Romania, Siberia, Croatia, Prague. I know all these places. Where the fuck is Turkey then? I'm very confused what geography is.
Look it up where Turkey is.
I'm looking at the map right now. Okay, where's Turkey? I feel like this is a stupid question. Located mainly in Western Asia, partly in southeastern Europe, it's situated at the crossroads in the Balkans, Caucasus, Middle East, Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey is a large peninsula often called... What?
It used to be Babylon.
What?
Babylonia. It used to be Babylonia.
Okay, I vaguely think that's right. That sounds right, but I'm just very confused as to what is Turkey? Like a state?
It's a country.
Turkey is a country.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I'm a
Hungary
Turkish
is in the
What?
and Hungary is in the country of
No,
Turkey, or
Hungary is a country.
I'm so lost.
Oh, those are different countries. In Europe, it's tiny little country.
So are people from Turkey, are they Middle Eastern? Or they're Asian?
Middle Eastern.
But it says here Western Asia. The fuck is Western Asia considered?
You look more like Middle Eastern people. Can I turn on this AC room?
I think you're right.
Huh?
I think you're right. Turkey is a country?
Yeah.
And Romania and Hungary are provinces in Europe. Which makes sense. Okay. So Turkey is a country that is between Europe and Asia. Okay, I think I get it. I feel like I'm completely not correct about this. Okay, yeah, no, I'm right. Greece, Italy, Albania, UK. So that's why people like Flav's people like Ukraine so much. Because they're all fighting Russia and now I guess the Middle East. Because probably Russia was like, yo, Middle East, we'll be on your side. And that's why everyone is now extra against Putin recently. Because they're all attached to each other, which makes sense. Okay. Oh my god, I think I'm so funny.
With our need to manage Erdogan's concerns for years now. It has been difficult, but we've basically done it. Until it seems Erdogan got on the phone with Trump early this month and told him he wanted to move against Kurdish forces in Syria, and Trump essentially said, fine, we'll run away then. And that is a decision that has baffled many, including me.
Erdogan basically said, we're coming in, get out of the way. America, blink. Am I reading that wrong?
You're actually not. Much like the rest of America discovering this week that your secret Twitter account was named Pierre Delecto. That's real. You are very much not reading that wrong. Incidentally, Pierre Delecto sounds like a name that would have come up in Pulp Fiction if that conversation about French McDonald's had kept going. In France, they call the quarter pounder a Royale with cheese, and they call Grimace Pierre Delecto. But it is truly troubling the sheer extent to which Trump has just rolled over for Erdogan. He called the Kurds, who, remember, have repeatedly fought and died alongside the US military, no angels.
So did the Native Americans, but for the French when the English came to fucking obliterate what was left.
Yesterday, a
Not by
letter
choice,
surfaced
obviously.
from President Trump to Erdogan. He warned against a Turkish military offensive and said in decidedly undiplomatic language, don't be a tough guy, don't be a fool. Erdogan reportedly threw away the
Oh my
letter
god, carpal
and
tunnel out
launched
of
the
fucking
assault
Max.
into
Jesus
Syria
Christ.
the same day.
Holy shit! He didn't just ignore him. Erdogan threw away a piece of mail that day. That alone is ice cold.
Ow.
He probably also throws away birthday cards directly after reading them, like a monster, instead of keeping them on the kitchen counter for a week out of a sense of irrational guilt, and then throwing them out, because what else are you going to do? Frame it?
No, I keep I had the last card my grandpa ever gave me. The last birthday card that I ever got from my grandpa.
Even if you
And my
think
Nana.
Trump was right to withdraw troops from the
And my
area,
other grandpa.
it clearly
No,
makes
it was
sense to
Father's
do
Day.
it in a
My
way
grandpa's
that will
last
cause the
Father's
least
Day.
damage to the region, your allies, and your own interests. But Trump did none of that. Our withdrawal was so
What?
bad, we had to leave a lot behind. Just watch this Russian reporter
After all
wandering
he said
around
up
the US base
Turkey,
just hours.
Yeah.
the guy was hiding somewhere, and he has to guess where he was, and he did guess where he was, so he said Turkey, so he's going to Turkey right now.
Oh.
Isn't that weird?
I mean, I want to say that it is weird, but not really, to be honest. That's kind of why I'm rewatching all of John Oliver, because I'm like, am I that fucking retarded? Like, the last season that he made was just painful to watch. Now, fucking, so I decided to go back and watch all his old stuff, and I'm like, oh my god. He literally, like, by, like, one by one is going through all the things that Trump did, and he was just progressively wrong about everything. So, no, I'm really not surprised that I am literally watching stuff that's about Turkey, and in your movie, they're like, we're going to flee to Turkey. Not really surprised.
They left here yesterday at 4 a.m. Look here. I am currently at the U.S. kitchen. American soldiers used to eat here. The fridge is full.
Yeah, when they left Afghanistan. The fridges were full of Coke and Pepsi, and they were still running.
So, not only did we
Whatever.
dump our allies
Scary.
without warning, we left a refrigerator
Allies?
full of free Coke for whoever
Our
chose
allies?
to
You think the Middle East were our allies?
was watching the reporter.
We invaded the Middle East. What are you talking about? They weren't our fucking allies.
Even to Russian reporters.
It's like saying we were allies with Vietnam.
Resounding, yet. So basically, America left the region the same way you leave a party right after you clogged the toilet. Quickly leaving everything behind and forcing someone else to deal with all the shit.
Yeah, but it wasn't
And the
Trump's
consequences
shit
to this have been
to
dire.
fucking have to deal with.
Kurdish-led forces were in charge of guarding many ISIS prisoners, and by leaving so abruptly, we forced them to abandon their posts to fight for their lives. And the thing that any 6-year-old could tell you would happen next happens next.
Yeah, but what else is this
The
supposed to
White
do?
House
Like,
has tried to downplay how many of the 10,000 ISIS prisoners in Syria may have escaped.
There were a few that got out, a small number, relatively speaking, and they've been largely recaptured.
But that's not what the president's special envoy for Syria, James Jeffrey, said on Wednesday.
We would say that the number is now over 100. We do not know where they are.
It's true. Over 100 ISIS prisoners escaped, and we don't know where they are.
Yeah, but you just said Syrian prisoners, not ISIS prisoners. Just because someone's Syrian doesn't mean they're fucking in ISIS. Just like fucking because someone is from Palestine doesn't mean they're part of Hamas. Ridiculous.
Why did we give them shovels? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, as I was saying, over 100 ISIS prisoners have escaped, and we have no idea where they are. And the thing is,
Yo, it's not clear that they should have been in there to begin with.
When you give a green light to an authoritarian, terrible things can happen, and terrible things very much did.
We saw for the first time alleged atrocities carried out by Turkish-backed Arab militias. This video today appears to show Arab militias executing a Kurd by the roadside as they shout.
Arab and Turkey are two different places. What?
That is horrifying.
Syria and Turkey are two different places.
Completely avoidable. Yet astonishingly, even in the face of scenes like that and over 100 civilian deaths, remember, Trump was actually trying to spin the car.
Oh, please don't.
Tactical genius.
The chick he's meeting in Turkey, whatever, she said, "Oh, I'm a former KGB," and she took the place of the guy that was on Inquiline or whatever because he's giving secrets and shit like that. And then he died. That's why I took his place. And she's like, he fell from a window.
Look at this map.
Did you hear?
Yeah, he fell from a window. It's Putin's like go-to move. But you know what? When people are trying to fucking slander you and shit, like, and people are starting to believe it, I understand. So this is Turkey.
Like in the middle of
This
everything.
is Asia. This is Europe. It's exactly right. It's in the middle of Egypt, Libya, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Ukraine, and then that's all on one side. And then there's Asia, Russia, Georgia, Armenia, Iran, Syria, Iraq. So Russia.
Oh, that's just out of Russia because Russia goes over there.
Yeah, but it makes sense geographically why Russia is like, yo, Middle East.
Yeah.
If they're fucking with you, I'll have your back. Because all of these people are fucking with Russia, which is why people like Slav's family, who is Hungarian or Romanian, whichever, is on the side of Ukraine. It makes a lot of sense now that you look at it geographically. And I'm like, where the fuck is Turkey? I thought Turkey was one place and all those other places are within that one place.
I didn't know they were places.
I did not know that Turkey is a completely separate place from all these places. But now we know. And it makes a lot more sense. I really like this map. I like how it's highlighted. What? Why didn't you turn on the light, you weirdo? Yes, there is.
Bulgaria. No.
Oh.
Look, I need a little light bulb.
Why do you want to put a new light bulb in, maybe?
No. I changed it so I don't have a light bulb there.
Why?
Because I have my light.
Yep. What?
Because like that, I don't leave it on. And if I leave it on, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. I don't have to.
Ghost power. Worried about your hydro bill. Ghost power. Like Joanne used to say. She used to make me unplug her computer and everything that was plugged into the wall. She used to make me unplug her power bars out of the wall. I'm like, yeah, but like we're living in my parents' basements, and in my whole life, my parents have never been like, "Dad, you're wasting power." Like I would leave lights on, I'd leave the window open with the heat on. Like I didn't give a shit.
There's no way around it, and I'd rather just fucking pay for it and not have to fucking worry about all of that.
So funny because Allison literally would have rather freeze to death than pay hydro.
This is exactly how Aurora, the Mark here kid died.
Oh, it's so funny. I'm wearing like 3 pairs of socks, a pair of slippers, fucking leggings, jeans, sweatpants, pajama pants, a sweater, a long sleeve. I'm like literally an Eskimo in her house. I'm like, can you just turn on the heat just like a little bit? And she's like, put on slippers.
Baby.
What?
She just added Accidental fall of windows are the number one cause of death of former KGB.
Honestly, maybe if I was Russian, I wouldn't think it's as funny. But because, like, I'm not Russian, maybe I think he's hilarious. I think he's got a great sense of humor.
It's funny, I just like put it in there, and it's the guy from Mr. Robot, the movie I'm watching.
I like Putin. I think he's fucking hilarious. I think he's got a really good sense of humor, given the circumstances.
You didn't know?
Well, given the circumstances, what else can you do but laugh? I think he's got fun. I think he's really funny. But maybe if he was the leader of my country, I'd think differently. Now we are educated.
It was unconventional what I did. I said, they're going to have to fight a little while. Sometimes you have to let them fight a little while.
Yeah.
When people find out how tough the fighting is.
Oh, for sure.
You have to let them fight.
Yeah. Like little boys.
Kids in a lot, you gotta
Little,
let them fight.
yeah.
To pull them apart.
Absolutely. It's like puppies in a litter of fucking...
True for Syria, and it's also
Sometimes they just need to scrap it out a little bit.
Trump just revealed what we've essentially
Can't always fucking look for fucking mommy and daddy or an adult to defend
He's a
you.
shitty dad. Thank God he
Stand
never
up
had
for
to raise
yourself.
any children. Now, thankfully, the worst of the violence appears to have abated, at least for the moment. But that is last
And then he fucking got voted out of office. Then what happened?
another major player stepped in.
Russia
Really fucking proved me wrong there.
became the new kingmaker in Syria as he and Turkey's President Erdogan carved up the country between them.
And that's none of your business. Like, you guys left, so what do you give a shit who fucking splits up the land?
With us for so long, have now flipped sides and struck a deal with Syria's Bashar al-Assad to avoid being wiped out. So, Trump has made a snap decision where the big winners are Putin, Erdogan, Assad, and ISIS. And that is a group
fuck off.
to be friendly with, although I actually believe they were all at the Cowboys game with Ellen this weekend. Look, we're all different, and that's okay. But Trump may not be bothered particularly that he's empowered so many authoritarian leaders because we know he has a soft spot for them. In fact, even after Erdogan disregarded Trump's warnings and launched a bloody campaign, once he'd agreed to a temporary ceasefire, Trump went straight back to effusively praising him.
I just want to thank and congratulate them
for cooperating.
He's a friend of mine, and I'm glad we didn't have a problem because, frankly, he's a hell of a leader.
Except Canada,
he's a tough man. He's a strong
Mexico,
man.
the Middle East, Ukraine, all of these places can cooperate with Trump except Canada. Is the only place where fucking we're like, nah, he's bullying us. Fucking stop being such a little whiny bitch about everything.
Thinking he's projecting strength, obsequiously fawning over an authoritarian for deigning to cause a slaughter that the president himself.
Fucking.
And look, I know that
watching fucking Cardi go to him fucking begging.
Policy in this region. It is very
pathetic.
complicated.
Fucking
Any move
pathetic.
is going to have ripple effects, intended or otherwise. Syria was one of the biggest problem spots in Obama's foreign policy. So I'm not.
And what did Trump do about it? He fucking eliminated Syria and all the ISIS people that were taking over Syria.
We took a fundamentally stable situation. We tried to strategically vital ally and immensely damaged our reputation. Just watch how the Kurds treated a U.S. convoy leaving the country.
Kurdish civilians, until now close U.S. allies, throwing potatoes.
How for fucking familiar. When is the last time we saw foreigners throwing rocks while our military fucking leaves?
Think about what he just said.
Could it be in Vietnam?
Of America's reputation in the Middle East. And remember, a guy in the Middle East once took off his shoe, threw it at the president, and then
took off his other shoe and threw that at the president. Yes, he did.
The more you look at all of this, the more worrying it gets, because this was an unforced error. Trump chose to do something this sudden, this impetuous, and this damaging. And he's just not going to change. So imagine what he might do in a crisis not of his own making. That is one of the many terrifying things about the prospect of a second term, or indeed the remaining year of his first one. Because there is nothing more dangerous than someone with a massive amount of
God, you must be so disappointed right now.
an inability to think in anything but transactional terms, and who is stupid enough to think
his job.
that this is all not too complicated if
That's
you are
why
smart.
he fucking ran on America First. Because relationships are just that. They're conditional.
Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow.
Much that hurts your fucking feelings. But all relationships always are conditional.
Very overexcited. Order, Miss Jerry, this is very
I can listen to him all day.
Order, there's simply too much noise.
Order!
Order, very rude for members of the Order, let's grow up. Order, resume your seat. Order, order. I'm finished. Order, order, order. Order,
Nope, don't eat that.
I just want to take the opportunity to confirm to the House that the state of my throat, which is purely temporary, is not down to the consumption of a kangaroo's testicle.
What?
What? Our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night.
Order. Very rude indeed. Right, back up. Whiskey? What is smack you in the mouth?
Give him the face.
Yeah, I was ready to run away. Mommy's mad at me. That's right, you eat your fucking food.
Thank you so much for joining us, and let's dive straight in with the latest in the scandal that we're calling Stupid Watergate 2, Revenge of the Ding Dong Dingus. Now, this week, despite the fact that Trump continues to repeat no quid pro quo like it's an invincibility spell he learned at Hogwarts, the number of witnesses telling Congress basically the opposite of that continue to rise. Perhaps most notably, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who was the first official to testify who was actually on Trump's incriminating phone call with the president of Ukraine. His account was so damning, some of the president's defenders desperately tried to use the fact that he was actually born in Ukraine to smear him.
Here we have a U.S. national security official who is advising Ukraine while working inside the White House, apparently against the president's interest, and usually they spoke in English. Isn't that kind of an interesting angle on this?
A little bit, actually.
I find that astounding, and some people might call that espionage.
Wow. To be clear, if some people call it espionage, those people are just wrong. Some people might call a boat a wet metal mommy. That's not what it is, though. And anyone who calls it that is weird and stupid. And baselessly attacking Vindman's patriotism would be despicable regardless of his credentials. But not only is he a war veteran who was awarded a Purple Heart for his service in Iraq, as a child, he actually appeared in a Ken Burns film about the Statue of Liberty and what it means to generations of immigrants. Ken Burns even tweeted that clip out this week saying, I remember the Vindman boys fondly. Theirs is the story of America at its best, which is a pretty solid endorsement right there. Although I do have to say, me reading that tweet didn't really properly convey the full Ken Burns spirit. So Ken, please, take it away.
The place was America. The year was now.
Oh,
The
come
person,
on.
Ken Burns, was me, Ken Burns. The memory was one of me, remembering the Vindman boys fondly. They represent America at its best. Baseball, jazz, country music, Ken Burns.
Yeah, that's much more like it. Thank you, Ken Burns. Now, the smears of Vindman are a good indication of how Republicans are running out of ways to defend the president. And this week, House Democrats moved to take away another major argument against the impeachment inquiry, that it hadn't been authorized by a full vote in the House. Because on Thursday, they held a vote to formalize the process and set rules for its public face. And Republicans fiercely objected, with Steve Scalise choosing to do so with the help of an ill-advised visual aid.
This is unprecedented. It's not only unprecedented.
Oh my god, that's
this is
fucking
Soviet-style
unprecedented. I
rules.
can't even.
Maybe in the Soviet Union, you
Oh,
do things like
come
this,
on.
You make the rules, where you reject the ability for the person you're accusing to even be in the room, to question what's going on.
Yeah, that happened. To defend Trump, he used a picture of Red Square, inadvertently reminding us there's actually a whole second category of possibly impeachable Trump conduct. It's a bit like Harvey Weinstein coming forward and saying, hey, I know you're mad at me for one thing right now, but don't forget, I also produced She's All That, a movie with the message, if people are judging your physical appearance, get hot and then you win. That was me too. Sorry,
Kind of.
word choice there. Anyway, bye for
That's
now.
not completely incorrect.
Scalise was joined in his outrage by Kevin McCarthy, House Minority Leader, and answered to the question, what would Mitt Romney look like if he ever had to worry about money like other people? McCarthy attempted to denounce the Democrats with some Churchillian rhetoric. Unfortunately, he didn't quite stick the landing.
This is the moment that history will write. History will ask you when you cast this vote, when you cast a vote to justify something that has gone on behind closed doors, I want you to ask the historian and answer the question. What do you know that happened there?
Nailed it. Yes, this is the moment when history talks to you, history can talk now, and it will ask you questions about this vote. And that's what I want you to ask the historian. His name is Greg, by the way. Greg the historian. Greg is the historian of History Times. He's a very nice man. But before Greg can answer, I want you to answer the question, what do you know that happened there? And what you'll tell them is that Kevin McCarthy did not write down his speech. He just started talking, and he hoped he'd come up with something good, and he was sorely fucking disappointed in himself. And look, it might be a sign. It might be a sign of how desperate Trump is getting, that on Thursday, this was his idea for how best to articulate his defense.
The president said, this is over a phone call that is a good call. At some point, I'm going to sit down, perhaps as a fireside chat on live television, and I will read the transcript of the call because people have to hear it.
That is not a good idea, though. That is not a good idea, because even in its abridged form, the call summary is incredibly damning. And also, there is simply no way Trump has the attention span to sit down and read a 2,000 words document on live television without losing focus and going wildly off topic. If you told him to read hot on top, by page 3, he'd be rambling about how great the chicken tenders are at Mar-a-Lago, how zebras are just loser horses, and how he invented the word dog. And yet, incredibly, despite the mounting evidence against him, Trump still insists this is the greatest witch hunt in American history. In fact, his campaign website has now started to sell these Stop the Witch Hunt t-shirts, an item of clothing that I've simply become absolutely obsessed with this week. Because look at this graphic. What seems to have happened is someone took the poster from the 1993 film Hocus Pocus, but removed the dark outfits, the moon, and basically all the details that had to do with witches, and replaced the witches' faces with representatives Pelosi, Schiff, and Nadler. So it's a witch hunt where the witches are the ones doing the hunting, which is categorically not what a witch hunt is. In the same way, a duck hunt doesn't mean a bunch of ducks hunting humans in the woods. Meanwhile, on the shirt, Trump is depicted as a flying superhero, which has no place in the witch genre. And the product description just confuses this issue further because it says the only people scared this Halloween are Shifty Schiff, Nervous Nancy, and Democrat hack Jerry Nadler about their chances in 2020. So to recap here, in this witch hunt, the witches, even though they are the hunter, are the scared ones. The only scared ones, in fact. It's still the greatest witch hunt in the history of the USA, but only 3 people are scared, and all of them are witches. This shirt makes no fucking sense. And it prompts so many questions. My main one being, does it come in a man's extra medium? Because I'm going to want a relic to show my grandchildren in the future when they refuse to believe that any of this shit ever happened. And now this.
And now, MSNBC's Nicole Wallace has a real problem with this president.
This is a president who will stand there before God and country and lie his bleep off. This could seriously undermine his brand and can make him look he's full of bleep. Donald Trump doesn't give a bleep hole country about Bill Barr, doesn't give bleep hole about any of them. That's like really big, holy bleep kind of trouble. When you lose the Wall Street Journal, you're bleeped. And when you've lost Fox News, you're bleeped. They're gonna have to come out and talk about what a bleep show it all was. Do you think any of them call him and say that sent out? Totally bleeping bonkers.
Isn't that kind of an interesting angle on this story?
I find that astounding, and some people might call that,
Except those people are chicken shit like the 3 of you.
Oh my god.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns voting. Among other things, it's the only way to get Sean Spicer off Dancing with the Stars. So far, he's danced the Red Wedding, the Woody from Toy Story after his 3rd divorce, and this.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
He is dressed and dancing there like the Chernobyl Musketeer. Please, America, put this man out of everyone's misery. But now actually seems like it might be a good time to talk about it because Election Day is this Tuesday. Yes, there are elections this Tuesday. Depending on where you live, you could be voting for your governor, your state legislator, or even your city comptroller, which is a very important position. They control the city. Without that, the city would be completely out of control. But before you vote, which you absolutely should, it may be worth asking, how much do you trust the system that counts the ballot? Because the truth is, many of us don't know the first thing about how our votes get counted.
When you cast your ballot, how do you know that they're getting it?
That's so funny.
Oh, well, isn't that their
The
job?
pollers that are volunteers who can literally be anyone in Canada actually put the polls in boxes and tote bags, put them in their personal cars to bring them to the counting station. Shit you not. And anybody can volunteer to be working at a polling station.
Well, I think I'm quite sure.
And then they literally take them in tote bags to where they all are going to be counted. I was like, that sounds not really like very solid security or something. Not only that, how do you know the person is going to bring them directly to the polling station? How do you know that they're like, oh, because they're in sealed envelopes, but they're in tote bags? Some guy literally with a pickup truck literally throws the boxes into the back of his pickup truck and drives away. Like, so how do you there should be a Brinks truck. You guys can't fucking, rent a U-Haul even? Little tiny U-Haul truck to bring them? No, we trust that the people volunteering for our fucking counting or electoral ballots are on the up and up. Even though they're not getting paid, they're just volunteers.
To hear some local officials tell it, they just could not be more secure.
You could set one of these machines in the middle of Red Square in Moscow, and the Russians couldn't hack into it.
Bull fucking shit.
Because of course they can hack into it. They're Russians. 3 things that they are good at: hacking, hockey, and writing books so sad they make you want to drink a potato. But as you'll see tonight, leaving our voting machines in the middle of Moscow, or indeed the middle of America, might not be the best idea. Because
Yeah,
the Senate
no
report
shit,
found
Sherlock.
that some of our voting equipment is aging
fuck
and
is your
vulnerable
first
to
clue?
exploitation by a committed adversary. So tonight, let's talk about our voting machines. And first, you should know there is
And
no
that's why
single
Canada's voting
standard
was
voting system.
superior to America's, because we did not use voting machines, even though one year it was optional to use the voting machine, but it didn't count as an actual vote. They were just testing to see if voting machines would work. But every Canadian so far can basically agree that if you can't get your ass out of the house to go to a voting station to go vote, maybe you shouldn't be voting. You should not be allowed to vote from the comfort of your fucking computer, because computers can be fucking hacked. No such thing as unhackable.
I'm honestly curious. I don't know any teams, and I suspect the people behind Euphoria don't either. But second, very basically, the 2000 election came down to just over 1,000 votes in Florida, which triggered a recount, which turned out to be an absolute nightmare because, unfortunately, many key Florida precincts used punch card ballots.
Yes.
And a major issue with punch card ballots was the fact that on some of them, little bits of paper or chads might not have punched all the way through, leading to images like this and non-stop news coverage like this.
Gore's hopes hang by a Chad.
Dimpled chads.
Dangling Chads. Hanging Chads.
Indented chads.
Oh, well, a Chad means something else now, though.
A pregnant Chad.
The race comes down to the Chads.
Yeah, it's true. Much like the third elimination in every season of The Bachelorette, it all came down to the Chads. Chad G, you have the eyes of a murderer, and Chad R, you're 5'8", so Chad R, I'm afraid you have to go. Now, one result of that mess was that America became understandably nervous about punch card ballots. And in 2002, Congress passed the Help America Vote Act, offering states $3.9 billion to help administer federal elections and buy new voting equipment, which sounds great.
Bullshit.
But the then chair of the Election Assistance Commission, which distributed funding for the new machines, realized that there was a problem immediately.
I was forced to send $2.3 billion to the 50 states to buy equipment, even though the equipment was not ready to be bought.
So why'd you do it?
We had to do it. We begged Congress, let us do the research before we send the money, and Congress said no.
So the politicians knew these machines wouldn't work.
The politicians don't care. Washington
That's right.
believes that the machines can't be that bad because after
That's
all,
right.
produce them. So
That's right.
race, how bad can the machine be?
Yeah, they're
The machine
unhackable,
can't be
they
bad
said.
Because it produced meat. That is some faulty logic right there. It's like saying reverse cowgirl is the best sex position because it gave us Abraham Lincoln. I mean, it absolutely did. That's just a fact. But correlation does not equal causation. And reverse cowgirl does not equal Abraham Lincoln unless you're one of these two fuck machines. Look, he brought the log, she brought the cabin. That's just a history fact that I'm not willing to argue about. So, states rushed to buy electronic voting machines before they were ready to be bought. And there were already some red flags. One machine in Iowa had 300 ballots fed into it and somehow produced 4 million votes. And to meet the demand, at least one company outsourced production of the machines. And as reporters later found, quality controls were sometimes close to non-existent.
Maraming bansa na hindi nakakalam na sa Pilipinas nanggagaling ang voting machine.
Vivar says he worked on thousands of voting machines shipped to the United States with what he says was virtually no testing done on them. Originally, a fraction of the machines underwent a so-called vibration test.
What?
And what was this quality control test?
Sinishake nila yung machine.
Yeah, that's it. They tested the machine by shaking it. Which is weird, because the only time you should ever shake a voting machine is when you're voting for Jill Stein. In which case, that's actually how you do it. You walk in, you shake the machine, and you leave. Trust me, the machine will totally report your vote for Jill Stein, just like you and I both want it to. That clip is actually from 2007, but a shocking number of machines bought back then are still in use. And aging machines can be a real problem. Some counties have found that the glue holding the touchscreen can degrade, meaning that over the years, the screen can slip out of place and register votes incorrectly. And the danger isn't just the machines going wrong by accident.
Oh,
There's also the
wow,
threat of someone
shocker
gaining
there.
control of them for their own ends.
No, the guy
Because
from
voting
Romania.
machines are technically
What?
computers, and computers, of course, are hackable. and it can be far easier to control.
Must be a coincidence, Jan.
This hacker demonstrates on a model
You know?
used in at least
What do I
18
know?
states.
Nothing.
have to do this bad actor.
I'm white, I'm English, I literally know fuck all. It's fine. Cool. Hip.
Removing the card reader. Removing this, you don't need any tools to do this. Unplugging this, again, you don't need any tools to do this.
Oh, wow.
Turning it on, all you have to do is pick this lock here with a ballpoint pen. Open this up, press the red button, and we're gonna let it boot up here. Just click cancel and OK. And now I have full admin access.
What the fuck?
Holy shit! That should have been a lot more difficult. You want
Wait a sec. I want to see how she does this.
incorrectly. And the danger isn't just machines going wrong by accident. There's also the threat of someone gaining control of them for their own ends, because voting machines are technically computers, and computers, of course, are hackable.
Yeah, no
To
shit.
control a machine than you might expect, as this hacker demonstrates on a model currently used in at least 18 states.
All they have to do, this bad actor, would be to open up this machine by pressing this button right here. When it's off, removing the card reader. Removing this, you don't need any tools to do this.
Whiskey.
Unplugging this, again, you don't need any tools to do this. Turning it on, all you have to do is pick this lock here with a ballpoint pen. Open this up, press the red button, and we're gonna let it boot up here. Just click cancel and OK.
Wow.
I have full admin access under 2 minutes.
Wow.
That should have.
That was so cool. This girl just hacked a voting machine in less than 2 minutes by reformatting it. All she did was pop the fucking front piece off, pull out the memory card, reset it, and it fucking reformats to the admin. That's crazy.
It's okay down here.
Thank you.
Here. I'm sorry.
Are you dying?
I want to make sure I give you those before I do. No, I was so sad when the girl said in the movie. Like, since my husband died, like every noises now it's silent. Every noises I'm expecting every time of the day, the door, the feet stomps, and she's like, no, it just wasn't expecting the great silence of the world.
Yeah, that's the hardest part about losing someone that you see every day. It's the worst fucking part. And it's like you actually have to sit in it sometimes by like choice. Oh yeah.
I have nothing for you.
I'm gonna take him around the block.
Huh?
I'm gonna take him around the block.
Okay.
Because he's very quick.
Look at me making some of this stuff. Me. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Whiskey Bear. Yeah, I'll take you out, baby. Can I have a joint? Baby?
Ah?
Can I have a joint? Oh. Thank you. Oh. Let me take you out.
But we love you so much.
I know. I'm just getting my feet hurt. You want to come? I know. You hear me?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Really? Making me?
I'm making. Oh, hello. I'm not making you.
I don't want it.
Okay, I'm going low. You're a pain. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're a pain. Yeah, you're such a pain. I can't say no to you though, because you're just so cute. Oh, that's so stupid. What? I know. I'm sorry. I'm slow. Yeah, we'll go out. No. I don't want that. Thank you. I do not want this. I know. It makes you feel much better, but this does nothing for me. Let's be there. Oh, stop. Yeah, fuck. Her. Yes, we're gonna go. Okay? Alright, don't look.
Now he's in Russia.
What?
Now he's in Russia.
Okay. Awkward a little bit. You were the saddest panda on the planet. I do not feel bad for you. We'll go for a walk. Yes. I know. Life is so hard being. Life is so hard being. I also hate waiting. I feel your pain. Yeah. Everybody come on. Listen. Get in here. Ow, that's my foot. Back up. Back up. You smack the shit out of you, shit bag.
Give him a face.
Like, who the fuck said that? Don't bite me. I do not appreciate it. I just want the same shoes. Why can't I own a pair of anything? No pairs of shoes. Oh, my dog's leash. Super sad now. We can't both be crying fucking.
I'm gonna cry too then. The crack goes high.
What?
Okay. It goes high up.
Yeah, that's why I'm wearing leggings.
I love you, baby.
I love you.
You okay?
You.
Want some more love?
Ooh.
I'm gonna make some cry because I called whiskey little pooperoo. Oh, you're not little pooperoo.
I know. Keep doing it too. Someone's golden Jack the other day.
I gotta really sometimes miss up my name with her girlfriend or.
My dad does that. Calls Caitlin Ian. She's like, at least you get Sharon. I get Ian. No, it's called you Sharon. I was gonna throw it out because I just caught a balloon.
I did talk. I spoke a lot of
Shut up. Your fucking sad face. Ugh. Oh, I forgot the bag. Oh, no, I didn't. Steve, stop. Okay. Oh. Huh? Never wait. Spiders. Yeah, walk through spiders. Why are you crying? Go drink some water. No, your dog ate something. I had to rip it out of his mouth. Felt like a fucking fish bone.
Je pense qu'on devrait changer nos assurances auto et habitation pour...
Oh, this is so funny. I just heard it while I was walking in.
New federal immigration numbers confirmed to CTV News show the surprising number of people entering Canada with prior criminal records. Canada approved more than 17,000 applications between 2014 and 2024, or about 70% of the requests that were made. Immigration Canada saying, quote, people with
criminal record. I mean, I have a criminal record.
Yeah, not only that, on top of which, since when the fuck do you guys give a shit about who the fuck is coming into our country? Because if anyone even asks a question about, like, hey, it kind of feels like there's a lot of fucking people here that aren't really, like, adapting to our social norms. Like, and if you say anything about it, you're a fucking racist. Like, and it's all fucking Pierre Poilievre's campaign basically was putting criminals in jail because there's an overabundance of criminals. What are you crying for? I just took you out.
Kick him in the face.
Oof. Oh, okay, run away. I'm not going anywhere. Look, see? Shoes are coming off. Look. Bag off. See? I gave you eggs, I gave you bacon, I gave you walk, I gave you water. What else?
Kick in the face.
What else could you possibly want from my life? What else could you possibly want from my life? Maybe. Skadoosh. He seems stoked.
That's in Star Trek. Pocket sand. Sha-sha.
Really? I always wanted to do that, but with sparkles.
Right? Sparkles. Sha-sha.
Oh, but I want to get fucking murdered. Like, actually murdered. Every person I suggested my sparkle bomb to said my life would literally be in danger.
But a sparkle bomb is a great fucking idea.
I just wanted to carry around a little sack of sparkles.
And just before it blows up, you yell, I believe in sparkles! Wow! Boom, boom!
I can't remember what it was, but I did want to say something specific. But I just wanted a little sack of sparkles where I would pinch and just be like, well, pass, sparkles! But people said that my life would literally be in danger.
Yeah!
Someone might actually fucking kill me over it.
Like some boyfriend that goes to their jealous girlfriend at home, like,
That's exactly what the reason was. They said that I would ruin their lives because their girlfriend would be like, why the fuck you have sparkles on you? And they would never hear the end of it. I was like, really? Okay. I very much enjoy sparkles. I think they're a great time. With you, I'm gonna fucking end your life.
I'm gonna end your face with a kick. Okay. 97%.
Huh?
97%.
What? Your game?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What?
You've actually been waiting this whole time?
I watched the movie. Come on.
Wow. That's like World of Warcraft fucking probably slower than World of Warcraft.
No. Back then, games didn't take that long to install.
Yeah, but even World of Warcraft fucking was faster than that, but it was on a weekly basis.
But because games were like 500 megabytes.
Yeah, but it was fucking weekly. Of you have to wait like half an hour, but like an hour is like fucking a lot. An hour is a long time to wait for your game to update.
134 gig.
That's retarded. I just realized what you're saying. That's kind of fucking retarded.
35 gig almost. 134.74. That's a lot for a game. Like, fucking Diablo 2 was 800 megabyte, and the expansions were 300 megabyte. So altogether, it was like a gig something. It was a big game. I think we just make things take more space, and it's not actually very much better. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I think we're potheads.
What? Doesn't mean fucking meth heads.
Don't say that. I don't have no heads.
That's a very good point. They think their head's there, but it's not.
Oh, I cracked myself up with that one. Because I'm so funny.
Hang on, let me turn this off.
Did you know it was a person?
Cause
So I'm ready.
for jail tomorrow?
Yeah.
Great.
What?
We're in for a hard day's work, eh?
Yeah, I get scuffed around 2 o'clock. Because everybody's starting to be.
How many accounts do you have, you fucking weirdo?
Ooh,
The guy with the bandana!
Oh,
the bandana or blue face masks, get a mask to wear. Mask up. He's like fucking, it's like the third or fourth fucking account that he's fucking messaged me from. For over like almost 2 years, probably. This guy has been fucking coming on every once in a while, being like, put a mask on.
Huh? He's got a lot of experience, one of your number one fans.
Kind of, a little bit. But over 2 years that he's been fucking telling me to put a fucking mask on. And I'm like, what? You have a mental problem. You need to see somebody about this. It's a real fucking problem now. I am past the point of being weirded out and angry, and now I'm concerned. Okay.
We are concerned, sir.
It's just such a fucking weird thing. He doesn't fucking quit either. Fucking determined. God, you're weird. Okay, I'm going to bed.
98%.